Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Opponent by Brenda Rothert. Narrated by Brandon Utah and Amelie Griffin. Chapter 1. Ford. "Horseshit," my teammate Dom muttered, setting his PS5 controller on my coffee table. 3 out of 5? He'd lost another round of Call of Duty, and I knew him well enough to know he wouldn't quit until he won at least one. "Let's get out of here," I said, standing up. "Want to go for a run? Let's order pizza first." I shook my head. "I'm not eating half a pizza before a run, man." "I'm not running on an empty stomach," he countered. "We already worked out today anyway. Stop being such an overachiever." Dominic Locke was one of those hockey players who was born with natural talent. He didn't have to work as hard as the rest of us. He was also 23 years old to my 28. I'd learned over the years that the hardest workers were the ones who had the longest pro careers. "Our home opener is tomorrow night," I reminded Dom. "Better rest up for it then, right?" His phone dinged with a notification then, and he picked it up, looking down at the screen and grinning. "Sadie's angling for a nooner. You can go for your run. I'll go meet up with her, and then we can get back to the game." I wanted to argue with him, but I forced myself not to. As team captain, I had to walk a fine line between being the team leader and staying friends with my teammates. The pressure was on, though. I was one of 5 players who had been acquired by the Colorado Coyotes after a devastating explosion leveled their arena last year and killed not just 5 players, but 17 other people, too. How would I lead the team back onto the ice for the first game after such a massive tragedy? We were playing on a Denver College hockey team's home ice, which was also our home ice for now. "I'm done with video games for today," I said. "I have to stop by the arena, and I'm going over to Coach's house early." Our head coach, Steve Maddox, was hosting a cookout for the whole team and their families tonight. Since I was flying solo, I'd told him I'd show up early to help him and his wife get things ready. "I want a rematch soon," he said. "I'll whoop your ass as many times as you want, son." He flipped me off and stood up. "I'll catch you later." I was already wearing tennis shoes and shorts, so I pulled off my t-shirt since I was going for a run and grabbed my phone, keys, and headphones from the kitchen counter. I followed Dom out the front door, locking it behind me. "Ange, no, it's too big. It won't fit." "That's what she said," Dom murmured to me as he checked out the 2 women trying to get a recliner through the front door of the townhouse next door to mine. One of them was a tiny woman with a dark bun on top of her head, and the other was tall, with shoulder-length blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail. She wore shorts and a tank top, showing off her long, shapely legs, and I angled my head slightly for a closer look. Nice, round tits. I forced my gaze to her face, which was pretty. Damn, I hoped she was the one moving in. "Hey, can we help with that?" I asked, also hoping these 2 were platonic roommates and not a couple. "We are perfectly capable, thank you," the blonde said, her voice strained. The other one rolled her eyes. "Please help, we are not capable of moving this beast." I set down my stuff and approached the blonde, saying, "Let me get it." After a couple seconds of hesitation, she nodded and said, "Thanks." Dom took the other side, both women breathing sighs of relief. "Hey, I think if we turn it and put the back in first, it'll fit," I said to Dom. "Yep." We flipped the chair and got it through the doorway, the blonde following us inside the apartment. "Where do you want it?" I asked her. Dom snickered, and I gave him a warning look. "Oh, anywhere is fine," she said with a wave of her hand. Her townhouse was similar to mine. It even had the same hardwood flooring in the living room. As Dom moved to set the chair down, I shook my head. "This could scratch the floor," I said. "You don't want to scoot it once you decide where to move it. Tell us where you want it." "Oh," she frowned, a little wrinkle appearing between her brows. "That's a good point. How about in that corner?" We carried it to the corner she'd pointed to and gently set it down. The dark-haired woman walked in carrying a box, breezing past us. I didn't see anyone else in the apartment. I turned to the blonde. "Do you have anyone else helping you move?" Her note of laughter was unamused. "My moving company canceled on me yesterday, and my old landlord has someone moving into my former apartment tomorrow, so it's just me and Sam." I had shit to do, but I wasn't about to let two women move heavy furniture alone. I exchanged a quick look with Dom, his disappointment over missing out on a nooner written all over his face. "We'll help," I said. "Oh, you don't have to do that." I could tell from her tone that she didn't mean it. Her gray tank top was already soaked with sweat. The fall weather in Denver was beautiful, but moving all your belongings from one place to another was hard work. I hadn't moved myself when I came to Denver 8 months ago. The Coyotes had paid for all my relocation costs. But helping out would take the place of my run, and it would allow me to burn off some of my nervous energy about tomorrow's game. And hopefully it would get me into my hot new neighbor's good graces. "I'm Ford," I said, offering her my hand. "I live next door." She smiled, subtly checking me out as she shook my hand. "Hi, Ford. I'm Elle." Our eyes locked, and awareness stirred in my chest. She had a fantastic smile, blue eyes, and, "Don't look at her tits again, dude. You're not a caveman." "Is it just you?" I asked, our hands still locked together. "Or is that your roommate?" Her friend, Sam, snorted out a laugh as she walked past us to leave the apartment. "Are you serious? I couldn't live with Elle. She's a massive control freak." A flicker of annoyance passed over Elle's expression. "Just me." "Welcome to the Pines," I said, releasing her hand before things got awkward. The Pines was a luxury townhome community. It had indoor and outdoor pools, and the surrounding grounds encompassed a lake, killer mountain views, and trails for walking and running. There was also security and underground parking. It was perfect for me. There was no lawn or snow maintenance. I could fish in the lake when I was in town, and I could run or work out without having to leave home. It was expensive, though, and I was curious what Elle did that allowed her to afford a place like this on her own. Probably a doctor or an attorney. She looked smart, and she was definitely closer to 30 than 20. Her tank top wasn't low-cut, and her ass wasn't hanging out of the back of her shorts, which made her classier than the puck bunnies I was used to. "Let's do this," Dom said, clapping me on the shoulder. "Oh," Elle smiled, and her cheeks flushed pink, the spell between us broken. "I rented a moving truck. It's out front." I'd only gone on a couple of dates since moving to Denver, but Elle had immediately piqued my interest. Hopefully she didn't have a boyfriend. "Hey, I really appreciate this," she said as we walked out to the moving truck, filled to the brim with furniture and neatly packed boxes. She bent over to get something out of the truck, and Dom grinned at me after busting me checking her out. I shoved his shoulder, and he shoved mine back. "Behave, children," Sam said. Elle pointed at a large, round bundle wrapped in moving pads and secured with what looked like an entire roll of packing tape. "That's my kitchen tabletop, and it's solid wood, so it's really heavy. Can you guys carry that in?" "Sure." I walked up the ramp into the back of the truck. Elle pretended to be focused on a box, but she was watching me out of the corner of her eye. "Ready?" I asked Dom, as I bent to pick up one side of the table. "Ready, boss." We picked it up, and I didn't let it show, but the table was a lot heavier than I'd expected. Dom wasn't so subtle. "This thing's heavy as shit. How'd you guys get it in here?" he asked. We rolled it, Sam said, grinning up at us from outside the truck. Like a wheel. Elle has it packed so well that I knew it'd be fine. Elle shook her head. Please be careful, that was my grandparents' table. Looking over at Sam, she said, I am going to be so pissed at you if that table gets dinged. It was roll it or leave it there, Sam said, shrugging. We actually had to leave a dresser behind because we couldn't even move it a foot. We'll go get your dresser, I told Elle. Really? Yeah, it's no problem. Dom had to walk down the truck ramp backward, Sam telling him how close he was to the ground. When we were out of earshot of the women, he looked around the table at me as we carried it. However will your smoking hot neighbor and her smoking hot friend repay us for this? We're not doing it because we expect something, I said. No, but if something happens to be offered, I think a potential foursome trumps the team cookout. Shut up, I clipped. We're not having a foursome. Okay, square. How about 2 twosomes? I grunted in response. I wasn't opposed to getting to know Elle a lot better, but it wouldn't be tonight. I'd threatened every member of the team with bodily harm if they didn't show up to the cookout tonight, so I sure as hell couldn't miss it. Can you pick it up, Granny? I snapped at Dom. You're slow as shit. Easy to say when you're not the one walking backward. We reached Elle's doorway, and Dom stepped up and inside. I followed, and we set the tabletop on the kitchen island. I'm canceling on Sadie, you cock blocker, Dom said, typing into his phone. Your cock could use a day off, I muttered. You know what they say, carpe diem, he said, grinning. That means have as much sex as you can while you can. I shook my head at my idiot teammate. It means seize the day, dumbass. Right, and what better way to seize the day than a daily trip to Pound Town? You should try it sometime. It might mellow your grouchy ass out. I wasn't like Dom. I couldn't fuck women I didn't know at all. Attraction for me was based on knowing someone and knowing they wanted you, too. Letting it build while you exchanged secret looks. Kissing a woman within an inch of her life until she was desperate for more and then letting the desire build some more. Elle was walking toward us with a box stacked on top of another box, and she peeked around the tall stack to see where she was going. When I reached her, I took the top box. Hey, what? You need to be able to see where you're going, I said. We walked a few steps in silence before she said, So how long have you lived here? 8 months. How do you like it? Love it. Pretty quiet. Great views. I walked into the townhouse, remembering the box I carried was labeled office. Hey, where's the office? This way, she said, leading me toward a hallway. Are you new to the area? I asked. No, I just wanted more space. I was living in a downtown apartment close to work, and I realized I hadn't seen grass in a while. I'm hoping putting some space between me and the office will help me, she shrugged, work a little less, I guess. I smiled at her as she set her box down next to mine. You sound thrilled about that. She met my gaze, and I felt the tug of an invisible string urging me closer to her, but I kept my feet planted. I'm hoping my friends will let me count working from my home office as self-care, she said lightly. I could easily picture her in this room, wearing glasses, with her hair pulled back, dressed in pajamas, as she curled up in a chair and read something. But what did she read for work? Probably dry legal documents. I was pretty sure she was an attorney. And what do you... Hey, Elle, Sam said, appearing in the office doorway. I'm going to pick up some drinks. I'm dying. Oh, I've got stuff, I said. Beer, water, fruit juice? Water, Sam said, wiping the back of her hand over her brow. I'd love some water. I'll go grab it. I looked back and forth between the women. Anything else? I've got fruit, stuff for sandwiches, cheese, nuts. Lies, Dom yelled out from another room. He does not have nuts. I've seen him naked. It's freakish. I shook my head as both women laughed. Dom never knew when to take it down a notch. Just some water would be great, Elle said. I'm ordering pizza later. You guys are obviously invited to stay. Wish we could, but we have a work thing to do this afternoon, I said. And he's kidding. I have testicles. Elle smiled, her blue eyes lighting up with amusement. Good to know. She's single, Sam blurted from the hallway. Just FYI. Elle closed her eyes and shook her head, her face flushing pink. Good to know, I said, grinning. She opened her eyes, the corners of her lips tugging up into a smile. Our eyes locked, and I felt that unseen string tugging me toward her again. Yeah, I definitely wanted to get to know my new neighbor better.
Chapter 2. Elle. Can you grab the other end of this? I asked from inside the back of the moving truck, standing at one end of a dark brown couch. We were almost done moving everything in. Ford and Dom had just carried in my king-size bed frame and mattress, which barely fit through the doorway. Once we got the couch inside, there were just a few more boxes. Then Sam and I would take a break, probably on this very couch, before we started unpacking. Let me and Dom carry this, Ford said. I shrugged and bent to pick my end up. If I got it into the truck with Sam, I'm pretty sure I can get it into the house with you. He lowered his brows and shook his head. I don't want you to hurt your back. I knew he was being a gentleman, but I didn't like being told I couldn't do things because I was a woman. It was something I'd fought my own family over for years. Just pick it up and let's go, I said. He looked unsure, but said, At least let me be the one going backward. We switched places, my hand accidentally grazing over his sweaty, defined ab muscles, making my stomach somersault. I'd never been with a man with a body like his before. I glanced at the couch, wishing I could be wrapped around Ford on it instead of carrying it with him. But at least I could enjoy the view. My new neighbor was clearly committed to his fitness routine. Ready? He asked, bending down. Yep. We lifted it up, and I held in my groan. This thing was heavy. Sam and I had taken at least 20 breaks while loading it onto the truck, and we'd rested for 5 minutes afterward. I was not committed to a fitness routine. Every muscle in my body would be screaming at me tomorrow. You okay? Ford asked as he walked down the ramp backward. Great, I managed, my voice strained as I held onto the couch for dear life. Was that sarcasm? Just go. I panted with exertion from the 20 feet we'd gone so far. Need a break. Can we not have a full conversation right now? He grinned, looking as comfortable as he would carrying a pillow instead of a massive leather couch. Meanwhile, sweat was pooling between my breasts, my bra and tank already soaked through. Hey, Dom, grab the other end of this couch, Ford said. No. We were almost halfway there. I wasn't quitting now. I'm fine. You don't look fine, Dom said. I mean, you do look fine if it's like, damn, she's fine, but not like, I don't need any help fine. I will stab you, I said, snapping. Make another joke right now, and I will stab you in the eye. Ford laughed as Dom put his hands up in mock surrender. I wasn't joking, Elle, but I get you. I'll just walk beside you in case you need help. Silently. We'd reached the doorway, and Ford turned his end of the couch slightly, trying to fit it through the doorway. Shit, he muttered. I don't think we're gonna make it. Do those legs come off? Yes. I glanced at Dom. Can you switch with me and I'll take the legs off? You got it. He really was a nice guy, and he was helping me move when he could have been doing literally anything else. I felt bad for biting his head off. Sorry I threatened to stab you, I said. He chuckled. Don't worry about it. I went to the end of the couch Ford was holding, drawn closer to him even though I was sweaty and exhausted. I'd seen the delivery assemble the legs on the couch when I'd first bought it, so I tried to turn one, but it didn't budge. I tried to move it in the other direction. Nothing. Then I tried another leg and got the same result. "I know they come off," I said, frustrated. "Grab my end and I'll see if I can get them," Ford said. "There's a euphemism in there somewhere," Dom said with a grin. Ford and I ignored him as I moved to stand next to him, my shoulder brushing against his upper arm. I was pretty tall for a woman at 5'8", but he had at least 6 inches on me. "You good?" he asked me as I slid my hands beneath the couch. Assuming he was asking me if I could handle holding on to it, I said, "Yeah." He let go, and the couch immediately dropped, one of the legs landing on my big toe. Pain shot through my foot, and I yelped, tears springing to my eyes. "Shit!" Ford grabbed the couch and got it off my foot, then scooped me into his arms and carried me to a chair in the living room. I was too lightheaded to even enjoy being in his arms. My toe was on fire. I wiped the corners of my eyes as Ford looked up at me, kneeling at my feet. "I'm so sorry, Elle. I thought you had it." "No, I fought tears. "I thought you were asking if I could hold it up." "Let me take a look." He unlaced my running shoe, pulling the strings as loose as he could get them before gingerly removing it. "What happened?" Sam asked, looking alarmed. "Ford dropped a couch on her foot," Dom said. Ford glared at him. "I didn't drop it on her foot. It was a misunderstanding." He gently pulled off my ankle sock, and I cried out from the pain, covering my eyes with my hand to hide my tears. I'd never experienced pain like this. "Fuck," he muttered. "We need to get you to a doctor." "Yikes," Sam said, cringing as she looked at my foot. I took a deep breath and glanced at it. My toe was still intact, but the nail was split down the middle, blood running between my toes and down the side of my foot. It was ugly, but I was relieved to see that my toe wasn't completely smashed. "Do you have any gauze?" I asked Ford, not in the mood to dig through my bathroom boxes and find my own. He frowned. "I have a first aid kit, but I really think you need to get this looked at." "I will, but not right now. I just want to clean it up and bandage it and finish moving the boxes in." We were so close that I could see the ring of gray surrounding his sky-blue eyes. His gaze was intent on me, and my heart pounded. It didn't matter that I was sweaty and bleeding. I still wanted him closer. "I'll clean this up for you. Then Dom and I will carry everything else in." "You don't have to clean my mangled toe. I'll take care of it." He cringed. "I'm really sorry." I shrugged. "Don't worry about it. It'll grow back." Sam brought me a couple of paper towels, which I used to keep myself from trailing blood all the way to the bathroom. Once I got inside and closed the door, I sat down on the toilet seat and covered my face with my hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I hadn't imagined meeting a man who intrigued me and then losing a toenail in a bloody accident right in front of him. But here we were. Dom was like an Energizer bunny, unpacking kitchen boxes while the rest of us took a break with some drinks in the living room, which was open to the kitchen. "Glassware," he said, reading the sticker I'd labeled a box with. "I'll let you unpack that one." "Are you sure you guys don't want pizza?" I asked. "Yeah, we have to eat at this cookout we're going to," Ford said. "I'll have a couple of pieces of pizza," Dom said. "I'm wasting away over here." I needed to take a shower and unpack, but all I wanted was to sit here and keep talking to Ford. Every time he took a sip from his beer bottle, I wondered what it would taste like on his lips. Thirsty kitty, party of one. Being single for more than a year had made me, well, hot and bothered. I didn't like to admit it, but my battery-operated boyfriend just wasn't the same as a real live man, with muscles and dark scruff, and an intense gaze that made me glad I was wearing a padded bra beneath my tank. "I'm ordering pizza," I said, opening an app on my phone. "What do you guys like on your pizza?" "Pile of mail," Dom said absently, sifting through the boxes that he was still unpacking. "I'll just leave." "Pizza toppings?" I asked. This is your opening for a sausage joke, Dom." "Eleanor Lawrence?" Dom stared at me, looking dumbfounded after reading my full name on a piece of mail. "My friends call me Elle," I said, scrolling through the topping choices on the pizza restaurant's app. "Eleanor Lawrence from the Denver Chronicle?" Ford asked, his serious tone making me look up. "That's right," Sam said proudly. "You're looking at the youngest columnist in the Chronicle's history. My girl's a word ninja." Ford's expression was different now. The warmth was gone from his gaze. Why had everything suddenly changed? "We should go," he said, standing up. Dom was already halfway to my front door. Sam and I exchanged a confused look. I thought the four of us were becoming friends who would hang out after today. Now Ford and Dom couldn't get out of here fast enough. "What's going on?" I asked. Both men had their backs to me. Dom turned his face toward Ford, waiting to see if he was going to say anything. Finally, Ford turned around, his brows lowered and his jaw set in a tense line. "If we had known who you are..." He shook his head. "And if you'd known who we are..." He cleared his throat. I gave Sam a "what the hell" look, and she shook her head, as clueless as I was. "We both play for the Colorado Coyotes," Ford said. My heart raced as his words sank in. Shit. "Guess 2 overgrown frat boys helped you move in," Dom said coldly. I'd written several columns about the Coyotes. I was strongly opposed to the construction of a new professional hockey arena in Denver. Actually, I was strongly opposed to professional hockey in general, and football, due to the overwhelming evidence that both sports caused brain trauma. In one particularly fiery column, I'd called the athletes who played pro hockey overgrown frat boys who get paid an obnoxious amount of money to play a game for a living. "I didn't know," I said, at a loss. "I wouldn't have taken your help if I had known. Not because I didn't need the help or because I didn't appreciate it, but because it wouldn't have been right." "You don't know anything about what we do," Ford said, his steely gaze unnerving. "You don't know how much work we put into our careers, or what this game means to some of us, or even to the fans who look up to us." "What makes you an expert on what I do and don't know?" I demanded, arching my brows in challenge. He opened his mouth to respond, then closed it immediately. "We're leaving." "Maybe you should drop another couch on her foot," Dom muttered. Ford gave him a warning look, and it clicked into place. He was the team captain. I knew his name well, but until today, I hadn't known his face. He was a new player on the team, and since the end of the last season had been canceled due to the arena explosion, the Coyotes hadn't played a game in a long time. "Whatever is going on, you don't need to be dicks about it," Sam said. "Honey, we're not the dicks in this situation," Dom said. "Oh, hell no," my best friend said. "You did not just call me honey." I shot her a look. "Just let them leave." "Right, so they can go slash the tires on the moving van or throw a flaming bag of shit on your front porch?" Ford's expression was aghast. "You've got to be kidding me. Now we're criminals just because we play hockey?" 5 minutes ago, I'd been fantasizing about pepperoni pizza. Things had quickly devolved into a shit show in my new living room. "No," I said emphatically. "Our friends need to stop running their mouths. Thank you both for your help." Dom gave me a fake smile. "And thank you for mocking my life's work. It's been a pleasure, Eleanor." Sam gasped in disbelief, and Ford practically shoved Dom out the door, closing it behind them. "What the hell was that?" Sam asked. I sighed heavily. Long story. Why don't we go return the moving truck and get some food? I'll tell you about it on the way. Yeah, okay. It was probably exhaustion that made me burst out laughing as I hobbled out to the moving truck in Sam's flip-flops, my toes swollen and throbbing beneath the makeshift paper towel and duct tape bandage I'd put on it. If only my family could see me now, smashed toe, driving a moving van, and getting into an argument with the professional hockey player next door. They'd say it was all very uncivilized. It was exactly what I wanted, though. Surly neighbor and all.
Chapter 3. Ford. I always ate 2 Reese's peanut butter cups about an hour before game time. One time in high school, I ate a package of Reese's cups before a game and scored 4 goals. It became one of my rituals after that. One of our sports medicine interns, Ross, had been tasked with delivering my pre-game snack this season. "Did you sing the song?" my teammate Colby asked, as Ross offered me the package of Reese's cups. Ross's eyes went wide. He was a 19-year-old kid who looked nervous as hell most of the time. "Song?" he asked, his Adam's apple bobbing. "They didn't tell him about the song," Colby said while shaking his head, selling this prank like a champ. I kept my head down because I wasn't going to encourage him, but I knew Ross had to take some razzing to be accepted in our locker room. "I'll help you out," Colby said, clapping Ross on the shoulder. "You hold the peanut butter cup package in both hands like this." Ross cupped his hands around my snack reverently, looking intently at Colby for further instruction. "It goes like this," Colby said, maintaining a serious expression as he started singing. "Ford Barrett, I know you're gonna tear it. Open and consume it. Eat it all, and then you won't fall. Score some goals. I know you hate foals. Boom." "He hates baby horses?" Ross asked, his brow furrowed. Colby gave him a solemn look. "He's terrified of them. It's not something he likes to talk about." "Oh, sorry." Ross gave me an apologetic look. "Sorry, Mr. Barrett." I glared at Colby, who had just made up that dumbass song. It was our first game as a new team, and many of these guys, including Colby, had been in the old arena on the day of the explosion. Maybe we needed a little levity, but I wasn't feeling any amusement. I was carrying about 1,000 pounds on my shoulders. "Sing it, son," Colby said, giving Ross an expectant look. "Ford needs his snack." Ross's cheeks reddened. "I have to sing it every time? Before every game?" "Right," Colby said it like it was a natural expectation for an intern. "You know how hockey players have rituals, right?" Ross nodded, took a deep breath, and repeated Colby's song. He had no rhythm, and his voice cracked at the end. My teammates were cutting up in the background, enjoying Colby's gag. "Thanks," I said, as he passed me the Reese's cups, tearing into the package. I took the first cup from its wrapper and bit into it, the sweet chocolate and salty peanut butter grounding me. I was with a new team, and we were in a college locker room. But I was eating my usual pre-game snack, and I'd wear my lucky cup. I'd tape my stick the same way I always did. I could look at the end of my stick and see where I'd carved SMB, my mom's initials. It was the first thing I did when I got a new stick, and it made it mine. Being a team captain wasn't new to me. I'd been the captain of my former team, the Minnesota Mammoths, for 2 years. I was level-headed and did my best to lead by example, but leading members of a team that had survived a tragedy I hadn't been around for was another thing entirely. I'd stared up at my bedroom ceiling for hours last night, trying to come up with the right words to unite, inspire, and console my team. Someone turned on music and the mood seemed to lighten a little bit. The first song wasn't even over when Coach Maddox approached me and motioned me toward the locker room door. Coach didn't have an office near the locker room. His temporary office was on another part of the college campus. When I got out to the hallway, he led me to a huddle that included our team owner, Mila Pavlova, one of our assistant coaches, Zach Rawlings, and the head of security for the Coyotes, Andre Thompson. Coach Rawlings' expression was grim, and Mila's wasn't much better. We were about an hour out from game time. My stomach churned nervously as Mila spoke. "Ford, the security team alerted us that a man was spotted outside the arena with a backpack, and he ran when a security guard approached him," she said. My blood ran cold, instinct telling me to get the hell out of there. "Are we evacuating?" I asked. Andre shook his head. "I don't think we need to. We've kept a tight watch on who gets into this facility, and they've all been through metal detectors. We have guards trying to track this guy down." I met Coach Maddox's gaze, then Mila's. With all the extra security in place, I hadn't even considered having problems on opening night. "With all due respect, someone could still do damage without bringing anything inside the building," I said. "There could be something put in the landscaping, or even a car." "I agree," Coach said. "I think we should evacuate." Andre shook his head. "That would cause panic. If you'll just hold tight for a few minutes and let us see what we can find out, I'd appreciate it. We've got surveillance footage we're reviewing." The upcoming game was the last thing on my mind as I processed this information. I crossed my arms, considering for a few seconds. "I think we have to tell the guys what's happening," I told my coaches. "It's not right to keep it from them. I'll encourage them to stay and let security do their work, but we can't fault anyone who chooses not to stay." My head coach sighed and then nodded. "I hear you, Ford, but I can't have guys leaving so close to game time. I think we need to either cancel the game and evacuate, or stay until we get the all clear." "We can delay the game start," I said. "And we need to let the Tampa coaches and players know too." "What about the fans?" Mila asked. "Is it right to tell the players but not the fans?" I shrugged. "Whether to tell the fans is a call for you guys to make." I turned to Coach. "We need to get back in there." Andre shook his head. "I'm going to ask you guys not to do that. We don't want to create panic." Some of the decisions I had to make as team captain were tough, but this wasn't one of them. 22 people died in the Shapiro Center explosion, I said. "Some of the guys in that locker room lost teammates. You don't get to decide whether they have a right to know." Coach nodded. "He's right. Zach, let the Tampa coaches know what's happening and tell them we'll pass on more information as soon as we have it." I led the way back into the locker room, Coach and Mila behind me. "Do you want me to tell them?" Mila asked in a low tone. I shook my head. "No, I'll do it." I walked into the locker room and immediately turned off the music, my pre-game pep talk completely forgotten. "Hey," someone said in objection. "Guys, I need your attention right now," I said. Everyone huddled nearby as I told them what was up. "I'm staying," I said. "I'm going to wait in the locker room until we hear more from security. But it's up to each of you if you want to stay or go. And if you choose to go, it's okay. No one will fault you for it. We may have to delay the start of the game." "I'm staying," Bo Fox said. "Yeah, same," Colby said. A third-line forward named Beck Mason spoke up. "I'm sorry, guys, but I have to go. He was too emotional to continue, and Dom put a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, man. You have to take care of yourself." Beck nodded and cleared his throat. "If they find the guy and say we're good, I'll come back." He left quickly, and the rest of us sat down in front of the dressing room booths we were sharing with the university's college players this season. I had only worn my Coyotes game sweater for pictures so far, and after an 8-month hiatus, I was ready to play. The mood in the room had shifted. No one was laughing or talking now. We just sat in silence, all of us lost in our own thoughts. Some of these guys had been trapped in the locker room the day of the explosion. The door had been blocked by rubble, and they'd had to wait for rescue, hoping there wouldn't be another explosion before they got out. Colby kept eyeing the door, seemingly reminding himself that he could go if he wanted to. or maybe he was fighting the urge to do it. Another teammate, Logan Williams, sat with his legs spread, elbows on his knees, looking at the ground. Part of me wanted to stand up and tell everyone we were getting the hell out of here. Oddly enough, everything I'd learned about being a man had been taught by my mother. My father had run out on her when I was a baby and never returned. She taught me that real men stay for the people they're responsible for, even when it's hard. I stood and picked up a soccer ball our trainers had brought in, tucking it against my side. "Let's go," I said, nodding toward the door. "Everyone." Lots of hockey players like to kick around a soccer ball before games. They usually did it in groups of 8 or so, but we had 20 guys in our circle. We took turns kicking it before it could bounce, everyone getting a good laugh when Dom headed the ball directly into Bo's balls. We'd been at it for almost 10 minutes when Mila came running down the hallway, her heels loud on the concrete floor. I tensed as I waited for her to say something. "They found him," she said breathlessly as she stopped, bracing her hand on the wall. "There was nothing in the backpack but clothes and headphones, and I really need to start doing cardio again." Bo's shoulders slumped, and he put a hand on Colby's shoulder. The tension lifted immediately, and I put a hand in the air, trying to get everyone's attention. "Bring it in," I said, and everyone huddled up. "Let go of the stress," I said, ditching my planned pre-game speech. "Leave it out here in this hallway. When we step out onto that ice, we're there for one thing and one thing only: to play the best fucking hockey we can. That's how we honor the people we've lost. What does it mean to be a Colorado Coyote? That's for us to show the world through our play and through our actions. We're going to go out there tonight and show everyone we're united. We're resilient. And most of all, we're going to show them we're fucking back, boys." I swallowed past the lump in my throat. "We're fucking back. On 3. 1, 2, 3. We're fucking back!" my teammates yelled in unison. The mood was high when we got back into the locker room, everyone eager to get out on the ice. And when we finally did, it was nothing like any of us were used to. There weren't 20,000 screaming fans, and there was no elaborate pre-game light show. Instead, there were a few thousand fans standing and cheering hard. They held signs, and some of them shed tears. I'd never seen anything like it. When I looked up at the press box, I saw the Denver Chronicle's hockey reporter, Clark Sampson. Eleanor Lawrence wasn't there. Hell, she'd probably never been to a hockey game in her life. She didn't understand the heart and soul of this game, and she never would. This was what I lived and breathed for. The moment the puck dropped, everything else disappeared from my mind. The screaming fans, the potential danger from earlier, and my opinionated neighbor. It was just me and the game I'd loved for 20 of my 28 years on this earth. And it was perfect.
Chapter 4. Elle. "Hey, Elle, wanna grab some dinner?" I looked up from my computer screen to find Clark Sampson standing in the doorway to my office. My stomach wanted to say yes to dinner. It was almost 6, and I'd eaten a bag of gummy bears from the break room vending machine for lunch. But every other part of me knew it had to be a no. Clark had been asking me out for several months now, and it didn't seem to bother him that I declined every time. "I appreciate the offer, but I have to finish this column," I said. "Aw, come on. You can take a quick break for sushi. I heard you like that new place a block over." That was an understatement. I loved sushi now. I'd had lunch delivered from there 3 times last week. Their salmon rolls were life-changing. "I really can't," I said, hoping a succinct no would work. Clark walked into my office and sat down in one of the upholstered gray chairs across from my desk. I mentally groaned. I'd been hoping to finish this column within 30 minutes, so I could pick up a pizza on the way home and watch the newest episode of Vanderpump Rules. "Writing about the McGann verdict, huh?" he said. "I saw it on the budget." I gave him a tight smile. Writing about the guilty verdict from a grisly double murder trial had made for an emotionally tough day. I really didn't want to talk about it. "Yep," I said. "That guy's a fucking monster." "Agreed." He picked up my Mont Blanc pen from its holder on my desk, grinning as he eyed it. "More or less than I make in a year?" he asked. I shrugged. "I don't know." Clark had tried several times to get me to tell him the cost of the luxury pen set my grandparents had gifted me when I graduated from NYU. Same with my Louboutin heels and my Tiffany watch. It was common knowledge that my maternal grandparents were wealthy. My grandma Lottie came from a wealthy family, and my grandpa Edgar had made his own fortune in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Burr Pharmaceuticals was well known. I was proud of my family, not because of their money, but because of the people they were. My grandparents had attended every softball and volleyball game I'd ever played as a kid, and they'd done the same for my brother with his activities. We'd spent summers with them at their Cape Cod home, Grandma teaching us how to bake and play pinochle, and Grandpa teaching us about boating. They'd funded an entire wing at a children's hospital in Los Angeles. My mom passed away from cancer when I was 19, and my dad didn't take her loss well. My grandparents had always been a rock-solid presence in my life. "Was that your stomach?" Clark asked. I smiled because my stomach gurgles were so loud they were undeniable. "I didn't say I wasn't hungry. I said I have to finish this column." He looked at his watch. "I could wait. How long do you need?" "I just want to finish this and go home. It's been a long day." He took the hint and stood up. "Next time. And thanks for not writing about the Coyotes this week. I like it when the players are willing to talk to me." He'd said it in a pleasing tone, but it rubbed me the wrong way. The newsroom, which the sports department was part of, was separate from the opinion writers for the Chronicle. I didn't care if hockey players liked or talked to the sports reporters here. That wasn't my concern or my business, and my columns were none of Clark's business. "Have a good night," I said. "Yeah, you too, Elle." He gave me one more longing look from my office doorway before leaving. Clark was a nice guy, but I had no interest in dating someone who worked at the same paper I did. There were too many ways it could go bad. Besides, who had time for dating? I worked until at least 6 during the week, and I spent my weekends resting, cleaning, doing laundry, seeing friends, and getting in a little outdoor time when the weather was nice. I hadn't had a relationship in more than 4 years, and I was happier on my own. I liked not answering to anyone. My last boyfriend, John, had been hard to break up with. He knew about my trust fund and had envisioned us getting married and him opening his own bar, paid for with money from my trust, of course. And any time I'd objected, he'd told me I was an unsupportive partner. I'd never know if a man wanted me for me or for my money. Even though I saw it as my grandparents' money, the 5-figure deposits they made into my bank account every month were mine whether I wanted them or not. And so was the trust fund. I appreciated their generosity. It had allowed me to build a writing portfolio in my early 20s that had landed me my dream job at 27. I was in the home stretch on my column now, writing that Robert McGann had gotten some, but not all, of what he deserved. His life sentence in prison wouldn't compare to what he had done to those 2 little girls. Sometimes I wondered if an eye-for-an-eye approach to crime would actually be more civilized than the humane approach we took in the U.S. Reading our reporter's coverage of McGann's crime, arrest, and trial earlier today had hurt my heart. As soon as my column was filed, I closed down my computer, put on my trench coat, and locked my office. It was a small, windowless office, but it was all mine. That was a rarity in the news business, and I was proud of my space. I liked that I could lock the door, putting up a physical barrier between me and the workday. Tomorrow was a new day, and I hoped to write a column about something that might put a smile on readers' faces. 45 minutes later, I stood at my apartment door, large pepperoni and mushroom pizza balanced on one hand, apartment keys in the other. Vanderpump Rules and yoga pants? Here I come. I'd just unlocked my door when Ford's front door opened. My gaze was drawn to his bare chest, then to his eyes, and then down to his abs. I had to look like a cartoon character with its eyes bulging and its tongue rolling across the ground. "Eleanor," he said, his tone the opposite of friendly. The pizza box started to slide, but I couldn't seem to tear my gaze away from his perfectly formed 8-pack. It flipped and hit the ground with a thud. "Shit," I said, crouching down to retrieve it. This had escalated from embarrassing to humiliating in a matter of seconds. "I'd help, but I'm just a caveman," Ford said. I winced. Had I really used that word in a column about hockey? "I apologize for any offense I caused you," I said, standing up with my upside-down pizza box in my hands. "That's a bullshit non-apology. What you should be sorry for is writing about something you have no knowledge of." My heart wasn't racing over his muscles now. It was anger making me clench the pizza box so hard my fingertips burned. "No knowledge?" I fired back. "There are an average of 6 concussions in every 100 pro hockey games. The NIH estimates a quarter of youth ice hockey players are affected by concussions. Ice hockey causes more concussions in children than football. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy is a degenerative brain disease caused by years of brain injury from contact sports. And a recent study found that every year of playing ice hockey increases the risk of getting CTE by 23%. Ford narrowed his eyes and stepped out of his doorway, closing it behind him. "Okay, so you know some stats," he said. "And I'll agree with you that head injuries are a major issue in hockey. But we go into it willingly. We know the risks." "You romanticize the violence," he scoffed. "I don't romanticize shit. Why don't you come to a few games and see what hockey is really about? Or do you just want to rely on statistics you find online?" The pounding in my chest wasn't letting up. Nice, helpful Ford was above average level attractive. A 10, basically. But intense, scolding Ford was more like an 11. It was all I could do not to say yes just to please him. Who was I, and why had the feminism left my body the moment I laid eyes on him? "I'm sure hockey means a lot to you, and to many other people too," I said. "But that doesn't change the facts." He edged closer to me, and I forced my feet to stay planted. "Have you ever been to a game? It's a yes or no question." I tipped my chin up a notch, hoping I looked defiant. "Yes, I've been to a hockey game." "A pro one?" I'd been opposed to contact sports for more than a decade now, and attending a game was akin to supporting them. So... "No," I admitted. "Come to a game as my guest," he said. I balked. "Why, so your entire team can berate me along with you? I'll pass." "I don't... Look, it's been a long day," I said, cutting him off. "I just want to go inside." He took a step back. "Don't let me stop you." "Have a nice run," I said, only half sincere. "Or night out, or whatever it is you're doing." He arched his brows, amused. "I don't go out running in shorts with no shirt on." "Of course not. That would be arrogant." I held his gaze, unwilling to back down. "Enjoy your pizza, Eleanor." I opened the door and went inside, closing it harder than necessary. Why was I so attracted to that asshole? And why did I have to live next door to him? I was probably in for lots of headboard banging against the wall when he brought women home. I put my pizza box on the kitchen counter, slipped out of my heels, and went to the bedroom to change into comfortable clothes, making sure my blinds were all completely closed. Ford Barrett would never get another look at the inside of my apartment. Next time we saw each other, I planned to ignore him completely. No eye contact whatsoever. And absolutely no staring at his chest or his abs. Next time, I'd be ambivalent, even if he broke out that broody scowl again.
Chapter 5. Ford. "See you assholes in the morning," I said, as I exited the bus that had taken us from the airport back to the arena. Thank fuck that hellish road trip was over. After dropping our first 2 away games, we were now 0-3. We were scheduled to fly out of Vancouver late this morning, but our plane had mechanical problems and it took several hours to get another one. So we were just getting home at 9:45 p.m., and we had practice in the morning. I clearly wasn't inspiring my team. My role as captain was to lead and inspire, and we were playing like a steaming pile of shit. I was disgusted with myself and everyone else. "Ford," a voice called from behind me. I stopped and turned to see Dom hustling over. "What?" I said. "You want to go out?" "No." He shoved my shoulder. "Come on, man. Let's blow off some steam. I just want to go home." The airplane food had been cold and shitty. I was planning to pick up some steamed chicken, rice, and veggies from a Chinese place nearby and do nothing for the rest of the night. "We could play Call of Duty," he suggested. "Fuck off," I said shortly. "I'm sick of everyone right now." "You don't need to be a dick." I scowled at him. "The fact that you don't seem to care that we're 0-3 is a little concerning." He shrugged. "I've learned to let it go. Don't obsess about it, man. It'll eat you up inside." I wanted to lunge at him. No opponent ever pissed me off as much as an ambivalent teammate. "Are you fucking serious?" I demanded. "We don't get paid millions of dollars to let it go. We get paid to win. To not look like a bunch of fucking amateurs thinking about video games instead of our piss-poor performance." "Jesus, dude. Someone needs to slip some Midol in your coffee tomorrow." He flipped me off and walked away. I shook my head and continued toward my Range Rover. As soon as I was in my driver's seat, I placed an order for food and started the drive toward the restaurant. Being captain of this team was shaking my confidence. In Minnesota, I was known as a tough but fair captain. I never asked anything of my teammates that I didn't also expect of myself. But I hadn't been in the arena the day of the explosion. I didn't have to live with the aftermath of what happened to the Coyotes every day. What business did I have telling the guys who had survived what I expected of them? Hell, just getting back on the ice after something like that was a major accomplishment, winning and losing aside. I tipped the kid at the Chinese place extra to make up for my shitty attitude. Relieved when I pulled into the parking place under my apartment and got on the elevator. I didn't usually drink much, but tonight was definitely a good night for a glass of bourbon after dinner. After finishing every bite of the food, I changed into shorts and a t-shirt, poured a drink, and went out the French doors that opened onto my stone patio. I had an outdoor couch, a table, and 2 chairs out here, but I only used the couch. I sat down and put my drink on the end table, next to the couch, breathing in the mountain air I'd missed while on the road. A sniffling sound and movement made me turn to the patio next to mine, where Elle was trying to flee inside her apartment. Apparently I'd ruined her solitude. Even in my horrible mood, I couldn't let a crying woman slip away without saying something to her. "Hey," I said, standing up. "You okay?"
"No," she choked out the word. "I'm awful, which probably makes your night. Break out the confetti."
Her jab landed, making me feel like an asshole for giving her such a hard time. "You want a free shot?" I asked gently. "Lob one at me, and I won't say anything back."
"No,"
she said, her voice nasally and exhausted.
"I can't focus my energy on how horrible you are right now."
A spark of her fire was still there, even though she was upset, and damn if I didn't like that about her. I could send you a picture of my playoff beard from a few years ago, I offered. It looked like, well, my teammates called me crotch face. In the glow of the strands of lights hanging over her patio, I saw her smile slightly.
I can see that. You are rather vaginal.
I laughed harder than I had in a while. Vaginal. That was a new one. I disliked her, but she looked so vulnerable and beautiful that something else flared in my chest. Wanting her to stay. Come on, Elle. What's wrong? Did a house fall on your sister? She kept smiling but said nothing. I couldn't look away from her tear-stained cheeks, feeling a strong pull to walk over and gently swipe them dry with my thumbs. Still standing in front of her door, she looked like she was considering whether or not to walk inside. How about a one-night truce? I suggested. Just tonight. We can be friends. Tomorrow we can go back to being enemies.
Enemies? She gave me a look. That's a little dramatic, don't you think?
I shrugged. Maybe. My team is 0-3, so I'm feeling dramatic. And cranky.
Maybe my misfortune can cheer you up, she said sarcastically.
I'm not that kind of person. My gaze traveled down her legs to her feet. How's your toe?
It's a lighter shade of purple than it was.
I shook my head, walking over to pick up my glass and sip my bourbon. I really am sorry about that.
I know you didn't do it on purpose, crotch face.
Laughing, I gestured at the empty wine glass in her hand. Go fill that up and come tell me what's on your mind. She glanced at the glass and then back at me. The few seconds of silence that passed felt like longer.
Okay,
she finally said. As soon as she closed the door behind her, I blew a breath into my hand, trying to gauge it. I smelled bourbon, which seemed okay. Not that she'd be close enough to get a whiff. Why had I told her the crotch face thing? She'd probably think about it every time we saw each other now. Who cared, though? She hated hockey, which meant there could never be anything between us. My teammates would flip their shit if they even knew I was talking to her. Her columns, in opposition to the city helping fund and acquire land for a new arena with taxpayer money, were the number one roadblock Mila was encountering on the project. But when Elle stepped outside, her glass filled halfway with red wine and her hair pulled into a ponytail, I couldn't bring myself to argue with her about anything. What's got you down tonight? I asked, as she sat down in a chair at the table. We were looking directly at each other, but there was about 10 feet of distance between us. That was probably best. I didn't need to be impulsively putting the moves on my neighbor.
It's my brother,
she said softly. I ignored my relief that it wasn't her boyfriend. She probably had one, though. She was the type of woman who liked having a picture-perfect man who never stood up to her. Poor dude probably got one blowjob a year on his birthday.
I'd do anything for him, but... She shook her head. I've been trying to save him from himself for a while now, and it's not working.
She took a sip of her wine, and I realized I didn't see Eleanor Lawrence, the uptight columnist with a chip on her shoulder. Instead, I saw Elle, my gorgeous neighbor with a great sense of humor and a sexy laugh. How old is he? I asked. Does he still have some growing up to do?
He's 26, and I'm...
Her eyes filled with tears.
I'm afraid he won't see 27 if he doesn't make some big changes.
I once again fought the urge to wipe away her tears. As different as we were, I understood her love for her brother. My only family was my mom and my grandpa, but there was nothing I wouldn't do for them. Is he in some kind of trouble? I asked.
Multiple kinds.
She took a longer sip of her wine, looking out at the faint outline of the mountain range in the distance.
Do you ever stress about things you can't change?
I scoffed. How could she see straight through me? Stressing about every aspect of my team was my full-time job these days. I have trouble accepting that there's anything I can't change, I admitted wryly.
Superman complex?
Probably, I said with a shrug. Not feeling very super tonight, though. I've never had a season start 0-3.
It can't be all your fault.
Doesn't matter. I'm the team captain, and it's my job to do something about it. I joined her in looking into the darkened distance, a minute of comfortable silence passing between us.
Luke used to talk about this tree house he wanted to build, she said softly. My brother. When we were kids, he made drawings of a tree house with all these different rooms, and I thought it was the coolest thing. He said I could live there too, which was a big deal to me. He never left me behind, or made fun of me.
Are you guys close? I asked her, trying to signal that I wanted to listen without asking invasive questions.
Not as close as we used to be. He has some health issues, and it's... She sighed heavily. Our mom's side of the family has a lot of money, and they cut Luke out a few years ago. I can't say he didn't deserve it, but he took it hard.
I had a teammate on my last team who was self-destructive. I loved him like my own family, but he was his own worst enemy.
Elle locked her gaze onto mine, nodding. That's how Luke is.
My teammate's girlfriend got pregnant. It wasn't planned, and she ended up leaving him about halfway through the pregnancy because he just wouldn't get his shit together. The corners of Elle's lips dipped down in a frown.
Or maybe he couldn't? Did you ever wonder if he couldn't stop being the way he was?
In this guy's case, he could. And he finally did when he realized he had to choose between drinking and running around with other women and his girlfriend and kid. Elle stared down into her wine glass.
I want to think there's hope for Luke. I sent him some money earlier today, and I felt sick about it. Am I really helping him if I'm helping him buy drugs?
My heart sank. I'd been hoping Elle was exaggerating her brother's troubles, but it didn't sound like it. It's hard to say no when you love someone, I said. She wiped a tear from her cheek and finished her glass of wine in one drink.
I have dreams about finding him dead from an overdose. That's dark, but...
I'm sorry. No one deserves that.
Not even a wicked witch like me?
She choked. I don't think you're a witch.
She smiled sadly and picked up her glass, then stood up. I should get to bed. Thanks for listening, Ford. I mean it.
I felt it again. An invisible tie connecting us. I wanted to grab onto it and pull her closer to me. Any time. She looked like she was going to say something, but instead, she walked back to her patio and stopped at the door, turning to look at me.
Good night. I hope you win your next game.
I wanted to tell her not to go, to refill her glass and come tell me more about herself. My better judgment won out, though. Good night, I said. And thanks.
Chapter 6. Elle. Next, Sam said as she broke down the box she'd just unpacked. I think that was the last one, I said, walking out of the small pantry in my kitchen. Hell yeah, this calls for a snack break. I walked over to the refrigerator and opened the door. I'm one step ahead of you. I made crab rangoon dip. Ooh, like the inside of crab rangoon? Yep. And we have wonton chips to dip in it. I just need to warm it up. Sam reached into the big tote bag she'd brought over and pulled out a bottle of vodka. I'm making us some boozy slushies. It was early Saturday afternoon, and Sam was helping me get the last of my unpacking done. We were working hard now so we could spend our evening on the couch catching up on shows. Is it okay if I turn on Clitorally Speaking? I asked. Sam and I had shared a love for the podcast that was recorded here in Denver. We both wanted to be friends with the host. Go for it, she said. I pulled up the podcast on my phone and started the most recent episode. My Bluetooth speaker connected to my phone so we could listen at a higher volume. Hey guys, it's Marlo Hill with Clitorally Speaking. My guest today is Maria Sanchez, a local singer I adore. Seriously, Maria, I was so excited when you responded to my message and said you'd come by. Maria laughed. I'm so happy to be here. When you said you wanted to talk about bad dates, I couldn't say yes fast enough. I've had so many, I don't even know where to start. It's something all women have in common, isn't it? Marlo said. We've all had those cringeworthy dates, and it helps to know we aren't alone. So, let's dive right in. What's the worst date you've ever been on? The worst? Maria said. Oh, that's so hard. There was the date that was so awful it never even happened. Marlo laughed. Do tell. So I met this guy online, and we'd been talking for almost a month. He seemed great, no red flags. He asked if we could meet up for dinner, and I said sure. When he asked me to make a reservation somewhere I loved, I threw out the name of my favorite place. Seems non-nightmarish so far. Yeah, so he says he'll look it up, and then he gets back to me and says it's a no-go because it's too close to an elementary school and it would violate the conditions of his parole. Shut up! Yeah, that happened. I immediately canceled my membership on that app. I sampled the dip and returned it to the microwave for another minute, grabbing a bunch of scallions to wash, chop, and spread on top when it was finished. So, this isn't actually a dating story per se, Marlo said, but it's too fucking absurd not to share. Last year, I had been dating a guy for 5 weeks, and I honestly started thinking he was normal. He had a good job, and he sent me flowers every week. He watched rom-coms with me anytime I wanted. And then we got intimate, and he told me it would really turn him on if I had conversations with his penis. Wait, what? Maria asked. Sam was howling with laughter already. He told me his penis's name was Willie, Marlo said, and he wanted me to get, face to penis with it and say things like, "Oh, Willie, you're so veiny and hard. You're such a naughty boy." Oh, no, Maria said. Did you do it? I kind of did, Marlo said, clearly on the verge of laughing. But he got pissed when I vented to Willie about my Instacart order getting messed up and asked him if he just wanted to stay limp and chill that night. Sam poured ingredients into my blender and pressed a button. I arranged wonton chips on a platter, took the dip out of the microwave, and scattered the scallions on it. I could live on crab rangoon, Sam said as she poured our drinks into glasses. I paused the podcast so I could focus all my attention on her. Hey, how's that work situation? She exhaled heavily. Awful? My female boss didn't see any problem with a male coworker leaving knee pads on my desk. That's gross, for both him and her. Yeah, it gets worse, though. My friend Mindy told me my boss, Laura, has a thing for Austin, the guy who left the knee pads. So she's not doing anything about it, and she's jealous and pissy toward me. I cringed. She wishes he would have put the knee pads on her desk? I guess. You need to either find a good lawyer or get the hell out of there. Sam hated her job as an insurance adjuster, and I hated it on her behalf. I just updated my resume. I was hoping you'd take a look at it for me, she asked. Of course, send it to me. Thanks. She swiped some of the dip into a wonton chip and ate it. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Good. I was hoping it was a good recipe. Have you seen your dickhead neighbor since moving day? The spark of defensiveness that flared in my chest surprised me. I was no longer convinced Ford was a dickhead. I was set in my views about pro football and hockey, but I'd never disliked the men who played the sports. And after talking to Ford last night, I regretted some of my word choices in the columns I'd written on the subject. I got off on the wrong foot with Ford, but he reached out to me when he saw I was upset. I wasn't ready to tell Sam about that, though. I've seen him a couple of times, but we haven't talked. I lied. He's probably used to women falling at his feet, telling him he's the greatest and his average peen is the biggest one they've ever seen. Eager for a subject change, I said, "My brother called me yesterday." Sam's expression turned serious. "Is he okay?" I shrugged. "I don't think so. He said he needed $4,000 immediately, or some bad people were going to hurt him." "Oh, Elle." Sam reached across the kitchen table and squeezed my hand. "Why didn't you tell me this when it happened?" I was overwhelmed. I kept trying to get him to tell me who he owed the money to and why, but he had a headache and he was very irritable. "Did you give him the money?" my friend asked gently. My eyes flooded with tears. "Yeah, I knew I would hate myself if I did, but also hate myself if I didn't. There's no way to win. Our dad and grandparents cut him off a couple of years ago, and now I'm all he has left. I can't imagine being put in that situation." Sam had been my best friend since I moved to Denver to work as a reporter at the Chronicle right after my college graduation. She worked at the front desk in the lobby of the newspaper, and we'd hit it off immediately. After 6 years of friendship, she knew some of what my brother struggled with, but not everything. She didn't pry, but she listened when I wanted to talk about it. I wiped the corners of my eyes and took a big sip of my slushie. I want Luke to know I love him, and I know sending the money is a fucked up way of doing that, but I shrugged. There's nothing else I can do. Where is he? He's crashing on a friend's couch in Chicago. Sam opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it. "What?" I asked. She gave me a tentative look. "I don't want to say it." I smiled. "Just say it. I'm just wondering if he'll be back for more money soon." I sighed heavily. "I know, same. He had a job for a few months, but he lost it. I wish I could help him get on his feet. I told him he could come stay with me, but he said he didn't want to be in my way." "At least you let him know he has someone who won't turn their back on him." I took another drink from my glass. Our dad and my grandparents love Luke. They want nothing more than for him to be a happy, functioning member of society, but they told him they won't enable him anymore. He had limited access to his trust, and he was being really careless with the money. So they took it away. Sam nodded. "I guess they thought he needed tough love. It's so hard because he does have issues. It's hard for him to hold a job or have relationships. You must worry about him a lot." I smiled sadly because it was true. Like I'd told Ford, I refused to believe I couldn't fix things for my brother if I just stressed and cried until the answer came to me. I'd been doing that for a while now, to no avail. "I have an idea," Sam said brightly. "As long as it doesn't involve me and a dating app. I still think you should give that one app a try, but I digress." She grinned. "Let's finish the pod and organize some shit, and then we can have food delivered and watch the Coyotes game, and we can call Ford and Dom pussies and cheer when they screw up." "That sounds lovely," I said wryly. "It'll be fun, I promise." I wouldn't admit it to Sam, but I was feeling just a little bit invested in tonight's game. I would have preferred that pro hockey not be played at all, but tonight it would be, and I was secretly hoping Ford and his team would win. Or, Sam's eyes widened hopefully, we could try to get tickets to the game so we can call them pussies in person. Absolutely not. I'd given Ford's idea about attending a game some thought, but I wasn't going to scream names at the players from the stands. It would be a professional outing, and I would be a professional. Sam got up from the table. Okay, we'll watch it from here. I'm going to organize your linen closet. You're the best. Pretty much. Now let's get back to these horrible dating stories. She turned the podcast back on, and I got back to work organizing the kitchen cabinets. I felt a little lighter after talking about my worries for my brother. All I could do was be there for him and hope he would eventually find his way.
Chapter 7. Ford. "Check out this lady killer," my teammate Bo said, turning his phone screen toward me. It was, of course, a picture of his baby son. Bo never missed an opportunity to show off photos of his kid. He showed them to reporters in the middle of an interview, to food delivery drivers, even to his pool guy when the pool guy was 10 feet away from the actual kid. "Nice," I said. "Here's him and Shelby," he said, swiping to a photo of his wife and son grinning, their noses touching. I silently groaned, knowing this was on me. I'd encouraged him. Now I'd never get free of him, and we were just starting the 30-minute bus ride to our Las Vegas hotel. Bo had quickly transformed from carefree playboy to devoted husband and father. He and his wife had met in a very unconventional way when she'd asked him to be a sperm donor so she could have a baby. Their son Charlie had been born the day the arena exploded, leading to an entire collapse of the building, making him 8 months old now. As soon as Bo was able to get that kid into a pair of hockey skates, I was sure we'd be seeing a lot of him on the ice. I guess that's all I took in the last few days," he said, after showing me no less than a dozen photos of his family. He was sitting next to me on the bus, and I didn't have the heart to tell him I didn't feel like talking. I was wound tight over our game against Vegas. We had to win this one. I was fucking sick of all the TV pundits and analysts getting all earnest when they talked about our 0-3 record. Every reporter out there could talk for hours about why we hadn't won yet, but none of them said the same thing. It was because we'd lost Kirby Teller in the arena explosion, because too many players who had survived that day were traumatized, because our coach couldn't figure out how to turn this new group of players into a cohesive unit, and my personal favorite, because we were all too rusty after 8 months without games. I just wanted them to stop talking about it. "Hey, what's up with you and Dom helping Eleanor Lawrence move?" Bo asked. "We didn't know it was her until we were done." He furrowed his brow skeptically. "Really? You'd never seen her before?" I shook my head. "I just moved here 8 months ago, and you know I keep my head down." "Yeah, I get that, but now that we're back, you'll have to do all that captain bullshit. Fundraisers, cocktail parties, meet and greets. You'll meet all the local celebrities." "Fantastic," I deadpanned. "Thanks again for handing off the captain duties." He laughed. "I'm not meant to be a captain, man. I hate the politics. Plus, the captain has to be the guy with the biggest dick, so that's obviously me." Bo lowered his brows, grinning. "What's this? I haven't heard you crack a joke in—" He turned to the seat behind us. "Colby, has Ford ever cracked a joke?" "Nope," Colby said. Bo sat back down and looked at me. "I'm honored, man." I scoffed. "Yeah, it wasn't really a joke. I do have the biggest dick, and you should be the one at the fundraisers. Bring your kid and show him off to everyone. They'd love it." "I'm not letting all those people expose my son to their germs. You do the captain shit." "What did you mean about Elle being a local celebrity?" I asked him. "Her parents raised her in Denver, but they also have a killer place in Breckenridge. Her mom's family is ultra-rich, like yachts and trust funds, and they gave Eleanor's mom money to start her own business, and it did really well, too. Her grandparents built a place in Breck for when they visited, and it's crazy. Everyone knows who they are because her grandpa always makes the Forbes list of richest people." "Shit," I said, surprised. Elle didn't strike me as being wealthy. The things we'd moved into her apartment were ordinary. But then again, my rent was $10,000 a month, which meant hers probably was too. Lots of square footage with the best mountain views, underground parking, cleaning, and laundry service didn't come cheap. Newspaper columnists probably didn't make that kind of money. Funny thing is, her dad's an ordinary guy, Bo said. He actually played minor league hockey before he married his wife. I think she passed away a while back. Eleanor has a brother. He played hockey too. My brother Asher played in a youth league with him for a while. His grandparents built a new arena for the league. I scrunched my face in confusion. Seriously? How did Elle end up so anti-hockey if her dad and brother played, and her grandparents were involved enough to build a new arena? Bo shrugged. No idea. I used to know her brother's name, but I can't remember it. Suddenly, I was more intrigued by Elle than ever. I'd been thinking about her a lot since our conversation the other night. It sounded like her brother was in a downward spiral, and her heart was clearly broken about it. Seeing her vulnerable side had left me wondering if maybe I was approaching her the wrong way. Before meeting her, I'd assumed she was an unreasonable shrew. But maybe I could get through to her by getting to know her. Instead of telling her she was being unfair toward her hometown hockey team, I could show her and get closer to her in the process. A lot closer. She'd looked so sexy the other night, sipping her wine and sliding her teeth over her lower lip. It was her nervous habit. I'd spent more time than I cared to admit observing her doing it. Hey, I'm checking out for a few, I said to Bo as I put my headphones on. He nodded. We'd be at the arena in 15 minutes, and I wanted to enjoy the last stretch of quiet I'd get for a while. I leaned against the side of the bus and turned my phone screen so only I could see it before Googling Elle's name. Every hit was related to her work at the Denver Chronicle. I'd only read her columns about the hockey arena, and only in hard copy when someone from the team passed me a paper. The column she'd written for today's issue of the Chronicle was the first hit, and I clicked on it. There was a photo of her looking dignified in a green blouse and dark-rimmed glasses, her hair pulled back. It said Eleanor Lawrence, Chronicle columnist, beneath the photo. I started reading, eager to find out about her opinions on things other than my team. Teddy Jackson is a lot like other 8-year-old boys. He has some gaps in his smile from missing teeth. He loves swimming, popsicles, and hot chocolate. His favorite subject in school is science. There are also some differences between Teddy and other boys his age. For instance, Teddy isn't his real name. He's been raised entirely in foster care because he was born with only a small part of his right leg. He's endured dozens of surgeries. Like many foster kids, his greatest dream is to be adopted. And even though his foster family would sign the paperwork to make him officially their son today, they can't, because bureaucracy is standing in their way. You see, as a ward of the state, Teddy is covered by state medical insurance. As a growing boy with just one leg, he has significant medical needs, and he will continue to have them. And his foster parents have been told by their private insurance carrier that he wouldn't be eligible for a new prosthetic leg for years, and that there are limits to the coverage even then. To be clear, Teddy's current prosthetic is very basic, because that's what his state medical insurance covers. It hurts him to wear it for more than an hour at a time. His doctors are working on that, but in the meantime, he can't run. He can barely walk. He spends most of his time in his wheelchair, cruising around the family home with his 4-year-old foster brother giggling in his lap. Teddy loves science because of all the surgeries he's been through. Doctors and nurses have cared for him and explained how they help ease his pain and increase his mobility. His eyes gleam as he watches videos of robotic prosthetics recently developed by a Silicon Valley startup. The prosthetics are connected to brain stimulators that allow wearers to move their fingers or bend the knees of the prosthetics just by thinking about it. The latest and greatest comes with a high price tag, though. What Teddy doesn't know is that his foster mom reached out to the company and explained Teddy's situation. Would the company give him a major price break on the prosthetics he will need for the next decade as he grows? Would they give this boy a chance to run? More importantly, would they break down the only roadblock to his adoption? With his prosthetics not being an issue anymore, Teddy's foster parents could and would immediately adopt him. The company's CEO responded, telling Teddy's foster mom that he was deeply moved by Teddy's story and that, yes, they would give the family a deep price break on Teddy's prosthetics for the next decade. Instead of the full price of more than $750,000 to meet Teddy's needs over the next decade, the company will do it for $110,000. Teddy's foster mom smiled sadly as she relayed the good news. She stays home with her 2 foster sons, and her husband works in construction. That $110,000 might as well be $1 million. I'd do anything to get that money, she said tearfully. We don't own enough to borrow it. I'm not giving up, though. He's our boy, and he deserves this. I started making and selling candles, and I have $220 so far. The deck has always been stacked against Teddy Jackson. His birth defect was the reason his parents relinquished him to the system. Insurance bean counters behind desks have prevented him from being adopted by the only family he's ever known. You wouldn't know about his adversity if you met him, though. He's a bright, happy boy who makes the best of his situation. His foster parents have been Teddy's heroes his whole life, but right now, he could sure use another one. There was a line at the end of the column with Elle's work email and phone number. I scanned the column again, stunned by the story she'd relayed. If I didn't have a crush on Elle before, I sure as hell did now. The bus turned into the arena parking lot, and I took out my phone, dialed the number to Elle's desk, and entered her extension. "Hello, this is Eleanor," she said. Did she have those glasses on? I closed my eyes, forcing myself to stay on task. "Elle, it's Ford," I said. After a moment of silence, she said, "Ford Barrett?" "Yes." Another pause. "Okay. What's up, Ford?" "I'm calling about your column today, about the boy, Teddy." "Okay," she said, a note of confusion in her voice. "Hey, we're just pulling into the arena for our game tonight, but I wanted to let you know it's covered. My team and I will pay the $110,000. "Are you serious?" "Completely. There's just one condition. I don't want anyone to know it was us. It has to be anonymous." Of course. Yeah, of course." The bus came to a stop, and my teammates started gathering their things. "My accountant will reach out to you within 24 hours about getting them the money," I said.
"God, Ford," she exhaled softly. "Thank you. This is so generous. It's going to mean everything to him."
"It's not a problem," I said, uncomfortable with her praise. "Promise me it'll stay anonymous."
"I promise. You have my word."
"Okay, I have to go. My accountant's name is Liz McCoy. I'll have her reach out."
"I'll be expecting her call."
I wanted to say more. Tell her that she'd moved me to drop more than $100,000 with her writing talent, and I was awed by that. I couldn't, though. Not while I was surrounded by my teammates. "I'll see you around," I said instead.
"Okay."
I'd ask my teammates later to kick in for the donation, and I'd cover everything if they didn't. Elle's column and our phone call had accomplished what I thought was impossible. I'd gotten my mind off of tonight's game. For a few minutes, anyway.
Chapter 8. Elle. Is that the sports section? My boss, Carly Zimmerman, the Chronicle's opinion editor, knew me well. I normally had strong aversions to tomatoes, movies with Ben Affleck, and all things sports. All three were disgusting to me. I'd never forgive Ben for what he did to Jennifer Garner. But this morning, I had checked the sports section to find out if Ford and his team had won their game last night. They had, and I'd actually been relieved? Pleased? I already thought Ford Barrett was dead sexy. But his offer to pay for the prosthetic leg of the boy I'd written about had made it clear there was a lot more to Ford than a pretty face. And a killer body. I wanted to see if the Coyotes won, I said with a shrug. Did I tell you my next-door neighbor at my new apartment complex is their team captain? Carly's jaw dropped as she sat down in front of my desk. Really? What's he like? Does he party at all hours? No, he's actually really quiet. He isn't home very much. My boss arched a brow. I guess there's no chance the two of you will become friends, given the columns you've written about the team. Right, I said, feeling a small stab of regret. I stood by my views about the dangers of hockey, but I also wondered what it would be like to gaze adoringly at Ford and silently green-light his seduction of me. Speaking of your columns about the Coyotes, have you gotten any more threatening emails? No. Carly gave me a long, questioning look. You'd tell me if you had, wouldn't you? Yes, but honestly, I haven't. It's been a while since I wrote my last column about the team. That guy probably thinks he scared me into submission. Several months ago, after the Chronicle published a couple of my columns about the Coyotes and the new arena their owner wanted to build, I'd gotten a few emails from someone who told me he wanted to beat me to death with a hockey stick. Hate mail was part of the territory for an opinion columnist, but the writer of those emails had seemed unhinged. I'd shown them to Carly, who showed them to the Chronicle's managing editor, and the two of them had contacted the police. They hadn't been able to find the sender of the emails, but Carly told me she wanted to know if I got any more. That was part of the downside of being from such a high-profile family. We never discussed it, but when I was a kid, my grandma was kidnapped and held for ransom. My grandpa had paid for her return, and the police had traced the bank account of the kidnappers and arrested them. My apartment lease was in the name of my grandparents' company. They were the ones who had insisted I move somewhere with security. I tried to keep a low profile, but since my name and picture appeared in the local newspaper with my columns twice a week, it was lowish at best. I need you to cover for me at an event next week, Carly said. Sure, is it a luncheon? I made appearances on behalf of the Chronicle when the editors needed a stand-in. They usually involved a mediocre meal and about 100 handshakes. Actually, this is a fun one. It's the Hampton Ball, the Hampton family's annual fundraiser for brain cancer research. They host it at their mansion, which has an actual ballroom. Wow, okay. My daughter has known for a month that she has an orchestra concert that night, but she just told me yesterday, Carly said with an eye roll. You'd think a senior in high school would be somewhat organized, but you'd be wrong. I laughed. My priorities at that age were boys and makeup, so I wouldn't worry. I assume I'll need formal attire for this ball? Of course, and also a mask. It's a masquerade ball. Really? I don't suppose a Michael Myers mask would work. Carly grinned. Probably not. Her expression turned serious. And I'll warn you, the Hamptons' son, Daryl, is an ogler when he's sober, and he gets handsy when he's had a few drinks. Lovely. She stood. I'll email you the invite, so you'll have all the details. Thanks, Elle. After walking over to the door, she turned and looked back at me. Nice column yesterday. Thanks. I got a call from someone who wants to cover the cost of the prosthetic. My boss nodded, looking impressed. I'm thrilled to hear it. She left my office, and I sat back in my chair, replaying my conversation with Ford yesterday. He hadn't seemed like his usual calm and collected self. I could feel the tension in his voice. He was worried about the game. And I'd found myself caring about his stress, About him? If he wasn't the Coyotes captain and I wasn't a Chronicle columnist, I'd be interested in him. More than interested. He seemed to be everything I valued in a man. Strong, caring, generous, and smart. He was also very easy on the eyes. Glancing down at the front page of the sports section on my desk, I looked at the photo of Ford celebrating with his team after scoring a goal at the game last night. It wasn't the first time I'd stared at it a little too long today. Fortunately, no one had to know it also wouldn't be the last. That evening, I just changed into boxers and a t-shirt when my doorbell rang. My heart skipped a beat as I wondered if it was Ford. I looked down at my outfit. My "The Book Was Better" t-shirt was dark gray and baggy, but I didn't have a bra on. I grabbed a zip-up hoodie from the coat tree next to my door, put it on, and zipped it up. Did I have food in my teeth? I'd scarfed down a leftover taco in my fridge as soon as I walked into the apartment because I was so hungry. I picked up my phone and turned on my phone's selfie mode, checking my teeth. I was good, but I probably had onion breath. No time to brush my teeth, though. I'd just have to keep my distance. I put away my phone, unlocked the door, and opened it, surprised when it wasn't Ford standing there, but my brother. His dark blonde hair was longer, curling over his ears and hanging almost to his eyes. He wore a backpack and carried a duffel bag. "Luke," I said, confused. "What are you doing here?"
"You said I could stay with you."
I stepped aside so he could come in. "Of course, but I didn't know you were coming." He shrugged.
"I got here this afternoon. Figured you were at work, so I've been walking on the trail around the lake. This place is nice, Elle."
Guilt stabbed my chest. Luke had to know our grandparents were paying for this place, but they'd refused to give him anything until he went to rehab and got a job. "Well, my place is your place," I said. "You can stay as long as you want." He smiled, and I saw a sliver of the little boy he'd once been.
"Thanks. I was crashing on my buddy's couch, but his girlfriend and her kid moved in, and it got crowded."
I wanted to believe him, but his shifty eyes and unshaven face told a different story. My brother was running from someone. I'd been through this with him too many times. I knew what it looked like. "I was about to order some Chinese food for dinner. What can I get for you?" I asked.
"Oh, man, that sounds great."
Luke's expression brightened.
"I'll take some chicken fried rice and egg rolls."
He reached for his wallet and I waved him off. "Stop, I'm door dashing it and my payment info is in the app."
"Thanks."
He paused for a moment.
"Hey, I don't want to be a dead weight here. I'm planning to look for a job, and I'll help with cooking and cleaning."
Luke and I had always been close, but we'd grown apart in the past couple of years. I wanted to tell him I didn't care about all that. I just wanted him to be okay. "I have a weekly housekeeping service, so just take care of your own dishes and laundry and we'll be good," I said.
"How have you been, sis?" he asked.
I hesitated, then decided to be honest. "Since our conversation last week, I've been worried about you." He pursed his lips and shook his head.
"I'm okay."
"People who are okay don't need to pay off people who are threatening to hurt them," I said softly.
"I wasn't okay then, but I am now. I've been clean for more than 7 months now. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but for me, it's a big deal. I was just wrapping up some loose ends last week."
My heart pounded hopefully. I wanted so badly to believe him.
"I swear to you, Elle," he said, seeming to sense my doubt. "I haven't done drugs, had a drink, or even a cigarette in more than 7 months."
"That's amazing. I'm so proud of you."
He shrugged. "I was out of control. It was either change or end up dead."
His admission was sobering because everyone around him knew that, but none of us knew he realized the stakes of his situation. "I have to ask, though," I said. "If the money wasn't for drugs, then what was it for?" His expression fell with shame.
"Gambling debt.
I needed money to live, and for a while, betting was paying my bills. But then a couple things went bad, and the hope I'd been feeling started to fade. Luke. Don't pity me, he said firmly. You know I've never wanted anyone's pity. I hated to have to ask you for that money, but now that it's settled, I'm done with gambling. I came here because I knew you'd help me get on my feet. Of course. It was a relief to have him here, to see that he was okay and to know I could help him make good choices and get the help he needed. How are things medically? I asked, trying to be delicate. The headaches are still an issue. He didn't elaborate, and I forced myself not to ask about everything else. Since he was staying here, I'd find out soon enough if aggression, confusion, and depression were still plaguing him. He'd just gotten here, though, and I hadn't seen him in a long time. I hugged him, determined to set aside my worries and enjoy my first evening with him in a long time. I ordered our food and took him to my guest room. He took a shower and changed into clean clothes, and then came to sit in the living room with me. I need to ask you for something, he said. I froze, fearful that he was in more trouble with gambling debts than I'd already bailed him out of. He looked sheepish, and I steeled myself, vowing not to freak out if it was a lot of money. Just say it, I encouraged. He met my gaze. I need you to not keep alcohol in the house. I know that's a big ask, but done. I got up from the couch and went to the kitchen, fighting tears as I uncorked the only bottle of wine I had on hand and poured it down the kitchen sink drain. I'd never seen this side of my brother. He didn't admit weakness. So just the fact that he could admit being around alcohol was a temptation was a big deal. There won't be any alcohol here, I promised him. Thanks. I walked over to the couch and sat down next to him. You're not alone, Luke. I'm here now, and we're going to get you where you need to be. He met my eyes and nodded. You're the only one who's never given up on me. And I never will. I took his hand. You're stuck with me. After our food arrived and we ate, he went to bed. I went out on my patio, closing my eyes and breathing in the cool night air. I'd hoped Ford would be out here, but his apartment was dark and he didn't seem to be home. I was disappointed, but it had been a long day, and instead of allowing my anxiety to get the better of me and stew over why I was so disappointed, I gave myself grace and let it go. My worries would still be there tomorrow. And hopefully, I thought as I walked back inside, my hot neighbor would be too.
Chapter 9. Ford. The middle-aged woman standing in our locker room seemed torn between curious and scandalized as naked players walked out of the showers after practice. We were all used to a bunch of dudes walking around in the buff, but she clearly wasn't. There was a badge on a lanyard around her neck that identified her as an employee of the team. "Ford Barrett?" she said to Colby, her face reddening as he dropped his towel. Colby gestured at me with his thumb. "Tall guy over there. Probably looks pissed off." She scrambled over to me, a sheen of sweat visible on her forehead. "Mr. Barrett?" "That's me," I said, as I grabbed a clean t-shirt. Her shoulders dropped with relief. "I'm Nancy Crawford, Miss Pavlova's new assistant. She asked that I bring this to you immediately." It was an envelope, and my curiosity was piqued. I took it and peeked inside, finding a ticket and another piece of paper. "What's this for?" I asked, confused. "There's a charity ball next week that Miss Pavlova wants you to attend. She'll be attending, too. Several city, county, and state officials will be there." "Ah," I said, realization dawning. "She wants me to help grease the skids over the new arena." Nancy nodded, more in her element now that she wasn't focused on all the naked men in the room. "I think so. I have printouts in my office of all the officials with their bios and photos that I made for Miss Pavlova. Would you like me to make a binder for you, too?" "Sure, that sounds great." "Miss Pavlova told me to relay that this event isn't optional. I nodded, because this was part of my job as team captain. "Tell her I'll be there," I said. Nancy looked at me over the rim of her glasses.
"She said you need to go to the men's tailor this afternoon. I included a business card in the envelope. That's for the tuxedo, and I'm going to find some masks for you to pick from."
"Masks? Are we robbing the ball?" She smiled, looking at ease for the first time since walking into the locker room.
"Costume masks, Mr. Barrett. It's a masquerade ball."
I grunted, less than thrilled with the thought of wearing a glittery mask with feathers poking out of it for an entire evening. "Perks of being team captain, right?" I quipped.
"Yes, Mr. Barrett."
She turned to go, and I put on my socks and shoes, glancing at my watch when I was done. I'd been planning to go to a local Jeep dealership and see about buying a Wrangler. I'd always wanted one, and now I lived in the perfect state for one. I was keeping my Range Rover, though. The Jeep would just be a fun second vehicle. That would have to wait, though, since I had to go see Mila's tailor. Fuck masquerade balls. I wasn't a tuxedo and tiny appetizers on a stick kind of guy. Hopefully Nancy would find me a mask that would hide my scowl. I'd been at home on my patio for nearly an hour that evening when Elle's back door opened and she slipped out, her eyes immediately locking with mine. She wore black leggings, a gray NYU t-shirt, and tennis shoes, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. I made no effort to hide the fact that I was checking her out. Instead of a wine glass, she had a water bottle in hand. I held my own reusable bottle up and grinned.
"Look at us being responsible water drinkers,"
she said as she walked over. The closer she got, the more I wanted to get up and pull her into my arms. When she was near, it was hard to remember that we were on opposing sides of the arena issue. It was actually hard to think about anything except for how sexy she was.
"Thanks again for what you did for Teddy," she said. "Your accountant has already been in touch with the family about getting them the money."
"I'm glad I could help." Our eyes locked, and I fought the urge to invite her inside my home. There was too much distance between us. I'd been sitting out here waiting for her too long to scare her off immediately, though. I steered the conversation in a safer direction. "Hey, did you hear that every city that's built a pro hockey arena has seen greater economic impact than what they invested in it?" I asked. She arched a brow and sat down at my patio table, a smile playing on her lips.
"Is that so?"
I nodded. "Facts. I can get you a copy of the study if you want."
"You can? Wow. Can you also tell me who paid for the study?"
I shrugged. "I'd have to ask." She gave me a pointed look.
"Words like economic impact and invested are spin. Tax money isn't invested, it's spent."
I grinned. "Do we get along better when we both have alcohol in hand?"
"We might."
"Did you just come from the gym?" She looked at her shirt and sniffed her pits, looking self-conscious.
"Why, do I smell?"
"Not at all, but you look all sporty."
"Yeah, I came from the gym. I've lived here for a couple of weeks now and figured I should check it out."
I felt a flare of jealousy as I imagined her in our apartment complex's gym, men staring at her as she ran on the treadmill, her tits bouncing up and down with each stride. "Was it busy?" I asked.
"A little," she grinned. "Confession, I only stayed for half an hour. My brother is staying with me and I just wanted to show him around. He's still working out."
She'd only mentioned one brother, so this had to be the same one she'd been crying about the other night. If he was able to make her cry from Chicago, I didn't have a good feeling about him staying at her place. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Is that what you want, for him to stay with you?" I would have viced that mofo in a matter of seconds if he'd edged his way into living with her. Opposing sides or not, I wouldn't see a woman being mistreated and not intervene.
"Oh, I'm good," she assured me. "Yes, this is definitely what I want," I offered.
"Okay." But if anything ever comes up and you need help with it, let me know." She nodded and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear.
"I actually wanted to ask if we could trade numbers."
"So, you want my number?" A small thrill shot through me. I knew she was attracted to me too, but she wasn't wasting any time about it.
"If it's okay,"
she said, looking a little alarmed. I gave her my most reassuring smile. "We both want the same thing, Elle. Why pussyfoot around it?" Her brow furrowed.
"What is it that you think we both want?"
"You in my bed. Or me in yours. But I have a nice big king with 1,000 thread count sheets." Her laugh interrupted what I was about to say next. It was a completely uninhibited belly laugh. She was laughing so hard she couldn't even keep her hand raised up to keep me from talking.
No, no, no. No, I wanted us to trade numbers so you could let me know if there are issues with Luke when you're around and I'm not."
I tried to hide my irritation. "Luke? That's your brother's name?" She nods. "Yeah, of course I'll keep an eye out, but I know when a woman wants me. And you definitely want me." She scoffed.
"Must be your humility."
"Not a denial," I pointed out. Irritation clouded her expression.
"I strongly deny any hopes of sleeping with you, Ford. I couldn't be with someone who puts his body through the abuse hockey players do."
Why was she so damn sanctimonious about hockey? Given her background, she'd probably only dated guys who played golf. I wasn't a country club sweater tied over my shoulders guy, but I knew how to please a woman in bed. "It wasn't a marriage proposal," I said. "We're single, consenting adults. And I know you're not the type to have sex for pleasure, but you should research the health benefits. Make yourself a little checklist to keep on the nightstand." She laughed.
"I've had plenty of sex for pleasure. I just won't be having it with you. Can we exchange numbers now?"
I got up and offered her my phone. "Put your number in and I'll put mine in yours." She gave me a hesitant look.
"I can put your number in mine."
I grinned. So controlling. "Just give me the phone, doll. I promise it'll feel good." She flushed, trying to cover it with a roll of her eyes.
"You did not just call me doll."
"I did, and you liked it. I can see it all over your face. Just think about how great it would feel when I called you a good girl in bed. You just leave that controlling nature at the door and let me take over." She scoffed, but now her neck was flushed too. I'd finally figured her out. She liked a gentleman outside of the bedroom, but when it was time to get freaky, it turned her on to surrender. Clearing her throat, she passed me her phone.
"Just your number, please."
I gave her a playful look as I typed into her phone. "I'm not an I told you so kind of guy," I said. "If you want to text me your fantasies about wearing sexy lingerie all day at work that you'll get to show me that night, I'll just enjoy the fuck out of it." She stood and passed my phone back after entering her number.
"You need to go spend some quality time with your hand, Ford."
I grinned. "Excellent idea. Want to know what I'll be thinking about?" She hesitated before saying,
"No."
My smile widened. "You paused."
"I did not pause,"
she said, rolling her eyes. "Hell yeah," I said, pumping my fist in the air. That was like a full 2 seconds of thinking about whether you should say yes or no. We both know you wanted to say yes.
"Stop being obnoxious."
"Yes, Ford. Yes. Try it out. It'll feel really good." She furrowed her brow, frustrated.
"You're supposed to be the serious member of your team. Never a prankster. Always a diplomat."
Why did that sound so familiar? I considered for a second and then broke into a victorious grin. "You read the profile of me the Chronicles sports guy wrote. I'm flattered. Since you're obviously intrigued by me, What else do you want to know? She exhaled dramatically.
I'm going inside now. Please text me if anything comes up with my brother and keep all other quips and horny thoughts to yourself.
I'll try, but if you hear groaning through your bedroom wall...
Oh my God. Stop.
I grinned. Night, Eleanor.
Good night, Ford.
Chapter 10. Elle. The Hamptons' home sat on top of a hill, and it looked more like a castle than a conventional house. The sprawling structure was made of stone, hundreds of lights illuminating the impeccable landscaping. I took my ticket from a valet and followed the line of people crossing a wood bridge over a creek, and then taking a wide stone walkway that led to the front doors. Fall flowers and ornamental grasses filled decorative urns, and lights twinkled from above. A formally dressed string quartet played soft music nearby. Everyone else wore masks, so I pulled my silver Mardi Gras mask from my bag and put it on, tying the 2 strips of ribbon beneath my simple updo. I wore a sleeveless sapphire gown I'd owned for years. This dress had come through for me many times. It was elegant, well-cut, and easy to pair with different shawls and shoes. Tonight, I wore a pair of silver open-toe Jimmy Choo sandals with a 4-inch heel that my grandma had given me for Christmas last year, and a lightweight black shawl that she'd handed down to me after decades of wearing it to social events. She'd left a simple silver brooch attached to it, which I loved more than any piece of expensive jewelry she owned, because I remembered seeing it on her when I was a kid. As soon as I walked through the massive entrance to their home, Steve and Marla Hampton greeted me warmly. "I'm Eleanor Lawrence from the Chronicle," I said. "Thank you for the invite. Your home is lovely."
"I love your columns," Steve said. "I'm with you on the formation of that special taxing district downtown."
Marla's gaze went straight to my bare ring finger.
"Are you single? You should meet our son, Daryl." "Let the poor thing get in the door before you start trying to play matchmaker," Steve said gently.
"It's okay," I said, laughing.
"He's 34, Marla said. "I don't miss a chance to introduce him to smart, beautiful, and single women."
"You're very kind," I said, hoping to avoid meeting the man Carly had warned me about.
"You can drop your coat right over there if you need to," Steve said, pointing to a room on the left.
I took my shawl off and checked it with the attendant at the coat room before making my way to the ballroom, grabbing a glass of champagne from a tray as soon as I walked in. The masks were fun, but if I knew anyone at this party, I wouldn't recognize them. It would probably be a couple of hours of awkward socializing before I ducked out to go home and watch a movie with Luke. My dress was open in the back, all the way down to my waist, and when I felt fingertips lightly brushing over my bare skin, my spine stiffened.
"I'd recognize that mangled toe anywhere,"
a deep voice said from next to me. I inhaled sharply, recognizing the voice as Ford's. When I glanced over and up at him, my heart raced with excitement. I hadn't even considered I'd run into my hot, overly confident neighbor at this event. Damn, did he look incredible in his tuxedo. It fit him perfectly, emphasizing his trim waist and broad shoulders. His mask was basic black, and he wore a Colorado Coyotes pin on the lapel of his jacket. My jackass neighbor dropped a couch on my toe, I said lightly. Bastard. A smile played on my lips. What are you doing here?
Representing my team. Mila's here somewhere. What about you?
Representing the Chronicle. He glanced over at me.
You look incredible.
Thanks. It's the dress. I call it Old Faithful. He scoffed softly.
It's not just the dress. And your toe has to hurt in those shoes.
Yeah. I didn't think Crocs would work with the dress, though.
Crocs would have been badass.
I burst out laughing just as a server approached with a tray of appetizers.
You've come to the right place, sir,
Ford said warmly.
I'm just gonna load up on a few of these.
He stacked 4 toothpicked squares of meat and cheese in his palm, and I grabbed one for myself. Hungry?
I asked wryly, starving. He paused before eating the first of his snacks. Do you come to these things often? I shrugged. I wouldn't say often. Occasionally I get asked if none of the higher-ups can make it. A small orchestra started playing music, and a few couples made their way out onto the dance floor. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, restless. I wanted to throw myself into Ford's arms and run away from him in equal measure. It was one thing to lust after him from the privacy of his patio, but we were under scrutiny here. I'd spent my life being careful, knowing someone was always watching. Most people thought that being born into a privileged family just meant you had more money and opportunity. But for me, it also meant representing my family with every move I made. Ford quickly finished his snacks and then held a hand out to me in a silent invitation to dance. My pulse pounded as I looked from his hand to his eyes. "We can't," I murmured. I was surprised he'd even asked. What would Mila Pavlova, the team owner of the Coyotes, say if she saw him dancing with me? I cringed inwardly as I realized what that would look like to her. She'd probably slap him on the back and tell him to keep up the good work of charming me. That was exactly what was happening here, and I'd been a fool to assume otherwise. Ford wanted to get into my good graces so he could try to sway me over to his side. Fuck me into not writing more columns about my opposition to the new arena. It wouldn't work, of course, but he didn't know that. "I don't care what anyone says," he said smoothly. "Besides, we've got masks on." I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing server, suddenly eager to get away from him. "I have to go mingle," I said. "That's why I'm here. It was good to see you, Ford." Even with the mask, I could see the confusion in his eyes as I walked away. He'd assumed he could sweep me off my feet and have me in his bed before the night was over. It all made sense now. Mila had probably brought him on purpose, knowing I'd be here. Just like it was his job as captain to lead his team away from their losing streak, it was also his job to handle the PR roadblock of a columnist who said a brand new arena would be a bad investment. If I hadn't chosen the Pines and specifically requested a 3-bedroom townhouse with a view, I'd be questioning whether he'd orchestrated us living next door to each other. I tipped back the champagne, kicking myself for being so naive. Elle! Marla Hampton was walking my way, the tall white feathers on her mask swaying gently with each step she took. "I have some people for you to meet," she said, taking my hand. I braced myself, knowing one of them was probably her son. At least it was a distraction from Ford, though. It was all I could do not to look back at him. Marla overestimated the amount of clout I had at the newspaper, introducing me to a business owner.
Your well-being matters. That's why we include soft moments like this to help you feel centered and calm. Thank you for joining us today.
Named Jack Lehman who wanted to complain about our news coverage. I had nothing to do with that department, but I listened and nodded anyway. "We need more good news," a woman standing in the circle of partygoers said. "The newspaper is just doom and gloom every day." "Hey, if it bleeds, it leads, right, Elle?" Jack said. "That's the problem with the Chronicle. It's all sensationalized." "I can assure you our news coverage is real," I said, bristling at his use of the word. Sensationalized. You can't sell papers with good news, though, Jack said. This was part of the job, not kneecapping blowhards who thought they knew more about journalism than the people who had spent decades learning it and doing it. I smiled politely and sipped my champagne, relieved when a server passed by and I was able to order a gin and tonic. By the time I finished my second gin and tonic and looked around for someone I could order another one from, I was lightheaded and significantly less annoyed by Jack Lehman. Between several glasses of champagne and a couple gin and tonics, I was well on my way to getting drunk for the first time in a while. It was easy to justify since the money was going to charity. And I also wasn't fixated on Ford anymore, though I had noticed him dancing with a woman in a red dress and felt a stab of jealousy. He had ulterior motives, but it still felt good to be the object of his attention. "I finally found him," Marla said, racing up to me with a man in tow. "Elle, this is my son, Daryl. He's an executive VP at Hampton Enterprises, and he's single. Daryl, this is Eleanor Lawrence. She's a columnist for the Denver Chronicle, and her grandparents are some of the most generous philanthropists I know of." She looked between the two of us and said, "I'll leave the two of you to get to know each other," before giving her son a not-so-subtle shove in my direction. I shook the ice cubes in my glass at a passing server. "Excuse me, could I get another G&T, please?" "You hate these things as much as I do?" Daryl asked. He was tall and lean, his light brown hair combed to the side. I couldn't see much of his face behind his black and gold mask, but I didn't need to. Carly had warned me about him, and I trusted her. "I don't mind them," I said, not wanting to agree with him about anything. "Can you tell my mom's desperate for me to settle down?" He scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on the back of a woman wearing a tight, short dress. Yeah, I got that impression. The woman he was ogling turned around, and apparently the view of her front didn't impress Daryl because he shifted his focus back to me. "You mind lifting the mask so I can get a look at your face?" he asked. He was disgusting in every way. Clearly, he was sizing me up to see if he found me fuckable, and I wanted to tell him I'd let my vagina shrivel up and die before I allowed him anywhere near it. I looked around the room, trying to form a response, and saw Ford walking toward us, his mask in hand and a scowl on his face. God, he was hot in that tuxedo. A tingle spread from my chest downward as I imagined him stalking over here because he was jealous. As a strong feminist, I wasn't into possessive, demanding men. In theory, at least, I could admit to myself that if Ford threw me over his shoulder and took me to bed right now, I'd enjoy the hell out of it. "We should dance," I said to Daryl. "You mean the horizontal cha-cha?" he asked hopefully, looking over my shoulder. My fresh drink had finally arrived. I frantically tipped the server, took a generous sip, and set it down on a table. Ford was closing in on us, and if he tried to get me to leave with him, I would. My head told me not to fall into his arms and become his plaything, but my heart, and a certain other body part, well, that was a different story. "Elle," Ford called out, a stern note in his voice, just as I grabbed Daryl's arm and led him onto the dance floor. I looked back as Daryl pulled me close for a slow dance, and Ford was standing in the spot I'd just vacated, fuming. "That's Ford Barrett," Daryl said. "That guy's a beast." Daryl slid his hand down to cup my ass, and Ford narrowed his eyes. My heart raced as I wondered if he would follow us out here on the dance floor. "Hey, hand on my hip," I said sharply. With a disgusted groan, Daryl removed his hand from my ass. I looked over to see if Ford was still staring at us, but he was gone. A few seconds later, though, I saw him leading the woman in the short, tight dress onto the floor. Subtle. He was trying to make me jealous. It was working.
Chapter 11. Ford. Two could play at this game, but one of us could play it better. I hadn't known I was capable of such deep jealousy until I'd seen Daryl Hampton ogling Elle. He was a known womanizer, an asshole, who wouldn't get away with half the shit he did if his parents weren't wealthy. Whether she liked it or not, I'd intended to get her away from him. Then she'd seen me coming and whisked Daryl onto the dance floor, and my concerned jealousy had become pissed-off jealousy. So, I'd found the nearest woman and asked her to dance, and now Stormy was talking my ear off.
"How can you even see the puck?" she asked. "It moves so fast."
We manage.
"Do you ever play air hockey? I love air hockey. I have to be careful with my nails, though."
Her nails looked more like claws. They were easily 3 inches long. She was running the end of one of them over my scalp just above my neck, which I was ignoring. I stole a look at Elle and caught her staring at me. Just what I was hoping for. I arched my brows, the corner of my mouth turning up in a smile, and she reacted with a disgusted look. Daryl's face was about 6 inches from hers, and it was killing me inside. I wanted to stomp over there and pull him off of her. I didn't know Elle well yet, but what I did know of her, I liked. A lot. She was too good for Daryl Hampton to even look at, let alone touch. "Air hockey's cool," I murmured, trying to keep the conversation with Stormy going.
"Do you like anal?"
My head swiveled around, my eyes locking with hers in an instant. Did she just ask me what I thought she asked me? Do I like anal? She smiled and moved closer.
"Giving, not receiving. My husband is 73. We have a very open relationship, and he loves watching other men fuck me in the ass."
Jesus. My attempt to make Elle jealous by dancing with another woman was turning into a shit show. "I don't like anal," I said. "I'm actually saving myself for marriage." Both lies, but they'd save me from Stormy and her pervy old husband. "How old are you?" I asked her.
24.
Wow. Her marriage to a 73-year-old man had to be about money. I felt a little bit sorry for her. But then I saw Daryl sliding his hand back down to Elle's ass, and I forgot anyone else existed. She shoved him slightly, just enough to push his hands off of her, then turned and walked away, her back to me. Daryl scoffed and took a flask out of his jacket pocket, taking a sip from it as he headed in the opposite direction. "Excuse me," I said to Stormy. I knew I should go after Elle, but I had to have a word with Daryl first. I wouldn't let him get away with treating her that way. "Hey," I said, as I approached him from behind. He turned. "Hey," he said with a grin. "Ford Barrett, right? Who said you could put your hands all over her?" I demanded. His smile slid away. "What? Elle, you were grabbing her ass." He scoffed. "It was just a dance, man. What can I say? Hands wander." My jaw was set in a hard line, my fists clenched at my sides, desperately wanting to level him. "Your hands better never be within 10 feet of her again," I said in a warning tone. He put his hands up in mock surrender. "Hey, she didn't tell me her ass was spoken for, man. How was I supposed to know?" I narrowed my eyes, trying to decide how pissed off Mila would be if I got kicked out of this event for fighting. "Why don't we step outside?" I asked Daryl. His eyes widened slightly. "Step outside? Should I bring my dueling pistols? Just your fists?" People were stopping to watch us now. I knew I should walk away, but I couldn't.
"Hey, what's going on?"
Mila asked, her gaze on me as she approached. "Just having a talk with Daryl." Daryl seized the opportunity to walk away, but I followed him. I wasn't letting go of this. "Ford?" Mila called from behind me. "Get the fuck away from me!" Daryl yelled out to me, panic in his tone. Mila caught up to me and put a hand on my arm.
"Hey, don't. He's the Hampton's son."
"I don't care whose son he is. He shouldn't be grabbing the asses of women he doesn't even know." Mila sent a disgusted glare in Daryl's direction. I was about to go after him when Elle approached.
"What are you doing?"
she asked. Setting Daryl straight on a few things. She slid her mask up and off, her expression softening.
You don't have to do that, Ford.
I want to do it.
Just great, Mila muttered. Eleanor Lawrence. This whole thing will be in the paper now.
I gritted my teeth, biting back the urge to lash out at Mila for saying Elle's name with such contempt and making her sound like a trashy gossip columnist.
It won't,
Elle said softly, her gaze remaining on me.
Can we go somewhere and talk?
Mila looked between the two of us and then shook her head and spoke in a low tone.
Ford, if you're banging Eleanor Lawrence, we're going to have a problem.
I was about to say something that might get me fired when Elle beat me to it.
Hey, Mila, she said sharply. No one's banging anyone here, and I'd appreciate you showing me some respect. I've never done otherwise to you.
Mila scoffed, a crowd gathering.
Are you serious? You've made the new arena an uphill battle at every possible opportunity. I've never made it personal. There's nothing more personal to me than my team, Mila said.
Now that Daryl was out of sight, my good judgment finally took over. Let's not do this here, I said to Mila. I approached Elle and said, Let's go. We left the dance floor behind, walking back toward the entrance of the Hamptons' home.
She's always a delight,
Elle said under her breath. I couldn't deny that Mila was a battle axe, which made her a great team owner. She didn't back down, and I'd always admired that about her. Elle didn't deserve to be disrespected, though, and Mila had no business asking me if I was banging someone when we were surrounded by people at a charity fundraiser. I'll be having a talk with her, I said.
Where are we going?
Somewhere quiet.
I checked my shawl and bag. Should I get them?
Yeah. She led the way to the coat room, tipping the attendant when he passed her shawl and bag to her. Do you feel like walking? I asked her.
That sounds nice. It's hot in here.
We went outside, the fall air chillier than I'd expected. Elle put her shawl on, but it was too thin to really keep her warm. Ticket, sir? The valet asked me. It wasn't just cold. Elle also had on those ridiculous, but sexy, shoes with sky-high heels. I looked at her. Why don't I drive you home? We can come back for your car tomorrow. She held my gaze for a second.
Are you sure?
Something told me she wasn't asking if I was sure about coming back for her car, but about something else. Something more. Positive, I said. She nodded.
Okay.
We stood in silence until my Range Rover arrived. I passed the valet at 20 and thanked him, then got into my car, where Elle was leaning back against her seat.
What just happened?
She asked, lightly, as I drove away. If you'd just danced with me when I asked, all of that could have been avoided. She shot me a glare.
Are you serious?
I grinned. Kind of. What possessed you to dance with Daryl fucking Hampton?
The same thing that possessed you to dance with that woman whose dress was so tight she could barely walk.
Satisfaction and arousal pumped through my veins as I looked over at her. Jealousy. In my case, it was definitely jealousy.
Are we teenagers? Do you really think that was your best option?
I put my hand on her knee. I'd ask you the same thing. Why don't you just admit you like me?
I never said I didn't like you. I said I'm not sleeping with you.
Even though you want to. She laughed lightly, her cheeks pink.
You're more attractive than the average Joe. I'll give you that.
I forced myself to rein in my thoughts of undressing her and focus on the road. What was with you tonight? I asked. Why did you shut me down when I asked you to dance? Are you embarrassed to be seen with me?
No, it wasn't that.
She looked out the passenger window. Then what? She shrugged.
I thought I knew something, but I was wrong.
Sorry, I missed that last part. You were what? She glared at me.
You heard me just fine. I was wrong.
What were you wrong about? She sighed heavily.
I figured Mila assigned you to seduce me so I'd become a Coyotes fan.
The idea was so far-fetched that I burst out laughing. I'm guessing it takes more than great dick to change your mind about things. And I can't believe I have to say this, but I've never slept with a woman for any reason other than both of us wanting it, and that'll never change.
So you like women who act like a hot mess? Women with mangled toes who cry into their wine on their patios at night?
I glanced at her. There's one in particular I've got a thing for, yeah.
It would complicate things,
she said softly, sliding her hand into mine without looking at me. She was right. Getting involved with her could blow up in my face, especially if the new arena project didn't get approved, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Elle was a lot more than a gorgeous face and an amazing body. She was smart, loyal, and strong. I liked that she said what she really thought instead of just telling me what I wanted to hear.
It's been a really long time since I've held hands with someone, she said.
Damn. Her vulnerability was her sexiest quality. I wanted to do a hell of a lot more than hold her hand, but if holding hands meant something to her, I was down for that too. Why is that?
She shrugged. I guess because no one has wanted to hold my hand.
No, that's not it. You could get a date any time you wanted to.
I don't date just to date, she said. My last breakup was messy, and I'm in no hurry to do it again.
I pulled up to a red light and looked over at her, needing to know more about this woman who made me feel jealous, protective, and crazy all at once. What do you mean by messy?
He didn't want to let go.
Does he still bother you? She shook her head.
No, it was a while ago, and he finally left me alone.
I ran the pad of my thumb over her knuckles. Are you hungry?
Yeah, I am. Should we get something to eat?
I tried to remember some of the restaurants I knew of in this area. There were several fast food joints and a solid sushi place.
Fast Tacos, Elle said. They have a brisket and queso burrito that will change your life. It's drive-through only, though.
I can handle that. Just tell me where to go. Fast Tacos was only a couple of miles away, and within 15 minutes, we each had a brisket burrito in hand, and there was an order of seasoned tots we were sharing, sitting in one of the cup holders. This is the shit, I said through a mouthful of food.
Right? It's perfect for soaking up alcohol.
We ate in silence for a minute, and then she burst out laughing. What? I asked.
I can't believe I'm eating burritos and tots with the captain of the Colorado Coyotes, in formal wear, no less.
It's actually not the strangest part of the night for me. She gave me a puzzled look.
Then what was?
Being propositioned for anal sex by Stormy. Her laugh was warm and rich, and it made me smile.
You're making that up.
Nope, she said her 73-year-old husband likes to watch.
Am I keeping you from that?
She asked in a teasing tone.
Because I could get an Uber.
I'm good. I shook my head as I remembered the interaction from earlier. I told her I'm a virgin and saving myself for marriage. I stole a glance at her as she laughed, cringed, and took another bite of her burrito. Her shoulders were relaxed, and she was totally at ease. We were approaching the entrance to the Pines, but I wanted to drive past it and continue our evening. How's it going with Luke? I asked.
So far, it's been good. He's exercising a lot, hanging up pictures for me and binge-watching shows.
Good. I turned at the entrance and drove to the underground parking garage, slowing down enough so the automatic scanner could read the sticker on my windshield. The gate went up, and I drove inside, parking in my spot. We'd finished our food, and the evening was over. But at least I could see her again tomorrow, when I took her to get her car. I have a workout in the morning, but I can still take you to get your car, I said.
I'll just have Luke take an Uber to get it.
He wanted to run some errands, so it'll work out. I hid my disappointment as she got out of the car. I stepped out too, and we began our walk to the elevator. I took her hand in mine, and she turned to look at me, warring emotions flickering in her eyes. Much as I wanted to take her up to my bed, I couldn't, not when she'd had so much to drink, not when she wasn't sure. Instead, I stepped closer to her, cupping her cheek and looking down into her eyes. "You're incredible," I murmured against her lips. "Don't ever let anyone tell you that you're anything less than the most spectacular woman who ever walked this earth." She exhaled softly, put a palm on my side, and slid it around to my back. I lowered my lips to hers, something inside me igniting the moment I kissed her. She was soft and sweet, melting against me as I pulled her closer. I deepened the kiss, needing to explore every inch of her. When she moved her hands and slid them inside my jacket and around to my back, gripping me, it was all I could do not to tear her dress off. I didn't just want more. I needed it. I groaned, grabbing a handful of the skirt of her dress and hiking it up. She sank her nails into my back, moaning into my mouth. At the sound of the ding that preceded the opening of the elevators, she jumped back, her skirt falling into place. She put her fingertips over her lips, her chest rising and falling hard as two couples stepped off of the elevator. Our eyes locked as a male voice said, "Hey, how's it going?" "Good, thanks," I answered automatically. They got into a vehicle, and Elle bent to pick up the purse she'd apparently dropped. She practically ran to the elevator, frantically pushing the call button. "Hey, what's wrong?" I asked. "Was that not okay?" She met my gaze as the elevator doors opened. "It was more than okay, and I can't..." She put a hand up as I started to step onto the elevator. "Can I please ride up alone? I don't trust myself right now." "Of course." I stepped out of the elevator, confused. "Sorry," she said, as she went inside the elevator and pressed a button. She had nothing to be sorry for, but instead of telling her that, I just nodded. Clearly, she didn't want to talk right now. I waited a couple of minutes to make sure she had time to get into her apartment before I took the elevator up, taking my tie off and slinging it over my shoulder. What the fuck had just happened? I'd assumed we'd make out the entire way up to her apartment door before reluctantly parting, but instead she'd run away. We both knew the only place she really wanted to run was straight to my bed, and I knew we'd eventually get there. I also knew the wait was going to drive me insane.
Chapter 12. Elle. I could see why people found Mila Pavlova intimidating. Not only was she young and stunningly beautiful, but her father was also a Russian billionaire with a reputation for getting what he wanted by whatever means necessary. And she'd perfected the art of the glare. I was sitting along a wall in a conference room at the Chronicle while she presented to our editorial board, and she'd directed her icy gaze at me several times. "These economic impact numbers are, quite frankly, exciting," she said brightly. "Commercial construction has been down since the pandemic, and we'll be investing at least $400 million in the project." Who was we? This was a presentation for her to try to sway the editorial board with a polished presentation prepared by a PR firm, and the board would be able to ask questions later. I was just here to observe, but I really hoped someone would ask her who was backing this project, because I was pretty sure her father was putting up a lot, if not all, of the money. Mila had money of her own from her father, and a lot of it. But why would she spend her own when her father pretty much had bottomless pockets and loved owning high-end real estate in America? "This area will be a memorial garden," she said, pointing to a spot on the map, "to honor the 22 people we lost that day." She seemed sincere. I couldn't figure out where the bullshit ended and the real woman began,
and usually I was good at that. "I think we've covered everything," she said. "I'm open to questions now, and of course your own Eleanor Lawrence has a close liaison on the team now if questions come up in the future." Wow. Every head at the conference table swiveled in my direction. I kept my cool, smiling at Mila. She was just trying to get me in trouble with my bosses. "I wouldn't call us close," I said smoothly. "I moved to a new apartment recently, and a Coyotes player is my next-door neighbor." There were a few oohs and polite nods as Mila arched a brow, looking surprised. "Oh, for some reason I thought the two of you were quite close." This bitch. If she thought I was backing down, she was mistaken. I laughed lightly and furrowed my brow. "That must be why you asked if we are banging in front of a small crowd of people," I said sweetly, "which we are not." I could tell she was working to keep her smile in place. This meeting had been scheduled weeks ago. It was a coincidence that it was happening just a couple of days after the fundraiser. But Mila had been hoping to use this opportunity to dig a hole and then push me into it. "Well, you know me," she said lightly. "Always a straight shooter." After a moment of awkward silence, the managing editor of the Chronicle, Brett Bailey, cleared his throat and said, "Okay, I think we can wrap this up." I'd rant to Sam, Luke, or more likely, both of them about this after work. But for now, I had to remain calm and collected. As Mila shook hands with the board members and passed out business cards, I got up and left the room. It was 4:45 p.m., and I decided to call it a day. It was a little early for me to leave work, but it was too late to start anything new. I locked up my office, put on my trench coat, and headed for my car, eager to get home and unwind. I had 3 missed calls from Sam. Something was wrong. I responded to a text from Luke about dinner and then dialed Sam. "Hey," she said, sounding on the verge of tears. "Have you ever eaten cat food out of the can?" No, why do you ask?" "I quit my shitty job today." I was just stepping onto the elevator as I cried, "Good for you!" A couple of people side-eyed me, and I said, "Sorry." "I just couldn't take it anymore," Sam said miserably. "And I have no job prospects, a car payment, and rent." "You'll find something. You did the right thing." She sighed heavily. "Thanks for saying that. I need someone to tell me I'll get through this. My sister told me I'm a dipshit." "Then she's a dipshit," I said quietly as the elevator opened and I walked out. "They were treating you like shit, Sam." "I think maybe I want to do something that's not insurance." "Any ideas?" She groaned. "Not really. I thought I might try dog walking for now so I don't starve." "That sounds like fun. I do love dogs." It was raining outside. I pulled my hood up over my head as I started the walk to my car. "I'm taking you out tonight," I said. "Dinner and drinks wherever you want." "That sounds amazing. Maybe a buffet so I can shove food in my pockets for tomorrow since I have no income now." "Stop," I said, laughing. "I won't let you starve. You can stay with me if you need to." I jogged the rest of the way to my car, the rain coming down harder now. "Where are you?" Sam asked. "Leaving work and it's pouring. Text me what time to pick you up and I'll be there, okay?" "Okay, thanks. Love you. Love you too." I unlocked the door to my apartment about 40 minutes later, soaked from the walk to my car and a stop for gas on the way home. It was storming, practically raining sideways. My heels made a squishing sound with every step I took, and I couldn't wait to get them off. "You just fucked me," a deep voice said. "Good thing I was just warming up." Ford. My heart raced at the sound of his voice, not even concerned with how he'd gotten into my home. "Warming up my ass," Luke said. "Hey, Nori." He'd called me that when we were kids, and he still broke it out on occasion. Ford looked over at me and grinned. "Nori, looks like you walked here in a monsoon. You need a towel?" I shook my head as I kicked my shoes off on a rug and slid out of my drenched coat, leaving it on the rug by the shoes. "What are you guys doing?" I asked. "Playing Call of Duty." My gaze stopped on a bottle of beer. No, I couldn't watch my brother spiral again. I glared at Ford. "Did you bring beer?" "Hey, it's fine," Luke said. "I'm having water." Ford looked from the beer to me. "I didn't know it was an issue." "It's not," Luke assured him. "It is," I said, crossing my arms. "He's a recovering alcoholic." "Shit, I'm sorry." Ford put his controller down, picked up the beer, and took it to the kitchen. Luke scowled at me. "Stop acting like my mother." "How did this happen?" I asked, shaken by seeing Ford in my home. Our kiss had kept me up the past 3 nights. I dreamed about coming home to find him shirtless and hard, asking me if I was ready for the most incredible night of my life. The dream had ended there, which was bullshit, but that wasn't something I had time to think about right now. "How did what happen?" "I met Ford when we were both out running. He said he knows you. I asked him to hang out and have dinner with us." "I got rid of the beer," Ford said. "It won't happen again." Luke shook his head. "You didn't have to do that. Elle's just being overprotective." "No, I think it's smart. I don't need that shit anyway. My trainer's always on me about cutting unnecessary calories during the season." I'd been bitchy, and Ford was defending me, which made me feel awful. Luke was focused on the TV screen, and Ford snuck a glance at me, a question in his eyes. I sighed, feeling defeated, cold, and, even now, turned on. He discreetly pointed at his chest, and I looked down at my own. "Oh my God," I blurted out when I clearly saw the outline of my nipples in my wet, white button-up shirt. I grabbed the fabric to pull it away from my skin and ran into my bedroom. Perfect. I'd just denied any involvement with Ford to every one of my bosses, and then I'd come home looking like a wet t-shirt contestant. I needed a girls' night out as much as Sam did. I quickly showered, dried my hair, and dressed in jeans and a lightweight gray hoodie. When I walked back into the living room, Ford and Luke were talking animatedly about their game. "You asshole," Luke said, grinning. "Like those cat-like reflexes?" Ford asked. "And my hand-eye coordination is legendary." "Bullshit, you got lucky." This was the happiest I'd seen Luke since he started staying with me. He didn't have the weight of the world on his shoulders. Ford was a good man who would look out for my brother. I had no problem with them playing video games together as long as I wasn't here fantasizing about Ford. "I made lasagna," Luke said. "I'm going out with Sam." Ford glanced at me, clearly disappointed. I didn't love that I was leaving either, even though I knew it was for the best. "She quit her job today," I said. "She's worried about having to eat cat food." "Tell her it's actually quite high in protein," Luke quipped. "I'm sure that'll be very reassuring to her." "I can help her find something if she wants," Ford said, not looking away from the screen. "How?" He shrugged. "I know people." "I'm looking for a job myself," Luke said. "Yeah? Let's talk about what you're looking for over dinner, and I'll see what I can do," Ford said. His support of my brother made me want him even more. But I'd backed myself into a corner by denying there was anything between us to my bosses. I had to keep my distance. "I'm heading out," I said. "I'm taking an Uber to her place since we'll be drinking away her sorrows." "I got oranges at the store today," Luke said. "I'll make you some hangover juice before I go to bed." I snuck a final glance at Ford, who was focused on the TV screen. Hopefully he'd be gone when I returned home later, because now that I knew what kissing him was like, I wanted more.
Chapter 13. Ford. "Don't get sloppy," I told my teammates the next night, "and don't get lazy." We were in the tunnel that led from the locker room to the ice, returning from the second intermission. Since we were up 4-2 with 1 period remaining, this game should be in the bag. I wouldn't relax until it was over, though. "Hey, I've got an idea," Colby said from beside me. I looked at him, and he grinned. We'll have a 5-game winning streak going after this game, he said. You should offer to do something if we can get to 10. I scoffed. Like what, a pizza party? No, like shaving your head. I'm not shaving my head. He gave me a slight shove. Come on, Cap. Motivate your crew. Aren't our massive salaries supposed to do that? It's a good idea, Dom said. Great. Once Dom was onto something, he was like a dog with a bone. He'd never let it drop. I'm not shaving my head, I said again. He considered. Did you buy that Jeep yet? Nope. Go buy it, and you can drive it through a car wash with the top down if we win 10 in a row. Spoken like a guy who didn't give a shit about his car. Dom acted like an overgrown teenager sometimes. Fuck that, I said, balking. I'll think about it and come up with something. I skated onto the ice, scanning the crowd in the stands. They were loud, probably energized from the intermission show. I reminded myself to follow my own advice and not get lazy just because we were ahead in the game. We needed to keep our streak going, and with Calgary's top scorer out with a broken ankle, our chances were good. Bo, Colby, and I passed the puck back and forth, Bo taking a shot that was blocked by Calgary's goalie. We skated back down the ice, and one of Calgary's defenders, Charlie Huntsman, tripped me. I tumbled into the boards, bouncing back up to take him on, but a ref pushed me in the opposite direction. Douchebag, I muttered. Huntsman went to the penalty box, and our second offensive line took over. I glared at Huntsman from the bench as our second line scored on the power play. He was known for playing dirty. One of my teammates would even the score with him before the end of the game. The score stayed the same until the clock ticked down the final seconds of the game. We celebrated as a team at center ice, putting our sticks in the air and waving at the fans. After a rocky start playing professional games at a college arena, security seemed tight now. Our season ticket holders had clamored to pay full price to see our games here, though there weren't nearly as many amenities. I never missed a chance to do meet and greets with fans, because they were the ones who made all of this possible. Back in the locker room, the mood was light. We were finally gelling as a team and playing games we could be proud of. We going out? Seth asked me as I walked out of the shower. Not me. I'm beat, and we have to be up early tomorrow. Come on, pussy, Dom said, snapping me in the back with a towel. He was a pro at it, and my back burned where the end of the towel had hit. That fucking hurt, asshole, I said. Is it that time of the month? Are your nipples feeling extra sensitive, too? I ignored him, not in the mood to engage. I'd considered inviting Elle and Luke to tonight's game, and I regretted not doing it. We were leaving tomorrow for a long road trip, and I wouldn't get another chance to invite them to a game for a while. Luke was a cool guy, and I enjoyed hanging out with him. I'd figured he could use a friend, so I introduced myself when I saw him out running. I hadn't expected to get a home-cooked meal and a fantastic view of Elle's chest in a wet shirt out of it. The way her nipples had looked was etched into my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd jerked off in the shower at home this morning, imagining her unbuttoning the shirt and taking it off. Did you guys hear our captain's planning something special if our streak gets up to 10 games? Dom said. Most of the heads in the locker room turned my way. Fucking Dom. Yeah, I said. I'll do something if we get to 10 games. What will you do? Colby asked. You mean like a party? Ben Hogan asked, looking confused. No, like he'll shave his head, Dom said. I shot him a scowl. I'm not shaving my head, but I'm open to other ideas. Can we put a snake in bed with you? Seth asked. And you have to stay in bed with it for at least 5 minutes? I hated snakes, and my teammates knew it. I'd rather crawl through a dark tunnel full of spiders than touch a snake. Fuck no. He's not willing to do anything good, Jordan Carter said. Carter was hanging on to his spot on the team by a thread, but it didn't stop him from running his mouth. I shot him a look. "Why don't you get everything below your waist waxed?" Seth suggested. "Yep," Dom grinned. "Smooth out the old coin purse. It's perfect." "Legs, too," Seth said. "All of it." Jesus. I considered it. Silence hanging in the locker room. I really didn't want anyone putting hot wax on my balls and ripping it off, but it would grow back. Other guys did it all the time. And if I was captain of a team that had just won 10 games in a row, it would be a small price to pay. "Deal," I said. The room erupted into cheers. I shook my head, wanting us to win the next 5 games, but also dreading my fate if we did. Later that night, I stepped off the elevator at the Pines and found Elle curled up in front of my apartment door. At least she was in the interior hallway that led from the elevator to the back doors of the apartments, which only residents could access. But still, I hated to see her sleeping on the floor. "Hey," I said, bending down and touching her shoulder. "Elle." Her eyes flew open, and she backed away a few inches, alarmed. She looked around, relaxing when she realized where she was. "I can't believe I fell asleep here," she said, sitting up. "Did you get lost?" I teased. "No, I was waiting for you." I offered my hand to help her up, and she took it. "You could have texted me to come by, you know. You didn't need to wait out here." She looked away. "I didn't want you to come by because... reasons." "Reasons?" I quirked a brow in amusement. She sighed and gave me an exasperated look. "You're annoying. That's the number 1 reason." I grinned and leaned an elbow against my door frame. "Yeah, your nipples looked pretty annoyed yesterday when you saw me." She rolled her eyes. "That had nothing to do with you. My shirt was soaking wet." "I believe you," I said solemnly. I didn't, but instead of arguing with her, I wanted to push her up against my door and kiss her, so I needed to de-escalate things. "Ford," she said, taking a step back, "I know what you're trying to do with Luke, and I really appreciate it, but..." "What?" I furrowed my brow, wondering what the hell I'd possibly done wrong in her eyes now. I'd befriended her brother when he didn't seem to have anyone else to hang out with. How was that a problem? "He said you texted him and invited him to hit pucks sometime," she said. "And I know it doesn't make sense, but he can't do that." "Luke said he used to play hockey." She shook her head. "He can't, okay? Please, for once, just believe me. Video games and running are fine, but no hockey." I exhaled hard and ran my hand over my jaw, aggravated. "Listen, I know you like to be in control, but sometimes you overdo it." "I'm not overdoing it." Her expression was imploring. "I had to take him to the hospital earlier for IV migraine meds. He had a horrible headache, and he was just raging." I immediately regretted what I'd said. She was on the verge of tears, and I could see her concern for her brother was genuine. "Shit, I'm sorry," I said. "I wish I'd known." "You were playing a hockey game. There was nothing you could have done." "I would have left earlier." She covered her face with her hands and cried. "Hey," I said, stepping closer to hug her. "It's okay." "It's not okay." She kept her hands over her face but leaned into me. "I didn't want to break down like this. I just needed to tell you." I held her for a minute while she cried, wishing there was something more I could do. When I pulled back, she lowered her hands, and I put my hands on her shoulders. "You know you can trust me, right?" I asked. She nodded silently, her eyes red from crying. "What's your brother's diagnosis? I know you know more than you're telling me." She looked away. "The whole thing has been a well-kept family secret for a long time." "I'm not asking because I'm nosy. I'm asking so I can help you help him, so I don't make any more missteps, like the beer And the invite to hit pucks. Tears filled her eyes as she looked up at me.
Luke started playing hockey when he was 5. My dad played through college, and Luke wanted to be just like him. He played travel hockey through high school, and then he played at the University of Michigan, just like our dad. The headaches started his sophomore year of college, and my parents took him to the best doctors in the country.
Her shoulders drooped wearily.
They ran so many tests and couldn't diagnose him with anything.
It all fell into place at once. Why she didn't want Luke hitting pucks with me, and why she was so adamantly opposed to hockey and football. You think he has CTE, I said.
I do. Most of the doctors he saw said he most likely has it. My mom thought so before she died. He had lots of concussions over the years, but he just kept playing.
Chronic traumatic encephalopathy could only be diagnosed post-mortem through an autopsy. I'd heard horror stories about retired professional hockey players developing dementia, mood disorders, and even losing their ability to walk and talk from CTE. It was a big reason for concussion protocols in major league sports.
Elle,
I said, at a loss for words. She swiped her fingers beneath her eyes, drying her tears.
You get it now, right? Why it would kill me inside if you got him back into hockey? He'll want to join a league and...
I get it. I won't do it. I promise.
She nodded. Thanks. Luke can be very convincing. During his good spells, I believed he was better. He wants to be better so badly, and I wish he could be. But...
Her voice broke, and she looked away. I know, I said softly.
It's why he can't keep a job, and I think it's why he turned to drugs and alcohol in the past. He needed a way to cope with the pain.
She didn't want others to suffer like her brother. That was at the core of her opposition to hockey. She'd caught hell from hockey fans for her columns, but she'd meant well. I saw her in a different light, a clearer one. I'm sorry, I said. She smiled sadly.
I'm so exhausted. All that stuff with Luke earlier just drained me, I guess. And I have to be up early, so I need to get to bed.
Is he doing better? She nodded.
They gave him something intravenously for the headache and something to help relax him. He's sleeping.
I'm here if you need anything. Except I'm going on a road trip tomorrow, but if you need to talk, call me anytime. A tiny worry wrinkle appeared between her brows.
Please don't tell anyone what I told you. That's Luke's private medical information, and I don't want the whole world knowing about it.
I understand. I won't tell anyone. You have my word.
Thanks,
she said softly.
Have a good trip.
I gently squeezed her shoulder. I'm here if you need me. She nodded, turned away, and walked to her door. I watched her until she was inside, and then I unlocked my own door. I sat down on my couch, staring into the darkness as I processed what Elle had just told me. Now that I knew what was driving her, I understood her a lot better. And for better or worse, I wanted her more than ever.
Chapter 14. Elle.
Smells like pancakes,
Luke said when he walked into the kitchen from his bedroom. Because I made pancakes, I said from the couch.
What time is it? Why aren't you at work?
I set down the book I was reading on the couch. I took the day off. His expression turned guilty.
You didn't need to do that. I know last night was rough, but I'm fine now.
Last night had been more than rough for me. I hadn't realized how traumatic it would be to see my brother having one of his episodes again. It had been a few years since I'd been around him enough to see one. Last night had been a mix of terror and worry for me, of wanting to run away and being relieved that I was there to take care of him at the same time. I love you, Luke, I said gently.
Here we go. Can I just eat some pancakes and go work out?
I stood and walked into the kitchen. You need to see a doctor.
He scoffed. How many doctors have I seen over the years, Elle? At least 30. Not one of them helped me. You know what they all said. If I have CTE, there's no treatment.
There's counseling. He poured a mug of coffee and took a drink before responding.
Look, I know you mean well, but talking about my headaches and mood swings isn't going to make them go away.
No, but maybe it'll help you cope. You've been coping in unhealthy ways, and if you don't get help, it's only a matter of time before you turn to something unhealthy again.
Thanks for the tip, Dr. Phil.
I went over to the stove, where he was piling pancakes onto a plate. Luke had been struggling for years, but he had always failed to recognize how hard it was for his family to walk this road with him. "Hey," I said sharply, "if you haven't noticed, I'm the only one you've got left."
"Yeah, I'm aware the rest of the family wants nothing to do with me."
His apathetic tone set something off inside me. Luke was indifferent to what seeing him suffer did to me. Dad and Graham and Gramps didn't turn you away because they don't love you. It was because they love you that they couldn't watch you self-destruct anymore. He tossed the tongs on the counter and turned to face me.
"I didn't choose this, you know. I didn't realize I was fucking my brain up with hockey."
"Lie to yourself if you want, but don't lie to me," I said, holding his gaze. "You knew the concussions put you at risk for brain injuries, but you wanted to follow in Dad's footsteps. And why does it even matter now? We are where we are."
His eyes blazed with anger. "We? No, we don't get headaches that make us want to run into traffic just to make them stop. We aren't broke with no future. That's me, just me."
"You don't think I'm in this with you?"
My voice broke with emotion.
"All I want is for you to see in yourself what I see in you, that you're worth trying for. You're worth 1,000 doctor visits if it gets you some relief and some help."
His expression fell. "I don't have any money or health insurance. I'm just getting by one day at a time."
"I'll help you."
He shook his head. "You've already done too much. All I want is some sense of normalcy. I just want to find a job and live a regular life."
"But if you go to rehab, Graham and Gramps will—"
"I don't want it," he yelled. "I don't want their money, and I don't need to go to rehab. You've seen me. I'm fine. Have I been doing drugs since I got here?" I put his plate at the breakfast bar, getting out the butter and syrup.
"If you don't need it, then it should be an easy 4 weeks," I said, using a mild tone in hopes I wouldn't upset him.
4 weeks? He laughed. "They want to send me to a 90-day program. Some bullshit in Oregon with hiking and camping. I'd take a 90-day vacation to Montana. A vacation where the doors are locked and you have shrinks psychoanalyzing you every day." I shrugged. "I need to get into therapy, honestly. I think it could help me with some things." He sighed heavily. "I know you're trying to help me. I guess I need to figure out what I want. I know what I don't want."
"Eat," I said. "We can talk while you eat." He sat down and started on the pancakes while I poured myself another cup of coffee. "So what don't you want?" I asked. A minute of silence passed as he considered. I hated to see him so anguished, but I knew he needed to dig deeper into his emotions in order to find his way.
"I don't want to be a drug addict. It's one thing to do a line of coke from time to time, but I found myself considering meth at one point when I was flat broke and I needed a fix. That scared me straight. Then I turned to betting, though." He set his fork down, looking forlorn. "I knew who I was when I was younger. I was a hockey player, and I had a great family. Then the headaches started, and I lost hockey. Mom died. Dad and Graham and Gramps don't want anything to do with me. I don't know who I am anymore. I guess I'm just nothing."
My heart broke for him. No one deserved to feel that way. I stood on the other side of the breakfast bar and met his gaze. "You are not nothing, and this is exactly why I think rehab would be good for you. It's not just about addictions. It's about figuring out what really matters to you and where you want to be. You're smart and funny, and you can fix just about anything. You make people feel good when you're around them.
You have so many strengths, and the fact that you can't see them is a huge problem." He nodded, his shoulders slumping. "I'll think about it." I went back to the couch and picked up my book, not wanting to push him further. After he finished eating, he put his dishes in the dishwasher and sat down next to me. "You know, if you want me to go, you can just say so, right?" he asked. "I'll figure something out." I put my book down, my jaw dropping slightly. "I don't want you to leave, Luke. I promise that's not what this is about. What I want is for you to go to rehab and work on your relationships with Graham and Gramps and Dad. I want us to be a family again. I want you to move back in with me when you finish rehab. I'm really happy having you here. I just don't want you to feel like a ship drifting in open water," he finished for me. "No sails, no oars, just floating." I put an arm around him, wishing I knew what to say. "I miss hockey," he said with a single note of sad laughter. "Isn't that crazy? Being around Ford reminded me what it used to feel like to be part of a team, and I really miss that. That's not weird." He turned to study my expression. "He's got a thing for you, you know. I think he only asked me to hang out so he could see you." I shook my head. "No, he told me he enjoyed it." My brother smiled. "Yeah, but he wanted to see you. I could tell from the way he looked at you and talked about you." "Well, I have to keep my distance from him." "Why?" I cringed as I thought about the situation I'd gotten myself into. "Because I told my bosses there's nothing between us." "Why did that come up?" "Long story," I said, shaking my head. He stood up. "Go do something you want to do with your day off. Babysitting me isn't going to change anything." "But it doesn't work unless I want it for myself," he said. "You have to back off. If what I want is to go get wasted, you can't quit your job so you can make sure I never leave the apartment." I wanted to respond defensively, to tell him how hard it was to be gone during the day and wonder if he was okay. Now that he was back in my life, my greatest hope was to find a way to save my brother, to put him on a good path and stand directly behind him, making sure he stayed on it. He was right, though. That wouldn't work. I had to let go, which was never easy for me. "I'll go shopping," I said. "Or do you need my car?" "Nope, I'm good." I forced myself to get up. I'd already showered, so I just needed to get dressed and actually go. Go, even though last night I'd been afraid Luke was going to leave and I wouldn't know if he was safe anymore. I picked up my phone and texted Sam, asking if she wanted to go. Sam: "I'm unemployed, so I'm still in bed feeling sorry for myself. I get up and move on to feeling sorry for myself while standing up around 10:30 a.m. Elle: "Get your ass up. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Sam: "Ugh, fine. Our first stop will be Starbucks, then maybe Costco so I can buy my cat food in bulk. Elle: "See you soon, sunshine." That night, I was in bed reading a book, my purchases from the day of shopping all put away, when my phone lit up on my nightstand with a text. Ford: "Hey, how are you? How's Luke?" Elle: "Luke is out. I'm trying not to worry about him. I'm good, though. I took the day off and went shopping with Sam. How are you?" "Tired, but good. We won, so I'm 4 wins away from having to get waxed from the waist down." I laughed as I responded. "What? How did you get yourself into that, and, more importantly, can I watch that go down?" "My teammates roped me into it. Have you ever been waxed down south?" "Regularly. Hurts like a mother." "Now I'll be thinking about that for the rest of the road trip." "How much it hurts?" "No, you. All smooth and sexy with no one to enjoy it." "Who says no one enjoys it?" "No one but you better be enjoying it." My heart rate skyrocketed as I read his words, which made me tingly in places that hadn't tingled in a very long time. "Are you always so possessive of your neighbors?" "Just you. I want you. I could be out with teammates now, and I could find some other woman to bring back to my room, but I'm here alone because you're the one I want." I read the text 3 times, my pulse pounding as I tried to come up with a response. Do you want me to? If you say no, I'll back off and I won't mention it again. All the reasons this was a bad idea vanished. I didn't want him to back off and not mention it again, because this felt too good to deny. Yes. I fantasize about blindfolding you and eating your pussy until you come on my face, over and over again. My breath caught. I'd never been with a man who talked dirty, and I liked it. A lot. But I didn't know what to say in return. I'm bad at this.
Bad at what?
Being bold, and I guess dirty.
Does my fantasy turn you on?
Yes.
That's all I need. Let me be the bold one. I want you to surrender. You don't need to control anything. You don't need to reciprocate and make anything equal. Let me make your pussy mine.
Holy shit. Where was the signature line on that offer? Because I was in, with every fiber of my being. Okay, you can do whatever you want to me.
I'm so hard right now. I don't want our first time coming together to be like this. I'll be home on Thursday. Can we see each other that night?
Yes.
Send me a pic of you right now. Just your face.
Ugh. My hair was down and I had a freshly scrubbed face. I wore reading glasses and a tank top. This wouldn't be spank bank material. I took a quick selfie and sent it to him.
Damn, you're so beautiful.
He sent me a pic of him as he lay in bed shirtless, dark stubble coating his face. I licked my lips, unable to believe this incredibly sexy man was so taken with me.
I can't wait for Thursday. Good night, gorgeous.
Good night.
Chapter 15. Ford. 2 games away from a silky smooth scrotumus maximus, Dom said, slapping my back as I stepped off the bus. We'd finally returned from our road trip, and I couldn't wait to see Elle. 2 wins away, I clarified. I was fucking stoked we'd won 8 games in a row, but I was dreading the possibility of getting waxed from the waist down, especially when things were going so well with Elle and me. I didn't want my crotch looking like one of those Sphinx cats. We had to beat Seattle to make it to a 10-game streak, and they were having a killer season. If we beat them, I'd celebrate with enough whiskey to numb the pain of having my hair ripped out. Want to get some grub? Dom asked. Nah, I want to get home. Okay, Grandpa, go drink some warm milk and get to bed. I shrugged, ignoring him. I was going to get to bed all right, and I was wound tight with anticipation. Elle had been on my mind every waking minute since we'd last texted. Now, all that was standing between us was my 25-minute drive home from the arena. Hey, Elle said, when she answered her door half an hour later. Come on in. Hey, I said, admiring her legs. She wore girly boxers with hearts all over them and a lacy gray tank top. She looked downright edible. I'd dropped my bags off at my place, brushed my teeth, and come straight here. It was 9:30 p.m., and I didn't care if I got a minute of sleep tonight. I feel underdressed, she said, as she looked at my dark suit. I unbuttoned my suit jacket and tossed it on a nearby chair, not breaking eye contact with her. Maybe I just need to lose some clothes so we can match. I could get into that. I suddenly remembered she didn't live here alone. Where's Luke? Out. Again. I could really use a distraction from worrying about him. I stepped closer to her, putting my hands on her hips. I have a few ideas for that. Do you now? She bit her lip and smiled playfully. I hope one of them involves using this tie as a blindfold. She tugged on my tie and my erection strained against the front of my pants. Fuck. If she wanted me to make my fantasy a reality, I was more than ready. Are you sure about this? She asked, gazing up at me. Completely. You? Yes. We flew at each other, though only a foot of distance separated us. Our chests colliding and our mouths crashing together, I wrapped my hand around her ponytail and gave it a playful tug. She moaned as her chin tilted up, giving me access to her neck. As I kissed her neck and chest, she yanked on my tie, trying to remove it. I helped her by loosening it, then turned her around so her back was to my chest. She sucked in a breath as I ran my palm beneath her shirt, over her stomach, and up to her breasts. I grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it up and over her head, leaving her in just her bra and boxers. Wrapping my arm around her waist, I pulled her against me and cupped her breast in my other hand, tracing my fingertip around her nipple. "We..." Her voice trailed off into a moan. "What, baby?" I said in her ear.
"Bedroom,"
she said softly. It was a good point. Luke could come in at any moment. I bent to pick her up and carry her into her bedroom. She turned to look at me, wrapping her arms around my neck. I just wanted to stare into her eyes, but I had to watch where I was going.
"It's the second one," she said when I turned down the hallway. "Also, so we don't have to talk about it later, do you have protection?"
"Of course. We have enough condoms for 18 rounds tonight." She laughed and kissed my cheek.
"My vag isn't prepared for 18 rounds.
I grinned. "Then I guess we'll have some for next time." Her bedroom was clean, with a few pictures on the walls and a queen bed covered in all white bedding. I couldn't see much else in the dim light, but she was all I wanted to look at anyway. I laid her on the bed and stood beside it, taking off my tie and kicking off my shoes. I slowly unbuttoned my white dress shirt, enjoying the hungry way she watched me. I kept my tie in my hand as I unbuttoned my dress pants and pushed them down, leaving them pooled on the floor as I got in bed, tossing the tie on the mattress. Elle put a palm on my chest and leaned closer to kiss me, her fingertips trailing over my pecs. I reached around to unfasten her bra, and she gasped as I pulled it off, tossed it across the bed, and lowered my mouth to her nipple.
"Oh my God,"
she moaned as I took my time licking and sucking each of her nipples. She had perfect breasts. They were on the larger side and completely natural. I could have spent all night just teasing her this way. She was arching her back, though, desperate for more. I kissed my way down her stomach, hooking my fingers around the waistband of her boxers and pulling them down. She moaned and pressed her legs together self-consciously. "None of that with me," I said, getting to my knees and picking up my tie. "Spread your legs wide and show me that sexy pussy." She paused for a second and then complied, her gaze on my erection, which was now tenting my boxers. "Absolutely perfect," I said, admiring her as I moved between her legs. "I'm gonna fuck you nice and hard later, but first, you get to wear my tie." She inhaled sharply as I leaned over her and used my tie as a blindfold, securing it in a knot on the side of her head. I knew how hard it had to be for her to let go this way, leaving me completely in control. I kissed her gently before returning to her nipples. I wanted to get her all hot and bothered again to help her relax. Once she was arching her back and making soft little whining noises, I kissed my way down her stomach, then kissed from each of her inner knees up to her inner thigh, enjoying the sounds she was making. I lightly ran the tip of my tongue over her seam, and she cried out, grabbing a handful of my hair and trying to force my mouth where she wanted it. "Not good, baby," I said lightly. "Now we have to start again." I returned to her lips and kissed her. She moaned with frustration as I circled her nipple with my tongue, taking my time, toying with each one. I'd never been wound so tight for a woman, but I wasn't going to move fast with her. I was going to enjoy every second of our first time together and make sure she did too. I repeated the slow trail of kisses from her knees to inner thighs, then ran my tongue lightly over her seam. This time she fisted the bed sheets and moaned. "Good girl," I said. "Now you get more." She parted her legs farther, and I licked, kissed, and sucked every inch of her pussy, her sweet taste and breathy moans keeping me rock hard. Within a few seconds of sucking on her clit, she cried out and arched her back high in the air, coming. It turned me on hard that she held nothing back. Her shy side had disappeared. She slid the blindfold off and sighed softly.
"You're making it hard to hate you," she teased.
"One thing you hate is how much you want me," I said, kissing her.
"Speaking of, grab a condom."
I arched a brow, surprised. "Now?"
"Now."
She didn't need to tell me twice. I scrambled out of bed and found the roll of condoms in my pants, then slid my boxers off. After rolling the condom on, I got back in bed and lay beside her, kissing her and running my fingertips down her side.
"I'm still buzzing," she said softly. "I think maybe I can come again."
That was music to my ears. I moved on top of her, slowly sliding inside her. Every inch felt so damn good. Once I was fully seated inside her, I finally let out a growl of pleasure and began to move. Every look we'd ever exchanged and every word we'd ever said to each other had led us here, and I knew with everything in me that this was where we were supposed to be. Elle and I weren't meant to be enemies or friends. We were meant to be together. Her body was made for mine, and I'd do anything to please her. My release was building quickly, driven by her soft moans and the way she was gripping my back, her hips rocking in time with mine. Her lips parted, and she dug her fingertips into my back.
"Oh, God. Ford, 10 more seconds."
I pumped my hips harder, unable to stop myself from coming, and hope it would be enough for her to come too. She cried out as she came, and I gripped the headboard, holding myself inside her as I came hard. I rolled onto my side, moving over so I wouldn't crush her, and I stared up at the ceiling as we caught our breath.
"So, now that I know how good it is, I might be up for 17 more times,"
she said. I laughed. "I've got a few more times in me tonight, but not 17. She turned her head to look at me.
"You know that feeling of regret people get right after sleeping with someone for the first time?"
I held my breath, dreading what she was about to say. "Yeah?"
"I don't feel that at all." Her voice radiated with happiness. "I feel amazing."
I turned to face her, relief flooding me as I kissed her. "Me too." We wound our legs together and lay in silence. I didn't think the moment could get any better, but there was something nagging at me. "Hey," I said softly.
"Hmm?"
"I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but..." She sighed heavily.
"Here we go. I knew you were too good to be true."
You don't even know what I was going to say.
"It's something critical, or you wouldn't have started that way. I'm sure it'll be like, 'Don't take this the wrong way, but your pussy tastes weird.'"
I laughed and kissed her forehead. "Your pussy tastes amazing. Give me a chance to say what I was going to say."
"Go ahead."
"I was going to say that I only need one thing from you."
"A blowjob?"
"No, smartass. I need to know you won't sleep with anyone else. I don't share." I saw her lips curve up in the shape of a smile in the dim light coming through the window.
"Oh, really? And do I get the same assurance from you?"
"Absolutely. You're the only one I'm sleeping with. I give you my word."
"Even when you're on the road?"
"Even if I'm on the moon. I'm a one-woman man. and you're my woman." After a moment of silence, she said,
Confession. It really turns me on when you're a caveman in bed.
"I noticed, babe. And it's a good thing because that's how I'm made."
Are you staying all night?
"Am I invited?"
Yes.
"Then yes."
So, are we going to bed now?
I let out a quick bark of laughter and kissed her. Not even close.
Chapter 16. Elle. Ford looked up from between my thighs, giving me a devilish grin. "Good morning," he said, moving to lie next to me in my bed. Last night, he'd fucked me in every possible position, making me come a record 4 times, and I'd been woken up by him kissing my thighs and then giving me mind-blowing oral. "Good morning," I said, too sated to give him anything but a satisfied smile. The man was an absolute sexpert. I was going to be sore for days, but I didn't mind one bit. After spending my entire adult life believing what past partners had told me about being too uptight in bed, Ford had made me feel like a goddess last night. He leaned in to kiss me, and I quickly covered my mouth. "I need to brush my teeth," I said from behind my hand. "Fuck that." He brushed my hand away and kissed me gently. "That was the greatest wake-up call of my life," I said, cupping his bristled cheek in my hand. "Good." He quirked a brow. "Is this where I walk into your kitchen in a rumpled suit and ask Luke for some coffee?" I laughed. "No, this is where you get on your back so I can return the favor, and then we can go get coffee together." He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "You never have to return the favor with me, babe. I did that because I wanted to. And unfortunately, I have to go because I have practice." I hooked a leg around him and groaned. "No." "I know. I wish I could stay." Sighing softly, I gathered the sheet around my chest to cover myself. I'd never slept naked in my life before last night, and now I was feeling self-conscious. Ford got out of bed, and I admired his chiseled body. I'd fallen asleep with my head on his broad chest. Another first. He pulled on his boxers and looked at me, furrowing his brow. "Are you going to get dressed?" "Not while you're watching." He shook his head. "Do something for me, Elle." I looked at him expectantly. "Get that fine ass out of bed and just stand there." I cringed. Hard pass. I had an appendectomy scar, cellulite on my thighs, and one boob that hung a little lower than the other. Ford seeing me in dim light was one thing, but with sunlight pouring in through my blinds, it wasn't happening. He pulled his boxers down to mid-thigh, his expression turning serious. "Then I guess I need to remind you that we're still in the bedroom, and it's the one place I'm completely in charge." I swallowed hard because that was hot, but also I didn't want to drop the sheet. "It would mortify me to stand naked in front of you right now," I said. "Is that what you want?" "It's what I want," he said. "Get out of bed." I shot him a glare, my traitorous nipples hardening as I quickly slipped out of bed, getting it over with. "Happy?" I asked, looking everywhere but at him. "Look at me," he said. I forced my gaze onto him. His erection was proudly pointing at me, long and hard. "That's what you do to me," he said. "You're goddamn sexy. If you wanted to, you could get me off in less than a minute, just standing there." My brows shot up. "What?" His eyes darkened as he walked closer to me, stopping about 5 feet away. I fought my urge to dive back under the bed covers as he stared at me hungrily. "Cup your tits in your hands," he said, wrapping his hand around his erection. I obeyed him, mesmerized by the way he was looking at me. He was a wolf, and I was his prey, but I also felt a sense of power over him. "Pinch your nipples between your thumbs and forefingers," he said, watching me as my hands began to move. I slid my fingers over my nipples and gave them a hard pinch.
Ford exhaled hard as he pumped his hand up and down his shaft, his eyes dark with desire. "Harder," he said. I pinched my nipples again, gasping with pleasure, both from the feeling of my own hands on my breasts and from watching Ford stroke himself. It was a heady feeling, bringing him to his knees without even touching him. "Slide one hand down to your pussy," he commanded. He was pumping faster now, breathing harder as I moved my hand down, sliding 2 fingers inside myself. "Jesus, Elle," he said, his expression turning strained. Within a few seconds, he came with a ragged exhale, his eyes roving up and down my body. He grinned sheepishly and went into the bathroom inside my bedroom to clean up. I smiled to myself as I went into the closet and dressed in sweats and a t-shirt. In less than 24 hours, Ford had made me feel more confident in my body than I'd ever felt before. I reveled in my happiness as Ford dressed and we went out to the kitchen for coffee. Luke wasn't there, and when I went to check his bedroom, I found the door open and the bed made. "You think he came back last night and left again?" Ford asked. I shook my head, a sinking feeling filling my stomach. "I don't think he ever came back." "Don't assume he's gotten himself in trouble again." I shook my head, trying not to worry. It was hard, though, after so many years of watching him make the worst possible decisions. "Hey," Ford said, hugging me. "You okay?" I hugged him back, closing my eyes and soaking in the last few seconds of complete bliss. "I'm fine," I said. "Going to work will be a good distraction." He leaned back, cupped my face in his hands, and kissed me. "Thanks for last night," he said softly, his breath warm on my lips. "I feel like I should be the one thanking you," he smirked. "I loved every second of it." I didn't want to say what I was thinking, because I didn't want to be the type A, controlling, always in need of answers woman I'd been in the past. We couldn't have a conventional relationship because of our jobs, so I just had to take what I could get and not stress about the rest. "I've got a team dinner tonight, but can I see you tomorrow night?" he asked. I considered my schedule. "I have a thing until 8, but I'm free after that." He nodded and kissed me again. "I'll see you tomorrow night then." "You're extra happy today," Carly said when I walked into the morning budget meeting at work. I shrugged, feeling guilty that I'd denied being involved with Ford in this very room just a few days ago. The chairs at the conference table were full, so I took a seat along the wall, holding in a cringe over how sore my hips and thighs were from last night. I wasn't required to be at the budget meetings, where the editors went over the plans for the next day's edition, but I often got a head start on columns by attending because of the information that was discussed. "Where's Clark?" Brett demanded from the head of the table. "I told him to be here in case we have questions for the arena story." My ears perked up at the mention of the arena. Brett had to be talking about the proposed new arena for the Coyotes. Footsteps pounded in the hallway, and Clark came running into the room, breathing hard as he slid into an open chair. "Sorry," he said. "Lost track of time." "Let's get started," Brett said. "The top story for tomorrow is Lisa's reporting on the package the mayor and the Coyotes ownership are proposing to the city council next Tuesday." "What are they asking for?" Clark asked. The City Hall reporter, Lisa Dennis, looked down at a notebook. "Full funding of construction through the sale of bonds and tax increment financing for infrastructure." Mark Shipman, the city editor, scoffed. "Are they going to ask the council members to lace up some skates and play hockey, too?" "You know how it works," Carly said. "They're probably aiming high as a basis for opening negotiations." "What about the insurance?" Brett asked. "Shouldn't the insurance settlement cover part of the construction cost?" "The settlement is still pending because the investigation hasn't been closed," Lisa said. "Make sure you ask what happens when the insurance money comes in," Brett said. "Does it go toward construction debt owed by the city, or does it go in Mila Pavlova's pocket?" I leaned back, the back of my head touching the conference room wall. This was what I'd been waiting for, the formal proposal of a deal for a new arena. Now I needed to write a column blasting the Coyotes and the mayor for asking taxpayers to fund it.
My position since the arena explosion had been consistent. A sport that caused brain trauma shouldn't be considered entertainment. I'd seen firsthand what many years of hockey could do to a person. But you're goddamn sexy. I crossed my legs, Ford's words still echoing in my head. Sleeping with him hadn't changed my mind about hockey, but I wasn't feeling as vocal about my opposition anymore. Ford was a really good man who made me feel things I'd never felt before. I didn't want to lose that. I went back and forth with myself as the budget meeting continued, making a mental pro-con list about writing a new column on the arena. Pro? It was what I would have done if I'd never moved in next to Ford and gotten to know him. Con? Ford would be disappointed. I sighed, exasperated. How was I supposed to decide when I had one pro and one con? I left the budget meeting as soon as it was over, going back to my office to think about the column some more. After about 5 minutes, Carly walked in. "Got a minute?" she asked. "Yeah, of course." She came in and sat down across from my desk. "You went from giddy to sullen in the budget meeting. What happened?" "Oh, it's just something I have to work out in my head," I said. She turned solemn. "Has Clark done or said something inappropriate?" "What? No." Her shoulders relaxed. "He hasn't exactly made a secret about his feelings for you, and I thought maybe he was coming on too strong." I shook my head. "No, that's not it." "Anything I can help with?" I liked Carly, and I trusted her. Last year, she'd opened up to me about problems she and her husband were having. She was uniquely qualified to help me figure out what to do, but it was also scary to admit something to my direct supervisor that would be seen as a conflict of interest. "I slept with Ford Barrett last night," I confessed. She smiled, her whole face lighting up. "Good for you. He's hot." "True, but I'm feeling guilty over saying we weren't involved at the meeting a few days ago, and I'm conflicted over whether I should write a column on the proposed arena deal." Carly pursed her lips, looking thoughtful. "Was last night the first time?" I nodded. "Well then, you were telling the truth last week." I was, but she cut me off. "Elle, are you a Coyotes superfan now who wants to sing the praises of a new arena?" I balked. "No, absolutely not." "So, these are your options. Write about your opposition to the arena, or write nothing about it?" "Right." "I don't see an issue. You've already written about it, so if you want to do so again, that's your call. And if you don't want to do so, that's also your call. The beauty of being an opinion columnist is that you get to choose." I furrowed my brow, thinking about what she'd said. "So if I decided not to write about it, you wouldn't think I was being biased?" She shook her head. "Our news department has to remain unbiased, but you do not. And you're human, Elle, so you're involved with a Coyotes player. It doesn't seem to have changed your views on the sport." "It hasn't." "I have to get to a meeting with Brett," she said, standing. "Stop beating yourself up. Write about it, don't write about it. Just go with what feels right to you." I nodded. "Thanks, Carly." "Anytime." She left my office, and I felt a little bit lighter now that I had more clarity. I put on my reading glasses, opened a new document on my computer, and started writing.
Chapter 17. Ford. No skin in the game? Is she out of her fucking mind? Does she have any idea what I spend on operations? Mila glared at me from the head of the conference table, because even though there were 7 people in this meeting, and even though those were rhetorical questions, she expected me to answer them. "Which question do you want me to ask her?" I asked evenly. Her eyes widened, and she stood up. She slammed her fist on the table several times, the pens on the table moving just slightly. There was no way those punches hadn't hurt her hand, but she didn't let it show. "Whose team are you on, Ford?" Mila demanded. I was about to answer when Jack Carruthers, the public relations guru Mila had just hired, spoke up instead.
"Miss Pavlova, let's focus on the actionable items."
She turned her sharp gaze on him. "Jack, I'm paying you a hell of a lot of money to just sit there. So just sit there. I need to know why my own team captain is having a personal relationship with a journalist who hates our team." Coach Maddox exhaled through his nose, probably feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. I wasn't conflicted at all, though. "What's between me and Elle is none of your business," I said. "You don't own me just because I signed a contract to play on your team." Mila threw her arms in the air and walked over to the door, putting her head down and taking a second to gather herself. That was uncharacteristic. Usually she just exploded with no regard for the consequences. The others at the table were Coach Maddox, Alyssa Thompson, who was the head of the Coyotes' PR department, and 2 women Jack had brought with him. They all looked like they wanted to crawl under the table right now. This should have been a private conversation between me and Mila, but since she'd started it here, I was glad to finish it here. I wouldn't be bullied. She gestured toward me with bunched fingertips as she spoke. "I'm paying you millions of dollars to be here and to play for this team. I brought you here specifically to lead this team out of a crisis, and this is how you repay me. We've won our last 8 games. You can bitch at me when we're losing. You don't get to bitch at me over a column in the newspaper that I had nothing to do with." Her jaw dropped. "Nothing? Ford, nothing is exactly what I'm bitching about. When you're playing hide the sausage with this fucking idiot of a woman, can't you make an effort to bring her over to our side?" I pushed my chair back, anger making my jaw clench tightly. "I won't sit here while you talk about her like that."
"Listen," Jack said. "Let's just—"
"You think she's smart for being opposed to the new arena?" Mila asked me icily, crossing her arms. "Don't put words in my mouth. Either you apologize and treat her with the same respect she's given you, or I'm done with this meeting." Her expression was both pained and disgusted, like she'd just walked into a long-neglected portable toilet on a hot day. Mila was a stubborn, hot-tempered woman sometimes, and she couldn't bring herself to apologize. I got up and headed for the door, Coach Maddox groaning and Jack jumping up to come after me.
"Ford," Jack said, "emotions are running high, but we can work this out."
I didn't stop walking until Coach called out,
"Ford!"
I put my hand on the doorknob and turned to look at him. There was nothing he could say that would keep me in this room. I wasn't backing down. Mila might be the owner of this team, but that didn't mean she could call someone I cared about, someone who didn't deserve it, a fucking idiot. I respected my coach. He was level-headed and genuinely cared about his players. If he asked me to sit down and ignore what Mila had said about Elle, it would hurt.
"Mila, you were out of line, and you need to apologize," Coach said, "or else I'm going with him."
Stunned silence filled the room, no one moving a muscle. I'd never heard Coach disagree with Mila on anything, and it meant a lot to me that he'd stood up to her. Finally, Mila's shoulders sank. "I shouldn't have said that," she admitted. "I let my temper get away from me, and I'm sorry." I nodded, walked back over to the table, and sat down. "I want this arena to get built," I said. "I know people think I have bottomless pockets, but the truth is we need the city's funding package to make it work financially," Mila said. "If we don't get help, we can scale the plans back, but I think our team and our community deserve the best arena we can offer them." I nodded, the tension in the room gone now. "I do too. But honestly, I think you're all worked up over Elle's column for nothing."
"I'm co-signing on that," Jack said, pointing at me. "It's the city council members we need to be concerned with, not anyone else."
Mila sat back in her chair. "I hear you, but it kills me to read those columns. The Chronicle is the largest newspaper in the state. She makes it sound like I want to build a gladiator ring and put people in it to beat each other to death."
"We have the economic impact numbers," Jack said. "We can prove this will bring more money into the area over the next 10 years than it will cost. Those kinds of figures are catnip for elected officials."
But then Eleanor Lawrence points out that the arena will only benefit a few businesses in the surrounding area, Mila said, her frustration evident. Did you see today when she asked how a new hockey arena would help the owner of a restaurant or another business on the outskirts of the city? Jack waved a hand, dismissing her question.
We need to keep hitting those economic impact numbers. And I also recommend you reach out to mayors from some other large cities and states without a pro hockey team. I guarantee they'll roll out the red carpet.
Mila considered his proposal. You know, you're right. If Denver doesn't want us, we can go somewhere else.
What the actual fuck? After all the team had been through, surely Mila wouldn't move the entire organization to another state.
Coach stepped in.
Who said Denver doesn't want us? The fans here are incredible.
Then they'd better talk to their city council members, Mila said.
Jack nodded.
And they will, as soon as the news leaks that other cities are interested in the team.
Mila grinned at him.
You're brilliant.
This is Crisis Communications 101, he said, looking pleased by her compliment. We're going to shift the narrative so we're on offense instead of defense.
This guy was going to create a brand new crisis by playing games with a lot of people's careers, and Mila was blindly following his advice.
What if it works? I asked. What do you mean? Mila said. We're hoping it will.
No, I mean, what if some other city offers more incentive than Denver is willing to? We just leave? She shrugged.
If the deal is right, yeah. We're talking about a lot of money here.
I caught Coach's gaze for a split second, and he looked as wary as I felt. We're also talking about something more important than money, I said, emotion welling in my chest. 22 people died that day, and 20 of them worked for this organization.
Mila cut in. You don't need to remind me about the numbers, Ford. I was there that day. I spoke to one of the ushers who died less than 5 minutes before the explosion. I was fortunate to be able to evacuate.
Everyone who worked for the Coyotes knew that Mila had done more than just evacuate that day. She'd come back into the arena, over and over, to help rescue people who were trapped. When the rescuers arrived on the scene, they had to physically hold her back from running back in again, telling her to let them handle the situation. She was stubborn as hell, but she was also tough, and she seemed to be the least emotional woman I'd ever met, unless the emotion was volatile anger.
How do you just leave a city after that?
I asked, appalled. There were fans who were injured, businesses that had to close because of collateral damage, rescue crews who risked their lives going back inside to save people. Our temporary arena is completely full every game. There are fans who wait outside and watch the games on their phones because they can't get seats in such a small arena.
Mila glared at me. I agree with you. This is Denver's team. But the council members have to step up in order to keep it. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. Other cities do this all the time because a pro sports team is a boon for their city.
I gave Coach a helpless look, knowing he agreed with me.
Let's give it a few days, he said. This is what Jack does for a living. We have to trust his advice.
I shook my head, frustrated. I knew my teammates who had been here on the day of the explosion would be devastated to know Mila was reaching out to other cities about moving our team. The goal is to stay in Denver, right? I asked. At least tell me that's the goal.
It absolutely is, Jack said. We just need some leverage to show city council members why they need to approve this financial package.
I nodded, wishing for a stiff drink and a couple of hours in bed with Elle. But unfortunately, I had a call with my agent after this, followed by a workout and a visit to the local children's hospital, and tonight I had a team dinner. Should I tell the team about the plan to create leverage by reaching out to other cities? It would cause stress and hard feelings, but leaving them in the dark didn't feel right.
What was said in this room stays in this room,
Mila said. We have to play this just right. I trust every person here, and we need to be unified. If you need to vent, she said, looking directly at me, come see me privately. Well, shit. There went that decision. As captain, I was sometimes privy to information the whole team didn't get, and I had to respect Mila's request not to say anything. It would be hard, though. If Jack's plan backfired, I could end up having to move away right after meeting a woman who made me want things I'd never wanted before.
Chapter 18. Elle. Where the fuck have you been? I demanded when I walked in after work and saw Luke sitting at the kitchen table eating a bowl of cereal. He sighed heavily.
I'm not feeling the best, Elle. Can we do this later?
I tossed my bag and keys on a chair and walked over to him. After disappearing for 2 nights, he thought he could just show up and not explain himself? I'd been up past midnight last night worrying about him, and it had taken a lot of sweet tea to get me through my workday. No, we're doing it now, I said. It's an easy question, Luke. Where have you been? I was relieved to see him, but shaking with fury at his absolute disregard for me. Did he think I wouldn't worry? My brother was a grown-ass adult, and we shouldn't have been having this conversation.
I got high, he said, his tone defeated. Dad's right. I'm just a loser junkie.
Dad has never said that.
Luke shrugged. He thinks it.
I shook my head, now 100% pissed off. How fucking dare you? Dad doesn't want to give you money that you'll use to slowly kill yourself, and I don't blame him for that.
You kicking me out? Luke asked.
I hesitated, torn. If I kicked him out, he'd end up somewhere awful, like a drug house. No matter how angry I was, I couldn't deny him the safety of my apartment. Here, he could eat, shower, and sleep. And if he ended up in a bad situation, I wanted him to come to me for help. No, I said, the fight draining out of me. No, I won't kick you out. He nodded, his eyes full of shame.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me.
You're the last person who believed in me, and I let you down.
I sat down next to him at the table. Addiction is real, you know. People die from it every day.
I know.
And CTE is real. He nodded as he scooped up the last Lucky Charms marshmallow in his bowl.
It's hard for me to believe I could have a different life, he said. Impossible, really. Headaches and mood swings are who I am, and drugs and gambling are how I cope. This is it.
It's only it if you let it be. He slumped in his chair.
You really think I should go to rehab?
Yes.
I just don't see it changing anything, he said, looking away.
Then you're no worse off than when you started. You have to want to change, or it won't work. He sighed heavily.
When I woke up yesterday morning, I was so disgusted with myself. I couldn't face you. I knew you were probably worried, so I just got high again so I wouldn't have to care.
I was worried, I confirmed, and I hate watching you treat yourself this way.
I'm exhausted, and I need a shower. I know you want to talk some more, but can it wait?
I nodded. Sure. And also, just so you're aware, Ford's coming over tonight.
Oh, for dinner?
He brightened. No, just to see me. Luke grinned.
That's great. He seems like a really good guy.
I remembered the column that had been in yesterday's newspaper, and the fact that Ford hadn't called or texted since he left early that morning. I decided to write what I would have written if I didn't know Ford, hard as it was. At least, I hope he's still coming, I said as I got up. The sugar high of my last iced tea was wearing off, and I was tired. I wanted to sleep for about 10 hours, but I also wanted to be awake for my evening with Ford. I went over to the counter and started a pot of coffee as Luke rinsed his cereal bowl and put it in the dishwasher.
Why wouldn't he be coming? Luke asked. And why are you making coffee?
The coffee is because I was up really late worrying about my asshole brother. He nodded, looking sheepish. A column ran yesterday about my opposition to the incentive package the Coyotes owner is seeking from the city for the new arena. I don't think Ford was thrilled with it, and he hasn't texted since then.
Then fuck him.
That's easy for you to say, I said sadly.
Do you really like him?
I do. He makes me feel like everything about me is just right. I've never felt that way with a man before. I swallowed against the lump in my throat. And even if he shows up tonight, I guess I'd rather not see him than have him look me in the eye and tell me I disappointed him. That he expected my support.
He has no right to expect your support. It's not like you guys are engaged.
I sighed heavily. What about expecting me to not be a vocal opponent? Is that reasonable for him to expect? Luke shook his head.
Your job is to be vocal and opinionated. He knew that going in, and he knew you were opposed to the arena.
Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah, we did. He didn't say much. He was just telling me about how you guys met and how he found out who you were.
I squeezed my hands into fists, angry at nothing and everything all at once. I hate that he plays hockey. I shouldn't have let myself have feelings for a hockey player.
Feelings don't work that way.
I felt my nails digging into my skin as I squeezed my fists harder. No, but actions do. I could have taken different actions. I should have.
Hey, Elle?
I looked at him.
Have you ever thought about the way you try to always be perfect in everything you do? You make good decisions, work hard, support charities, eat leafy green vegetables.
I try to be a good person. Luke's mouth turned down in a frown.
You try to be perfect. And I think it has something to do with making up for me. Not being the kid Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Gramps had to worry about.
I recoiled inside. Luke thought that? I'd never even come close to trying to be perfect. No, I never wanted to be perfect, I said, and I'm not even close.
I don't think you consciously tried, and I know you don't think you're perfect. I just think trying not to be a screw-up like me probably drove you, and still does.
My eyes filled with tears. You are not a screw-up. Don't say that about yourself.
You know what I mean. I hate that Mom died with a son who's an absolute train wreck. And I hate that you have to be the strong, steady one so that I can be a disaster. You pay the rent and buy groceries, and I just fuck up and barely get by.
There was a knock on the door. Ford. I looked at my brother imploringly. We'll finish this conversation later. Get a shower and some sleep. I love you, and I'm happy you're here. He nodded.
Love you too. Have a good night.
You too. I walked over to the door and opened it, with equal feelings of joy and relief coursing through me. Ford stood there with a single red rose in hand, smiling.
Hey,
he said, passing me the rose. I was the worst person in the world. I'd written a column calling his team's proposed arena an unneeded Taj Mahal, and not only had he brought me a rose, but he was also looking at me like I was a glass of ice-cold water on a scorching hot day. Hey, I said, stepping aside so he could enter. I brought the rose up to my nose and sniffed its sweet scent. Thank you. He kissed me gently.
Sorry I've been out of touch. Yesterday and today were nuts.
It's okay. I closed the door and we went into the living room. Ford sat on one end of the couch and I sat in the middle, a foot separating us. He scooted over to close the distance, putting his arm around me.
Everything okay with Luke?
Yeah, he's taking a shower and going to bed early. I set the rose on the coffee table, wrapping my arms around myself. Ford had seen my column, right?
What's wrong?
He asked. Does it feel like there's an elephant in the room? He moved forward so we were side by side.
Just tell me what you're thinking.
My column. Did you read it?
I did.
I looked at him. And?
It was well written. You look damn sexy in those glasses and that photo of you that always runs with your columns.
He was complimenting me, even now. It was maddening, but also endearing. Don't you feel something about it? I asked.
Like frustration or indignation or something?
No. I don't expect you to stop being opposed to the arena just because of me.
I just stared at him in disbelief. It doesn't bother you that I'm opposed? It has to be making Mila crazy. The corners of his lips quirked up.
You're you and I'm me. I like that you have your own beliefs. I respect you. Does it bother you that I'm for the arena?
Of course not. You kind of have to be. He wrapped my hand in his much larger one.
I get why you're opposed. I'm really sorry Luke has to deal with the fallout from hockey injuries. But what I hope you'll come to understand about me, and this is me, Elle, not anyone else, is that I play hockey knowing the risks. I love the game, even with its imperfections.
But if kids see you playing and then they want to play too, what about that? His expression turned solemn.
The game has evolved a lot. Head injuries are taken seriously now, but they still happen. I think everyone who plays, and every parent of a kid who plays, should know the risks going in.
I buried my face in my hands. I like you so much.
I like you too.
But isn't this crazy? I mean, are we just sleeping together on the down low? Because if that's it, I think I can compartmentalize.
Ford squeezed my hand. I know this is a lot to ask of you, but will you come to a game? If you don't want to come to any more after that, it's okay. But I want more than sleeping together on the down low. I want you to see what I do from my perspective, why I play the game.
After the way he'd treated me, with nothing but patience and respect, it wasn't much to ask. Somehow, despite having totally opposing views on the new arena, he made me feel like my opinion mattered, but still didn't have to affect his feelings for me. I wanted to do the same for him with his job. Okay, I said. I'll come to a game, and I'll even leave my hockey sucks sign at home. He smiled, then put his hands on my hips and lifted me onto his lap. I was both impressed and turned on by his manhandling.
I missed you,
he said, my forehead resting against his. I missed you too.
What do you want to do tonight?
Honestly? He chuckled.
Yeah, preferably.
I was up really late last night worrying about my brother. I feel like eating Mexican, snuggling up to watch a movie, and going to bed early.
Then let's do it.
But is that what you feel like?
Yep. I love a good steak burrito, and I like movies. I'm tired too. I just want to be with you, you know? It doesn't have to be swinging from the chandelier every time.
My shoulders dropped with relief, and he laughed.
Is that what you thought I was like? Fucking for hours every time we're together?
I mean, given your body and your expertise, I was wondering. He wrapped his arms around my waist, holding me tightly.
No. I'm just a regular guy who happens to be a hockey player.
Okay. I closed my eyes, taking in the pine tree smell of his soap. Thank you.
I do have one question before we go to dinner, he said. Is that coffee I smell?
I smiled. Yeah, when I said I was tired, I meant it.
You want to order delivery for dinner?
No, let's go out. I'll bring a travel mug of coffee. He kissed me, and I started reconsidering my suggestion that we go to bed early.
Won't that keep you up late? He asked.
If it does, I guess we're not going to bed early, I teased.
In that case, pour an extra big cup, and I'll take some too.
Chapter 19. Ford.
Boys, you can lose another game. A different game,
Dom said, the entire locker room listening to his spur-of-the-moment speech.
You can have an off night some other night. You can have the worst game of your fucking career, but not tonight. Not fucking tonight. Do not be the douchebag who keeps me from enjoying our captain's girlish screams as hot wax is poured onto his asshole and then ripped off.
The room erupted into hoots and cheers, and I shook my head. How the hell had I gotten myself into this? If we won tonight's home game, which Elle was attending, I'd probably be getting waxed tomorrow. I'd hold up my end of the bargain, but fuck, I was not looking forward to it. My asshole isn't hairy, I said. You'd be surprised, Colby said. You probably haven't seen it close up enough to know. I'm live streaming it, Dom said. I'll play offense, defense, and goalie if I have to tonight. This is happening. You aren't live streaming shit, I said. I never agreed to that. No body parts will be shown. Just your face. Still no. Dom rolled his eyes. Come on. Bo almost broke his ankle scoring the game-winning goal against Tampa, and you can't let me video you? That was hyperbole, which was typical of Dom. Bo's ankle was twisted, but Dom had given me an idea. I'll tell you what, I said. If we can win 5 more games, a total of 15, I'll do it and let you live stream it. Groans and boos were lobbed at me. Dom shook his head and gave a dramatic thumbs down. You'll have to make us a much better offer than that, dickhead. I considered. How long could this streak last? No hot streak lasted forever. All we had to do was lose one of the next 6 games, and I'd be home free. I'll get a tattoo, I offered. Of what? Dom asked. I shrugged. I don't know. The number 15? Or the number of games we've won when the streak ends? Pfft, Seth said. Lame. Yeah, no, Dom agreed. We'd only consider this if it was a tattoo of our choosing. Like what? I asked. Dom thought about it. We'd tell you when we got to the tattoo place. It would be a team decision. I tossed my damp towel into a laundry basket, scared of this proposition. Yeah, I'm not ending up with a giant dick tattooed on my arm, I said. You could choose the location on your body, Dom said. We just get to choose the design. Now that I could get into. We probably wouldn't make it to 15 wins. That was a long streak. And if by chance we did, I could get the ink on a place I'd never have to see. Okay, but how big would it be? I'm not getting my whole back inked for you assholes. Boys, Dom asked. At least 9 square inches, Bo suggested. 3 by 3. That wasn't very big, and agreeing to it would save my body hair from the waist down. All right, I said. Dom's face lit up. Just so we're clear, you're agreeing that if we win 15 games in a row, you'll get waxed from the waist down while I live stream it, and you'll get a tattoo of the team's choosing that is at least 9 square inches, and you get to choose where it goes. I nodded, although a little apprehensive. Right. Now let me get back to stretching. There were a few guys grumbling about it, saying now they wouldn't get anything out of this new deal. I kept my expression neutral, but inside I was relieved. I'd gotten the better end of that. A team intern walked into the locker room and approached me. Mr. Barrett, Chloe from the front office asked me to tell you that your guests are seated and they have everything they need. Great. Thanks, I said, wishing I could remember the intern's name. Guests? Colby asked. Is Mama Barrett in town? He loved my mom and never missed a chance to invite himself over for her home-cooked meals. No, it's Elle and her brother. Elle? As in Eleanor Lawrence? Dom asked from nearby. Yeah, I met his gaze. Why? Are you seeing her? Conversations around us went silent as people started listening to the one Dom and I were having. I didn't want to do this right now, but I would. Yeah, I am, I said. Dom's expression transformed into one of disgust and betrayal. After all the shit she said about our team in the new arena? She's just doing her job. The fuck she is, he said. You just saw a nice piece of ass and... I quickly covered the feet between us and slammed him against the wall. Don't talk about her like that. Don't you ever talk about her that way again. Or what? You plan to kick the ass of every guy on this team? I looked around at my teammates' faces. Who else has a problem with me and Elle Lawrence? There was silence until Bo finally spoke up. I don't have a problem with it,
She's been opposed to hockey for a long time, so it's nothing new. If you're happy, I'm good." As one of the team members who had been here since before the explosion, Bo was well respected. He'd temporarily been captain before I got here, and his support meant a lot to me. "Thank you," I said, easing my hold on Dom. "Anyone else?" Coach walked into the room, his expression confused. "Can you guys get your thumbs out of your asses and get ready for the game? Or would that be too much to ask?" I released Dom and went back to my locker without even looking at him. I was pretty sure we'd be fine by tomorrow, even if he didn't like the idea of me and Elle together. Either way, I wasn't giving her up. Our second night together had been amazing. With her, it didn't matter that I was a hockey player. I was just Ford. I'd never had that with a woman, and I wouldn't let go of it easily. Another home game. Another win. The mood was light in the locker room after the game. I liked seeing reporters interviewing players who didn't usually get interview requests. We were doing our best to adapt to having a college rink as our home ice, which meant a lot fewer bells and whistles than we were used to. It also meant we didn't have a family suite like we'd had at our former arena. I'd gotten Elle 2 tickets at center ice in front of the press box. They weren't the farthest from the ice, but they definitely weren't close. I'd put a lot of thought into it, wanting to give her good seats, but not wanting her so close to the action that she saw blood flying. I'd looked for her immediately when we took the ice, smiling when I saw her. Luke had come with her. An usher was supposed to be bringing them down the tunnel after the game, and I looked for her as soon as I stepped out after my shower, dressed in a suit. A camera flashed in my face, and I squinted.
"Ford, how are you feeling about winning your 10th game in a row?"
A reporter named Caitlin Gross asked me. They weren't supposed to interview us here. There was a room for post-game interviews, and I'd declined to take part tonight. That was probably why I'd been ambushed here. "Feels great," I said. "It's always a team effort, and these guys have worked really hard for this."
"How many consecutive wins do you think you guys can get?"
I smiled and shrugged. "I guess we'll see, but we're not planning to slow down anytime soon. Thanks, Caitlin." I walked away as she thanked me, spotting Elle and Luke standing along the wall. "Hey," I said as I approached her. "I'm glad you came."
"Thanks for inviting us."
I kissed her, her expression nervous afterward. "Hey, Luke," I said, shaking his hand. "Thanks for coming, man." "Awesome game," he said. "You guys have a killer first offensive line." "Thanks. We put in a lot of hours of drilling."
"We're gonna go,"
Elle said, giving me a tight smile. "What? No, let's go get a drink," I said. "I want you to meet some of my teammates." Her gaze shifted to something behind me, and I turned. Mila stood next to the locker room door, giving Elle a death glare. "Don't worry about her," I said.
"I'm not worried. It's just that this is her place. It's like her standing in the Chronicle newsroom."
I shook my head. "Plenty of other places she could be right now. She's hoping to intimidate you." Elle's spine stiffened, and she took my arm.
"Then I'll stay."
"Hey, we going out?" Dom asked me as he walked out of the locker room. "Yep. Mountaintop?" He saw Elle, and his smile slid away. "Actually, I can't. I've got something else going on. I'll see you tomorrow, man." Dom wasn't usually serious about anything, but he seemed pretty serious about disliking Elle. He and I were going to have a serious talk tomorrow. "Sorry," I said to Elle.
"It's okay. I get it. I think you should go out and we'll just go home."
I shook my head. "I want you with me. Anyone who doesn't like it can fuck off." Her expression softened.
"Are you sure? I was pretty strong with my language in my early columns about the arena."
"You mean when you called us knuckle-draggers?" She cringed.
"I shouldn't have done that."
"Don't worry about it. There's not a guy on the team who hasn't been called a lot worse." Her eyes shined with gratitude. She had no idea how refreshing it was to meet a woman who was smart and strong with a mind of her own.
She didn't melt into my arms just because I played hockey. Quite the opposite. And that was one of the reasons I was crazy about her. A few of the guys came to Mountaintop, and all of them were cool to Elle. Seth and Colby even went out of their way to talk to her, which I appreciated. The night flew by, though, since we didn't arrive at the bar until after 11. Around 12:45 a.m., Elle gave me a sleepy, apologetic look. "You ready?" I asked her. "Just because I want to go doesn't mean you have to. I just can't keep my eyes open any longer." "I'm ready to." I looked at Luke. "Can you drive her car home so she can ride with me?" "Yeah, no problem." Elle was quiet for the first couple of minutes of the ride home, staring out the window into the night. "What's on your mind?" I asked her. "I don't want to watch someone beat the shit out of you in a game," she said. "With the position I play and the new rules, you shouldn't have to." She sighed heavily. "I feel like you deserve a woman who gives you the same unconditional support you've given me." Where the hell was this coming from? It unsettled me. "My support isn't unconditional," I said. "I don't like that you're opposed to the arena, but I still respect you and your reasons. You're amazing, and I'm not letting that arena get in the way of us. It'll either happen or it won't, regardless of what either of us says or does." She nodded. "You're amazing, too. But I need a little time to think about things." I tightened my hold on the steering wheel. "Okay." "That's not code for me not wanting to see you anymore," she said. "I promise. It's just that there's stuff going on with Luke, and I'm just a little emotionally overloaded right now. I need a few days." "I understand." I didn't, but I wasn't about to tell her that. If she needed space, I'd give it to her. When we got back to the Pines, I walked her to her door and kissed her goodnight. "I'll wait for you to reach out to me," I said, hating every word that came out of my mouth. "Okay. Thanks." Once she was inside her apartment, I walked into mine. The high of winning 10 games in a row forgotten. I'd done everything I could to show Elle we were good for each other. Now I just had to see if she'd come to the same conclusion on her own.
Chapter 20. Elle. I cringed as one of Ford's teammates slammed into the boards at the Seattle arena and dropped to the ice. The crowd roared as the Seattle player got sent to the penalty box over it. "Cheap hit," Luke said, looking at what was left of my veggie lo mein. "You gonna eat that?" "Have at it." I passed it to him and curled up under a blanket on one end of the couch. "What's going on with you two?" he asked as he dug into the takeout container with his chopsticks. I rested my head on the back of the couch and shrugged. "I don't know. I really like him, but the hockey thing is hard for me." I told him I need a few days to think about things. He frowned at me. "You're thinking about not seeing him anymore just because he's a hockey player? You know how I feel about hockey. Based on what happened to me, which I don't get. You're being way too literal. The game will never be 100% safe, but neither will driving to the grocery store or flying somewhere for vacation." I missed Ford. It had only been 2 days, and I missed his texts asking me how my day was going or telling me about something funny he'd seen. "If you could go back in time, would you still play hockey?" I asked Luke. "Yeah, I would. I know it sounds crazy, but hockey is part of who I am. I always heard about how bad head injuries could be, but it felt like something abstract that would never affect me. I'd still play, but I'd take the head injuries more seriously. I wouldn't be the first guy to hit the other team every time." I shook my head, my mind already moving on to something else. What happened with John was really hard on me. "John? You mean your last boyfriend? That douchebag with the earring?" I nodded. "I never really told you how awful things got at the end. He was talking about marriage after just a few months and about how he'd never won a prenup, which was funny because he didn't have anything." My brother nodded knowingly.
He wanted into the family for the money. He wanted it more than anything. He became obsessed with it. And when I broke up with him, he refused to accept it. Shit, I'm sorry. I've never admitted this to anyone, but it got so bad that I told Graham, and she hired a couple of security guys to tail me. He finally left me alone after they got up in his face a few times. Luke slurped a noodle into his mouth, grinning sheepishly. Sorry, but what's this have to do with Ford? He's nothing like that. He's got his own money. I know, which makes my neurotic mind sure there's something else wrong with him. It's hard to explain, but it's hard for me to just be happy. I'm always questioning it and wondering how long it will last. Why do you think that is? I shrugged. I guess it's just how I'm made. No. He set the takeout container on the coffee table and stood up. I'm having an epiphany here. We're both afraid to try hard things because we're worried about failing. For me, it's rehab. And for you, it's Ford. I wasn't afraid of falling for Ford. Was I? I just had a feeling he wouldn't stay hot for his uptight, next-door neighbor indefinitely. And then I'd end up with a broken heart. My heart pounded with the realization. Are you right? I asked Luke. I'm thinking about it now, and saying it's about hockey is a nice, clean cop-out without admitting it's about your own fears and insecurities. I locked eyes with him. Just like you saying rehab won't work is about your fears and insecurities because what if it does work? What then? Holy shit. This is heavy, he said. I need to move. Can we go for a walk? It's cold and dark. He blew out a breath. Too bad. I feel an anxiety attack coming on. I got up from the couch. Are you okay? He nodded. I just need you to go for a walk with me. Of course. I picked up the remote and glanced at the screen before turning it off. The score was 2-2. I'd planned on watching the entire game, but Luke needed me, and that was more important. By the time I'd changed into warm sweats, a hoodie, a stocking cap, and tennis shoes, he was already out front, pacing up and down the sidewalk. What's going on with you? I asked. Was this because he wanted a fix? I'd jump on top of him and hold him down to keep him from getting drugs if I could. But given our size differential, that was unlikely to work. I need to tell you something, he said. I looked at him silently, waiting. He stared at me for a few seconds. Let's walk, he said, taking off down the sidewalk toward the paved path that ran around the lake. I ran to catch up with him. What do you need to tell me? It's just... Give me a second. He ran a hand through his hair as he sped ahead, forcing me into a light jog. I'd never seen Luke like this, and I was getting concerned. There was a bench alongside the path we were walking on, lit by warm light from the tall streetlights surrounding the path. Let's sit, Luke said. I joined him on the bench, not mentioning that we'd been sitting inside where it was warm just a few minutes ago. Luke looked behind him and from side to side, and my heart raced with worry. Was he hearing voices? Thinking people were following him? He already struggled enough as it was. Whatever it is, it's okay, I said, taking his hand. I love you no matter what. Remember how Mom used to always say that to us? He looked at the ground, squeezing my hand. Elle, I'm gay. I'd been prepared for something awful, and that was what he needed to tell me? I was surprised and relieved. I had no idea, I said. Thank you for trusting me with that. He looked over at me, his expression tortured. I fought it for so many years because I knew Dad would be disappointed. Why do you think that? He shook his head. He's just very conventional, you know? He was always so proud when I loved what he loved. That's why I played hockey. And His voice caught, and my eyes flooded with tears. He used to talk about how to be a good husband to your wife and father to your kids, and I never wanted that. My brother's pain was palpable, and all I wanted was to take it away. I couldn't, though. What he needed was for me to listen, not to try to convince him his fears were unfounded. I can't speak for Dad, but what I want for you is to be happy.
It hurts my heart that you've been carrying this around and feeling shame for so long." He hung his head. "The first time I got high was after I kissed a guy for the first time. I was horrified, I guess, and I just needed to make it go away." "Oh, Luke, if only I'd known. If only I could have been there for him." "Our conversation back in the apartment made me put some things in perspective," he said. "If I'm always in crisis, always running from people I owe money to and getting high, I never have to face who I am." I got to my knees on the ground in front of him and took his hands. "I love who you are. I adore who you are. I wouldn't change a thing about you, not a single thing." He nodded. "Thanks, Elle." A shaky sob escaped from his throat. "God, that was the first time I ever said it out loud." I smiled encouragingly. "Say it again." He swallowed hard. "I'm gay." "And I'm proud of you." He put his head in his hands. "I have to go to rehab. It's fucking terrifying. I'll have to talk about it with people I don't even know." "I'd sit beside you if I could." He looked at me and smiled. "I know you would. The way you've stood by me means more than I can say. I want to do the same for you, and I have to get right with myself to do that." "You can do this." He stood. "Let's walk." We strolled down the path, side by side, greeting someone walking a Great Dane. After a couple of minutes, Luke looked over at me. "You know, if I'm willing to face my fears by going to rehab, you need to consider how easy it would be to face yours." "Easy?" I asked, scoffing. "Yeah. How about if you go to rehab and all I have to do is fall for a hot, successful pro athlete?" I laughed. "Well, when you put it like that, he's a good guy. Let go of the excuses and enjoy it." He was right, but it was hard for me to say it out loud. This thing with Ford was scary as hell because it was different from my relationships with other men. Ford was a gentleman who had told me up front that he liked me instead of playing games. He asked for a commitment immediately. He was proud of me even when it was hard. In short, he was a real, grown-ass man, and I'd never been with one of those before. Once I cut through how terrifying that was, it was actually pretty amazing. "I'll call Graham in the morning and tell her I'm ready for rehab," Luke said. My heart swelled with hope and happiness. She's going to be so happy. I miss her. She misses you too. When we made it to the other side of the lake, I took out my phone and looked up the score of Ford's game. I smiled when I saw they'd won 3-2. "You really like him," Luke said. "Yeah," I said, sighing. "So what do we do now?" He gave me a wry smile. "I go to this Mother Nature rehab place for a 90-day ass-kicking, and you fall for the hot hockey player." "I think I can manage that." "Asshole," he said, laughing. I took his hand in mine, eager to talk to Ford. I wasn't going to text him about this, though. This needed to be an in-person conversation. One I probably needed to buy new lingerie for.
Chapter 21. Ford.
"I'm not fucking moving to Texas,"
Sal Morris, our goalie, grumbled.
"Fuck that. It's hot as shit there, and I'm not wearing cowboy boots."
"Austin's not that bad," Colby said. "They've got great food." Dom scoffed as he laced up his skates.
"You move there, then. I'm sure as shit not going to."
The news of other cities scrambling to put together incentive packages for our team had been not so mysteriously leaked to the press. My teammates were pissed, to say the least, about hearing the news on Twitter. "I told you guys, don't sweat it yet," I said. "We're a long way from relocating to Austin."
"Is that when you were going to tell us?" Dom asked. "When it was time to pack our bags?"
I glared at him. He'd never let me forget that I hadn't told my teammates other cities were being considered, and it didn't matter to him that I'd been told to keep it quiet by our team owner.
"Did you hear Quebec is one of the cities?" Sal asked. Would I have to become a Canadian citizen?
No, dumbass, Dom said.
I'm a dumbass, Sal demanded. You're the one who asked why stores sell a 0 birthday candle when no one can turn 0 years old.
Colby howled with laughter.
I forgot about that. I was trashed, Dom said defensively.
Remember when he posted that pic of a meteor shower, but he spelled it Meatier? Bo asked, laughing.
Oh shit, Sal said. I screenshotted that so fucking fast. I'm a bad speller, Dom said. I'm still smarter than you, Sal.
Let's go, ladies, I said. We've got practice. The light mood disappeared immediately. Everyone was tense because the city council had scheduled a special meeting to vote on the proposed arena deal. If they voted it down, Mila would begin negotiations with other cities, and from the sound of things, there were some cities willing to compete hard to get a pro hockey team. I'd moved around a lot, playing for Chicago for 2 years, New York for 2 years, and Minneapolis for 2 years before landing here in Denver. I was a high payroll player, and my goal was to settle in somewhere and be part of the backbone of a solid team. If we left Denver, we'd inevitably have a shakeup of players. Some guys had said they'd retire, and others would end up on other teams. We'd just started gelling as a team after 9 grueling months. I wanted to see it through. And I hoped for a chance to see where things with Elle could go, too. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about her in the few days we hadn't talked. She'd come to my game, and that meant something. She was just letting her head sabotage things. We did a round of shooting drills. No one's heart was in it today. Even our coaches and trainers were tense. There was a big social media campaign from our fans with the hashtag #SaveTheCoyotes. People were posting stories about how long they and their families had been fans and how much going to the games in their city meant. The posts from families of people who died in the explosion were the toughest to read. They wanted us to stay and rebuild. We all wanted that too, but we had to be careful what we said about it publicly. No one wanted to risk Mila's ire.
Speak of the devil, Colby said, nodding over at the wall where Mila stood.
Think she has news about the vote? I asked.
That, or she just wants to brag about the small mammals she just fed on.
I looked at him, my brow furrowed in confusion.
Because she's a cold-blooded snake, he explained. A viper. I swear she doesn't go home to sleep. She just coils up under her desk.
Wow, I didn't know you felt so strongly about her. Mila cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled, "We got it! We're staying in Denver!" I slumped with relief as the team erupted into cheers. Dom clapped me on the back, his anger forgotten. Jack and Mila had gambled and won. I never wanted to be a team owner who had to make the decisions Mila did, but I'd never be a billionaire, so it was a moot point. I followed my teammates into our locker room, where we broke out the champagne. We'd won 12 games in a row, and we were staying in Denver. It was a hell of a good day. For everyone, I imagined, except Elle. That evening, I'd just gotten home and sat down when I heard a knock at the door. It was a long day of celebrating the good news with season ticket holders and high-dollar donors to our team's foundation. My heart rate kicked up as I walked to the door. Not many people came over without notice. I hoped it was Elle. When I opened the door and saw her, I didn't say anything. If she was here to tell me she'd decided things wouldn't work out between us, I didn't know if I could accept it easily. "Hey," she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Congratulations on the arena." Why did I feel like she was acknowledging that we'd been on opposing sides of a battle that I'd won? I didn't see it that way. "Thanks," I said. "Come on in." I wanted to pull her into my arms and tell her I'd missed her, but I couldn't. If she didn't want us to be together, I had to respect it, though it would be hard as hell. She looked pretty in jeans, a light pink sweater, and black booties, her hair cascading down her back. I remembered the feel of her hair brushing over my shoulders and chest when we were in bed. Part of me wanted to take her to bed just to delay this conversation. Today wouldn't be great anymore if she was done with me. "It feels like so much has happened in the past couple of days," she said, as she sat down on the couch. "Like what?" I sat down in a recliner, sitting on the edge because I was too nervous to relax. "Luke's going to rehab," she said. "That's great news." She nodded. "Our grandparents and our dad are really happy about it. They're all flying here tomorrow so we can have a family dinner before Luke leaves for Portland." "Portland?" "That's where his rehab is based." "Oh, yeah, makes sense." Our eyes stayed locked, and I held my breath as I waited to hear what she'd say next. "Luke helped me realize that I was afraid of some things," she said. "Well, one thing in particular, I guess. You." "Me? Afraid of me?" "Not like you're thinking," she said, smiling. "I was, or, okay, I am afraid of us not working out. I always had a steady boyfriend since college until I broke up with John. I always felt like I had to keep trying to find the one, and it was disappointing and exhausting." I lowered my brows, unsure how to navigate this conversation. "Is it that you're afraid of getting hurt?" "Yeah, but it's not just that. I have an anxious mind, and some things in life have taught me to assume the worst is going to happen. My mom's death, Luke's struggles. If you assume the worst, you can't get hurt." Now that she had told me, I felt foolish for not seeing it sooner. Elle did have that tendency. She was a careful person. She'd chosen her Range Rover because it had a high safety rating. She'd flossed every night before bed. Every morning she was on time for her job, like clockwork. "That's true," I said. "But you also can't live." "I see that now. It's hard. But I'm starting to see how I've been getting in my own way. And you need to know that if we keep seeing each other, I won't be able to change overnight. I'll still worry because I've been doing it my whole life, trying to be perfect and worrying I'll fail." I stood and went over to the couch to sit next to her. "I don't want you to be perfect. I just want you to be you." She laughed lightly. "That's good because chasing perfection is exhausting." "I love the way you like me for me. And I don't just like you for you. I'm fucking crazy about you for you." "I may have similar feelings," she said, putting her hand on my thigh. "Let's just jump in with both feet and see where we end up. I've never been with a woman who made me want to be a better man like you do. You stand up for what you believe in, and you don't mind if I agree. That's the kind of energy I want in a partner." Tears glimmered in her eyes. "I never believed I'd find this. Someone who made me feel this way. I don't know how you could possibly become a better man, Ford. You're already the best man I know." I cupped her cheek and kissed her, overwhelmed by the strength of the connection I felt with her. It wasn't just attraction, but something much deeper. By the time we pulled away, she had tears streaming down her face. "You okay?" I asked her. "They're happy tears," she said. I took a deep breath and let it out, relief coursing through me. "I need to take you to Vegas, babe. You've got one hell of a poker face. When you walked in here, I was sure you were going to tell me to go fuck myself." Her expression brightened. "I am a pretty solid blackjack player. We'll have to hit Sin City when I have a couple of nights off." She gave me a playful look. "I just realized I've never seen your bedroom." My cock hardened in response as she bit her lip and stood up. "I can fix that." I stood and pulled her into my arms, leaning in to brush my lips against hers.
I think this might be the start of something good, she said, against my lips. Like, really good.
It is. I might just make you into a hockey fan yet, babe.
We'll see, she grinned. I'm already a major Ford Barrett fan.
I quirked a brow. Yeah? Like how major?
Take me to your bedroom and find out.
Chapter 22. Elle. Ford's mouth was demanding. He'd never kissed me with so much hunger and longing. We made it to his bedroom after several breaks for heavy groping and kissing, and he picked me up as soon as we walked through the doorway, my legs wrapping around his waist. When he set me on the bed, I felt a powerful mix of arousal and contentment. His words had reassured me that this was real for him, too. He hastily pulled my shirt off over my head, and I unbuttoned my jeans, my core aching for him. When he pulled off his own shirt and came toward me with a predatory gleam in his eye, I slid my panties down to mid-thigh. He grabbed them with one big hand and pulled them the rest of the way off, tossing them behind him and burying his face between my thighs. Holy hell. His tongue was magic, teasing lightly 1 second and dipping inside me the next. When he finally reached my clit, I moaned and circled my hips, the friction bringing me close to coming. He teased my clit with the tip of his tongue, circling it and then flattening his tongue on it, and I came apart. As I cried out and arched my back, he kept exactly the right amount of pressure on it to draw out my orgasm. When he pulled away, I breathed out as I dropped back onto the bed, giving him a lazy grin. "Is that all you've got?" "Oh, you want more?" He pushed my knees apart and put his face back between my thighs. I screeched and tried to close my legs, laughing. "No, it's too sensitive." "Should have thought of that before you asked if that was all I've got," he said, licking my clit. "You'll kill me, stop!" I tried to push his head away, laughing uncontrollably now. "I meant sex. Get your pants off and fuck me, Barrett." He lifted his head and met my gaze, his eyes dark with desire. "Say please like a good girl, or I'll go back to what I was doing." "Please," I said softly. "Please what?" I hesitated. I'd never been with a man like Ford. Usually it was silence, some grunting, and maybe a groan or two. "Please fuck me," I said, my nipples hardening for round 2 already. "You want my cock?" he asked as he stood and took his pants off. "Yes." I marveled at his broad, powerful chest and ripped abs, letting my gaze trail down to the V-shape created by his cut hips, and then his erection, which made my breath catch. My favorite part of him was his eyes, which were swimming with desire and focused completely on me. He unwrapped a condom and rolled it on, then returned to bed and kissed me, his expression a mix of tenderness and lust. When he pushed inside me, I gasped, rolling my hips to take more of him. He filled me completely, his body made to please mine. "Elle," he said as he pumped his hips. "Fuck, you feel so good." I wasn't falling for this man. I'd already fallen. Everything felt right when we were together. He slowed slightly, and I sank my fingers into his ass cheeks, urging him on. "Harder," I said breathlessly. "Faster." "Babe, I need—" "Show me what gets you off," I said. "You already got me off. I want this to be for you. Show me how hard and fast you really like it." A small groan escaped him as he buried himself deep inside me with a hard thrust. He rocked his hips into mine, and I cried out, feeling his body start to tense. He stopped suddenly, pulling out of me, and I gasped with surprise. "Turn over," he commanded. "Now, get on your knees." I obeyed, rolling over and raising my ass in the air while resting my forearms on the mattress. "You want to know what gets me off?" he said as he slid his cock back inside me. "Fucking my good girl, long and hard, that's what gets me off."
My core heated at the sound of his words. He pumped himself in and out of me, groaning with satisfaction. "Your pussy is so tight and sweet," he said, "and it's all mine." I liked this possessive streak a lot. His confidence was also a huge turn-on. He could read my body like a book, and he clearly knew how much I liked him controlling things in bed. He grabbed a handful of my hair and eased me upright so my back was against his chest, wrapping an arm around my waist as he continued fucking me. "This pussy is what gets me off," he rumbled in my ear as he put a fingertip on my clit. "This sweet, wet pussy of yours, feeling you come on my fingers." "God, Ford," I panted. He was circling my clit with 2 fingers now, and I cried out as an orgasm rocked through me hard. Ford tightened his arm around my waist as he came, his sounds of pleasure filling the room. I could feel him relax against me as he slowly pulled out and kissed my shoulder softly. "You're the best stress reliever ever," I said as I lay down. He grinned. "I'm feeling pretty relaxed myself." Our conversation from earlier came rushing back, and I closed my eyes and smiled. "So, we're officially a thing." "Yep, you're officially my woman." I wrinkled my nose. "Maybe a different word." He looked confused. "You want to be my bitch?" "Fuck you," I laughed. He pulled me close. "How about my beautiful, amazing girlfriend?" "I like that." I considered what kind of nickname I'd have for him. "And I'll call you my nookie monster." "That's a first." He kissed my temple. "You can call me anything you want, babe. I'm about 99% in love with you, so I'm not feeling picky." I held my breath for a second at his mention of the L word. "It's okay if you're not there yet," he said. Was I? I thought about how I'd felt when thinking about whether I was ready to take the plunge with Ford. Though I was scared of being in a relationship with him, the thought of not being with him was somehow scarier. "I think I'm 99% there too," I said. "I'm like 2 orgasms away." He gave me a playful look. "Are you saying you could be 100% in love with me by the end of the night?" I arched a brow. "I think that's up to you." He kissed me softly. "Then it's a done deal, baby."
Chapter 23. Ford. 2 weeks later. Elle gave me an encouraging look as we walked into a downtown Denver tattoo shop, looking more nervous than I was. My asshole teammates had pulled it off, 15 straight wins. We were the talk of every hockey blog, column, and sports TV show out there. I was proud of them, and today I was owning up to the agreement we'd made. I was dreading the lower body waxing more than the tattoo. I already knew that I was getting the ink on one of my ass cheeks, where I'd never have to look at it. "Mason," Dom said, shaking the hand of one of the tattoo artists in the shop. "Good to see you, man. This is Ford." "Hey," I said, smiling and shaking his hand. "You are either the bravest or the craziest bastard ever," he said, grinning. "Some of the designs Dom and I worked on were absolutely batshit crazy." I glared at my teammate, who was beaming. He'd played through painful shoulder spasms to help secure win number 15. I could only imagine what kind of tattoo he picked out. "Let's do it," I said, resigned to my fate. A total of 7 teammates had come, and Elle. Mason looked at the group, and then at Dom. "We can only fit 2 other people in the room. It's on the small side. Sorry, guys." "We'll take turns," Dom said. "But first..." He took 3 envelopes from his pocket. "The team collaborated on design ideas, and we took a vote for the top 3 finalists. Mason designed all of them. You get to pick an envelope, but you don't get to see what's in it until it's on your ass." "You want to pick one?" I asked Elle, as Dom held out the envelopes. "No way," she said. "You do it." I pointed to the one in the middle and Dom passed it to Mason. He gave one of the remaining envelopes to Bo and another one to Sal. "Boys, show our captain the designs he didn't choose," Dom said. Bo opened his envelope, took out the paper inside, and laughed. He pulled it out and flipped it around, revealing a drawing of an old, filthy toilet with shit floating in it. Elle's eyes widened, and I groaned as my teammates erupted into laughter. "Are you fucking serious?" I muttered. "Good news is, that's not what you're getting," Dom said, clearly loving every second of this. "Here's what's behind door number 2, Sal said, opening his envelope. "But I guess that other one was really number 2, right?" He grinned and pulled out a drawing of a purple unicorn in a sitting position, smoking a fatty and sporting a massive erection. It was ridiculous. "Oh my God," Elle said, hardly able to hold in her laughter. She was new to all this. A team was like a family. They'd give you shit like no one else, but they'd also do anything for you and always have your back. I'd brought her today so she could hopefully get to know some of my teammates a little better. Colby howled with laughter. "Jesus, wait until he sees the one he's got." I flipped him the bird, moving my hand around to share the gesture with each of my teammates. "We've got to get going," Mason said. "I'll need the whole 4-hour slot for this one." The rest of the guys sat down in the waiting area as Mason took me, Elle, and Dom into the room. It was small, the walls covered with other tattoos Mason had done. He was a hell of a talented artist, so at least there was that. "I've got a thing for you that's like a paper towel apron with no ass," Mason said. "We've got a changing area." "I'll just do it here," I said, taking off my shirt. "They've both seen the goods, and I'm sure you've seen it all." He laughed as he prepared his instruments. "Yeah, I've seen some shit I wish I could unsee." Elle and Dom sat awkwardly, side by side, in chairs along the wall, as Mason prepped me for the tattoo. "You got any ink?" Dom asked Elle. She pulled up her sleeve and showed him her inner arm. "I have my mom's handwriting here. She wrote, 'I believe in you always,' on my college graduation card, and I had it tattooed after she died." "That's dope," Dom said. "What about the flower?" "A daisy, because she loved daisies. She wanted to name me Daisy, but my dad convinced her they should name me after my grandma." "You don't look like a daisy," I said, as I lay down on Mason's table. "What about you?" Elle asked Dom. "Any ink?" He gave her a sheepish look and turned in his chair, pulling up the back of his shirt to show her the clown tattoo on the back of one shoulder. It was supposed to be an evil-looking clown, but it looked like it belonged at a children's birthday party, other than the mangled nose. "It's fucked," he said. "I was drunk, then I went into this tattoo shop in New York, pointed at a picture on the wall, and hated myself the next morning." Elle furrowed her brow. "Did the picture on the wall look like that?" Dom pulled his shirt back down and turned around. It did not. Turned out this guy was the son of the real tattoo artist, and he was a new apprentice. "I could fix that," Mason said. "I could either clean it up and make it look better, or cover it up." "Yeah, that would be great," Dom said. Elle leaned to peek at the design Mason was working off of, her jaw dropping. "What is it?" I asked. "Don't tell him," Dom warned. Elle looked at Dom, smiled, and said, "You'll just have to wait and see." Dom nodded, pleased with her answer. If I had to get my teammates' idea of a joke tattooed on my ass, at least it was a chance for Dom and my other teammates to see Elle in a different light. I didn't just want her to be in part of my life. I wanted her in all of it. "You bastards," I said a few hours later, as I looked over my shoulder at the reflection of my ass in the mirror at the tattoo shop. "I think it suits you," Colby said. I had a 4x2-inch, glowing pink neon sign on my ass cheek that said, "Slut." I'd overestimated my teammates, thinking they'd take it easy on me when deciding what to have permanently inked on my skin. No such luck. I met Elle's eyes in the mirror. She was trying not to smirk, but failing. "You think this is funny?" I asked, grinning. "It's not funny." "She's the one who'll have to look at it the most," Bo said. "So if she likes it, then I think it's a win. Shall we head to our next appointment?" Fuck. Waxing. I'd decided to get all this shit over with at once on a day off. Now my ass was sore, and there was more pain ahead. "My phone is fully charged and ready to live stream the fun," Dom said. "Live stream?" Elle gaped at me. "Face only," I reminded Dom. "Face only." He winked at Elle. "It's gonna be awesome." "Motherfucker!" I yelled an hour later, as the technician pulled off the first wide strip of cloth. "That was a good one," she said, holding up the cloth, which was covered in wax and a thick coat of hair from my outer thigh. "Oh, shit!" Dom howled with laughter as I flipped him off. My skin burned and tingled at the same time. It was a foreign feeling, one I never wanted to experience again. I dropped my head back onto the table and groaned. "You okay?" the technician asked. "Fantastic. Let's just get it done as quickly as possible." I'd asked her to start with my legs instead of my more delicate areas so I could get a feel for how much it hurt. And after just one strip, I had a newfound respect for women who did this all the time. Elle stood in the corner, and I looked over at her. "You said it wasn't that bad." "I guess I'm just used to it," she said, shrugging. The technician applied another layer of hot wax to my skin, and I cringed as she pressed another cloth strip over it. "Ready?" she asked. "Yeah, just do it." I held my breath this time, exhaling once it was all the way off. The only bright side of this was that it was costing Dom $500. He'd been giddy when he handed the cash over, though. By the time the technician was done with my legs, they were covered in bright red patches. "They're ready for the good part," Dom said, as he read me some of the comments on his live stream. I'd get him back for this somehow. I wanted to take my time and plan something epic. "Okay," the technician said. "If you could just spread your legs and hold them up with your hands." Dom turned the camera from my face to his. "She's doing it. It's taint waxing time, bitches." I closed my eyes, trying to find my zen. Elle approached and touched my face, just letting me know she was there. "Shit!" I ground out through clenched teeth as the strip was pulled off. "You're doing great," Elle said encouragingly. "Almost done." "I'd rather be punched in the face 20 times in a row than do this again," I muttered. I couldn't help jumping up and yelping as the wax was applied to my balls with a stick. I scrunched up my face and held my breath as the strip was ripped off. "Fuck! That felt awesome," I said, sweating a little at how tense I was and how much it hurt. The technician finished, with several more equally painful strips, passing me a hand mirror when she was done and saying, "Want to have a look?" "No, I'm good." "We need to get him a pole to work tonight," Dom said into the camera. He turned it to my face again. "Any last words for your fans, Ford?" "Dominic Locke is an asshole," I said. "That's about it." Dom turned the camera back on himself, holding his hand up to wave at the screen. "He loves me. Peace." I slowly stood up from the table and went behind the changing room curtain to put my clothes back on. Elle reached for my hand as soon as I walked out, and I took it. "Nicely done," Colby called as we walked into the waiting room. They'd all watched the live stream. I'd heard their cackles from inside the waxing room. "Anybody up for dinner?" Bo asked. "My parents are babysitting, and Shelby's meeting me at Berardi's." I looked at Elle, and she nodded. "We're in," I said. "You fuckers owe me so many drinks after that bullshit." Yeah, I'll buy your dinner and drinks," Dom said. Elle squeezed my hand, her expression happy. As we walked toward my car, heading out for an evening with my teammates, I knew we'd have a good time. The hard part was behind us, and I'd never been so excited about the future.
Chapter 24. Elle. 3 months later. I jumped up from my seat the second Luke walked into the visiting room, running into his arms to give him the biggest hug. "You look great," I said through my tears. "Thanks, sis. I missed you." His hair was longer now, so long it was tucked behind his ears. He was clean-shaven and had lost some weight, but added some muscle. From our phone calls, I knew he'd been hiking and rock climbing a lot, despite the cold. "Luke." Our dad hugged him next, fighting tears. "I'm so proud of you." "Thanks, Dad." In a family session, around 60 days into his treatment, Luke had told Dad and our grandparents that he was gay. They had all told him his happiness was all that mattered and said they'd support him no matter what. Luke didn't just look physically lighter now. He also looked unburdened, more at peace than I'd ever seen him. When he hugged our grandparents, he thanked them for paying for his treatment. "Ford," he said, shaking my boyfriend's hand. Ford grinned and pulled him in for a hug. "Congratulations, man. Really proud of you." "I can't believe you came," Luke said. "Of course I came. Wouldn't miss it." "I hear you guys are having a hell of a season. We're not allowed to watch TV here, so I haven't seen any games." Ford nodded. "We're looking forward to the playoffs." I was in the stands at every Coyotes home game these days. Though my feelings on hockey hadn't changed, supporting Ford meant more. I sat with Shelby Fox, who had become a good friend. She'd introduced Sam and me to her best friend Marlo, the host of Clitorally Speaking, and we fangirled hard over pizza and wine. "So I'll show you guys around," Luke said. "There are indoor climbing facilities where we learn to climb and practice different climbing techniques. Let's start there." I was blown away. My brother had grown from never climbing in his life into a seasoned climber, securing harnesses on Ford and me and showing us how to scale the wall. We'd come today for his graduation, and I could hardly wait to have him back at my place full-time. "This is just a fitness room," he said as he walked past. "Oh, let's go to the kitchen. If we had time, I'd whip up some linguine with clams." I gave him a confused look. "Who are you, and what have you done with my grilled cheese and Lucky Charms eating brother?" He wrinkled his nose. "No way I could eat that stuff now. Once you start cooking with fresh ingredients, you never go back to the processed stuff." Dad and I exchanged an impressed look. This was the first time I'd ever heard Luke express any concern over what he put in his body. "Hey, Lena," Luke said as we walked into a large kitchen filled with stainless steel appliances. "This is my family." "Well, hey there," Lena said. "We're gonna miss this one an awful lot." "I'll be back to visit," Luke said. "You better be." She smiled at him. "There's a fresh batch of granola, you know where." He gave her a one-armed hug. "You know I'll be back for it later." He showed us the facility's workout room, meditation room, chapel, dining hall, art room, art gallery, and library. Every time someone stopped him to say hello, I could tell he genuinely liked them. Though he'd gone into this with low expectations, my brother was thriving. It was more than I'd ever hoped for. Luke proudly turned the pages of a photo album he was taking with him, showing us the photos he took of the surrounding lakes, forests, and the beach. Even when he was bundled in snow gear, his smile said it all. He was happy. There were other people in many of the photos, and he was enthusiastic when telling us about them. "This is Brianna. She's a riot," he said. "And June, she's a badass who can outclimb me even though she's in her 50s. That's Max and Sean." He turned to a photo of him and another man, both of them grinning as they stood in front of a waterfall with their arms around each other. "That's Marcus. He's a hiking guide here." He looked at his watch. "We better get to the auditorium." His graduation ceremony was bittersweet. I was proud of him, but emotional when I saw his tears. It had to be scary for him to leave this safe environment and go back to his old one. Ford held my hand through it all, as always. He was my partner and also my best friend. And I was now completely in love with him. He included me in everything and made sure I knew how he felt about me every day. Whether with selfies from his road trips or flower deliveries when he was gone for games, he went out of his way for me, and I did the same for him. I dropped off his dry cleaning and made it a priority to be by his side for all his team and charity events. This was love, and it had made me realize that I'd never really been in love before Ford. Love felt amazing. Worrying about whether your partner was cheating or being talked down to wasn't love. Feeling lonely or burdensome wasn't love. My family adored Ford, especially Graham. She and Gramps had been spending more time in Denver and had even attended some of his games with me. My dad had also given him a strong seal of approval. "Your room is ready and waiting for you," I told Luke after the ceremony. "I'll have to give the Lucky Charms I bought to the neighbor kids, though. They'll be thrilled." His smile faded. About that, Elle." "What?" He looked sheepish. "I've decided to stay here." "What?" He nodded. "There are some longer hiking and climbing trips I want to do along the coast." Gramps smiled with approval. "I've already made the calls to unlock your trust, so money's no issue." Luke gave him a grateful look. "Thanks. I can't tell you how much it means to have some time to just explore the things I enjoy and decide what I want to do with my life." "Long hiking and climbing trips?" I squeezed Ford's arm, concerned. "Is that safe by yourself? You could fall and break an ankle and no one would know." He met my gaze, his eyes dancing with happiness. "I won't be going alone. I met someone." I burst into tears. Ugly tears. I couldn't help it. Seeing my brother this happy was a dream come true. "Another patient?" Dad asked. "Can we meet him?" "It's Marcus," I said. "Am I right? I knew when you showed us the photo of you guys. You smiled differently somehow." Luke nodded. "You've always known me so well. It is Marcus, and I wish you guys could meet him, but he has a group out on a week-long hike along the coast right now. It's one of the hikes I want to try out. He's going to take a leave of absence from work, and we're going to visit some really cool places. I'm excited about it." "I'm so happy for you," I said, giving him a hard hug. He hugged me back tightly. "I love you, Elle. None of this would be happening without you." "Well, I want everyone out at our Martha's Vineyard place this summer," Graham said. "At least 2 weeks, 3 months if I can get it." She pinched Ford's cheek. Ford and Marcus, too. "We'll be there, Graham," Luke said. "And hopefully we'll have some good travel photos and stories for you." "Just be careful," she said, hugging him. "Promise." Ford pulled me close. He knew me better than anyone, and I knew he could tell I was emotional over Luke, maybe even a little disappointed that he wasn't going to be moving back with us. From the few phone calls that we'd had during his 90 days here, I knew he was doing well, but I'd never expected this experience to transform him like it had. And Marcus, having my brother find someone who made him happy was indescribable. "We've got dinner reservations at 6, Graham said. "Let's roll out, kids." I took Ford's hand and smiled up at him. He winked at me. Yeah, it was definitely this. This was love. This concludes The Opponent by Brenda Rothert. Narrated by Brandon Utah and Amelie Griffin. Copyright 2023 by Brenda Rothert. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Brenda Rothert and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.